folks. It is April 14th, 2023. It is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
I'll be damned if I know.
Mm-hmm. But consistency is key. I was telling Eric before we got started that I literally ran and then I had to quickly run and eat. I was opening up a package to make sure the stuff was in it. I'm still kind of examining it right now, but I think I did well. I'll talk with you guys about that. And the other piece of the puzzle is obviously it is the week before the expo. So next week the schedule will be a little bit in flux. We'll kind of see how this thing plays out. I will have some kind of a live stream next week. How that works out, I'm not sure yet. Could be the day before. I'm going to be doing the expo 2 days. I'm going to be doing the Friday and the Saturday. So I could either do something on Thursday or I could still do the Friday thing. Again, I got to check out how the hotel is set up. So I don't know. You might get a bonus live stream next week just to kind of make up for it, so that at least you get one. Because if the Wi-Fi doesn't hold up, I'm not gonna force myself. We'll figure it out. So first comment today was actually, whoa, this is a new record. This comment was at 5:36 a.m. this morning.
Oh, good lord!
5:36 a.m. this morning. So it's still here. I can see it. It's Card Knock Life. So I read through it. First half of it's not me, but the second half of it's a good joke. So I like. So I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Carlos, why are you now the host of the Golden Hour? That's not me. That's the guy with Merlin. He's not Merlin. It's the other guy. But there is a Golden Hour guy. It's a different guy. I will do the reviews of the Golden Show. That one, yeah, that one I'll do. But I like the second one. Step up and get a sponsorship to Beckett and call it the What We Screwed Up This Week at Beckett Hour. Maybe 6 hours to explain all. See, I like where you went with that. The second half of it, I like it. So I'll allow it. And also a new record. So congratulations, you are the earliest comment I've ever gotten on a live stream day. Good job by you. Josh, it's Friday night and you know what that means. That's right. Thank you, Josh. Good evening, James. Mr. Dwayne. I didn't know Eric had hair. These allegations. Shenanigans.
Yeah, all of it.
He had it spray painted on just before the show. Justin
Yeah.
says Clubhouse group is totally exposed. Exposed! Good evening, Orlando. Philly Joe, good evening. Eric, you hang out with Team Card Ladder. He does hang out with them virtually in the clubhouse. So I'll touch on this briefly because I want to make one clear point. I don't hang out at Clubhouse,
No,
and
you do
I've had time this whole week to think about this because I knew this would come up, and of course it's Hockey 99. No, who else could it be? It had to be Hockey. Although Justin got a little dig there, I did enjoy that. Hashtag exposed. I'm not on Clubhouse. And those of you who watch this show know that the Clubhouse know that the folks in Clubhouse love me, love.
that would not be an accurate statement.
No, it's kind of the opposite of that. However, look, I'm gonna put. I'll put it this way. This is all I'm gonna add. The one thing I don't want to do is sit here and listen to a 25-minute defense about it because I have no interest in it. Number one, so I'm not gonna condemn them because I'm not there. So I'll do that. I'm not gonna condemn them because I'm not there, but I'm also not gonna defend them because I'm not there. And right now it's a he said, she said thing. And that's as far as I can go with it. I actually don't have anything I can add. Like I literally can't add anything because I'm like, all right, so do I trust these guys who don't like me? Or do I trust a random email that I don't know? And I have no reason not to trust the random email I don't know. Because if the other people say they didn't do it, that's cool, but I know you have shady associations, so it's not completely implausible, and if even one of the names is accurate, then a blanket defense is no good. A blanket condemnation is no good, but a blanket defense is no good, and it's he said, she said. I would rather just pop popcorn and watch. That's where I want to be. I'm going to pop some popcorn, I'm going to sit back, and I'm going to watch. And that's it. So I think, Eric, if you want, you can leave it be, but if you want to defend, if you want to say anything, I'll give you 2 minutes, maximum.
I don't need 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
It's a real crappy situation that's going on. I have been in these rooms with these people now for 2 years. I know every single person involved. This was simply one of the people in Clubhouse that had a business and said, hey, if anyone's interested in sending me your cards, I can sell them and take a small cut, and then you won't have to worry about listing them and packaging them and shipping them. And he started his own consignment business. A lot of people in Clubhouse got burnt by this. The card ladder people, to my knowledge and very strong opinion had absolutely positively nothing to do with this.
I'm glad you said your opinion. That's very important.
Um, we were all friends. We all supported this person, saying, "Hey, go get him. Good luck." People in Clubhouse wanted to support this person. They sent their cards to this person on their own to support someone in Clubhouse, which we've done with everyone in Clubhouse, whether it be Tim with Slab Strong, whether it be Corey with Show Your Slabs, whether it be with Dan with Stand Up Displays, um, you know, whether it be the card ladder folks who were a fledgling business 2 years ago, we supported them. We support each other in Clubhouse. His business is the same as everyone else's business there. Nobody pushed anybody into doing it. Nobody backed anybody up financially. There was no advertising. It's a meeting group. This guy had a business. People wanted to support him. They on their own sent cards to him. The entire thing is blown up. People are out thousands and thousands of dollars, and they're looking to find a way to get their cards or their money back. But trying to pin this on other people, except for the one person who's responsible, is completely inappropriate, in my opinion. So that's where I stand on it. I know all the ins and outs. I know all the players. I know financial details. I know conversations. Nobody pushed anybody to do business with this person. That is my very, very strong opinion and knowledge of the situation. So I don't know how more I could say about it.
Okay. So that was your time. That was your opportunity to do it. So there you go. Let me scroll through real quick here. Yep. Justin, good evening. I've heard this rumor. All right, so I'll read through the comments. By the way, I'll explain what I was looking off screen. I wanted to let Eric have his moment to do his thing. Are you guys looking at anything in this week's REA auction? Do you ever purchase from the big auction houses? No, not the big ones. But I have heard there's some good things in the REA one, no doubt. They've started kicking people out of the clubhouse group. Could be. People randomly enter the group for no reason. Could be. Popcorn emojis. Exactly. Nope. So I wanted to make sure I covered this. So Hockey 99 always kind of veers the line of being like a legitimate troll. But this one, I'm not shutting down the topic. I literally have no opinion of it. Reason being, I watched the video that Sports Car Radio made where they included the email. So now I'm going to include my piece. I watched the video. I don't know the guy from Adam. Apparently, though, he's one of the people who doesn't like me. By the way, very rude not to introduce yourself, Zangrilo guy. Like, rude.
He does.
At least, introduce yourself, So I'm not in Clubhouse, though. That's not a joke. Like, because I'm not in Clubhouse and I've never enjoyed that platform, I tried it a couple of times early on, but I don't know. I know the people on that list. But I don't know what they did, what they didn't do, who they associate with, who they don't associate with. So I have two options. Well, three, really. So one is I can condemn them on the basis of an anonymous email. Okay, great. I'm not there. Second, I can give them a blanket defense because I can't. Because, again, I'm not there. So here's the truth. Is it possible that one of those people, what Eric said is fine, but at the same time, is it possible one of those people in a side conversation gave an endorsement that helped his business flourish more so than it would have otherwise? Yeah, it's possible. Because the same people intermingle in the same places. It could have been on Clubhouse. It could have been off Clubhouse. You're telling me it's impossible that somebody had a side conversation, either at the Mint or a similar event, where they talked about, oh yeah, I know this guy. He does a consignment business. You should check out his stuff. Well, that's an endorsement. So you're telling me none of them endorse them in any way, shape, or form? Fine. If that's what they say or that's their opinion, that's great. But that's all I got. I got he said, she said. And that's it.
I endorse Tim and Slab Strong. Okay? I tell people, anyone who wants to listen, try to push them to the product to help Tim out. I think it's a great product. I have my most valuable cards in the product. I use it. I love it. Carlos has had Tim on,
Yep.
and maybe we'll have him on again. Does that mean that he is pushing his product or pushing Tim? In a year from now, we find out, unbeknownst to all of us, that Tim's a bad guy and has done some bad stuff. Should we be put on um, sports card radio and being blamed for what he does?
Well, I think though you're forgetting something. I think you're forgetting there's a difference between having him on and talking to him and saying, "Hey, guys, buy Slabstrong." I don't care if you buy Slabstrong or not. That's your business. I don't give a crap. In full disclosure, I have one of those because Tim gave me one so I could look at it and play around with it, and I have. It's a neat little product. Would I spend my money on it? No, because I don't need it. But is it a fine product? It's good enough for what it is. Nothing wrong with it.
Just
And
because we're associated with him, if he does something,
But the key
immoral-
here, though, is that we're not talking about association, because association, then you cannot, then it's impossible to avoid that. That the reason why I kind of look at this, I kind of laugh about this, is that association. If it's just association, well, guess what? Everybody's guilty though. Everybody's guilty because if you've ever been to
am
a
I
card show or
guilty?
whatever,
I
it's done.
wasn't on all those conversations. Am I responsible too?
Well,
I
I just assume you're responsible.
I never sent any cards to him. I don't believe in it.
Yeah. So real quick, yeah, I'm sure. I don't worry about that. Good evening, Baz. Is Clubhouse the Illuminati? I wish. They
Yes,
wouldn't let Eric
Josh,
in.
and we are focusing strongly on you in the coming month.
We can also hope so. The difference between pushing and recommending. I think it's a fine line. I think to be honest though, both of those are active things. If you're pushing or recommending, you're still making an active role. If someone says, "Have you tried this product?" and you say yes, and you say, "Well, what do you think about it?" "Well, I think this." As that's different than saying, "I think you should use this." "Oh, you need to consign some cards." "Hey, I know a guy." Now you're making a recommendation. Now you're actually kind of directing someone, as opposed to just leaving it open ended. You're actually directing someone in that direction. So I think that's the difference between an endorsement. So that's why I say, like, I can't condemn them based on an anonymous email that I don't know from a platform that I'm not on, with conversations I'm not involved with. As opposed, but I also can't pretend it doesn't exist. I also can't say, "Oh yeah, it's totally lies." It's like, well, I don't know that. It could, if one person on that list at any point gave a recommendation, then there's some truth to it. There's still some truth. It's not a blanket defense. I can't do that. Can't help you there. But from RA many times, Carlos giving audience a topic he doesn't know about it. Yeah, but that's my problem. It's like I can't help you. I'm not there. Yeah, you two have that conversation on the side.
I have no idea exactly what the reference is or when it's happened or who did. I can't. I have no idea.
There you go. Let's see. I like slab mags better. That's perfectly fine. I've seen them. They're actually pretty decent. I like that.
That's whatever you like. Spend your money the way you want to spend your money.
Yeah, I've actually seen them. I think they're a decent product, but like I said, I think they're two different audiences because it is also a little bit more expensive. But I do think for certain cards, I think it looks good in that one. But again, you can also not put it in either and be perfectly fine. I use perfect fit sleeves. Well, I think they call them something else. Are they perfect fit still? Whatever. They're the little plastic things that I just put them over the holder. I don't put anything extra special in that. I just try not to drop them. That's my approach.
Anyway. Yeah, don't drop them.
That's my approach. So
to be honest, I just on a complete side note, I don't like Tim's product for the protection and the dropping issue. I mean, that's great to know that you can drop your stuff and it'll be okay. I like it. I kind of look at it like a frame. Like, again, here's one of my favorite and most valuable cards. I think putting the red border around this makes it pop more. So it's like putting a piece of art in a frame. And that's why there's different colors. You can match them up to the card or whatever slab you have. That's why I like them.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, that's not even what they're built for.
Yeah.
But I like them for the reason I like them. And that's why I spend the money on them.
Yep. Let me read a couple of these here real quick. And Bobbles, whenever you're good, just give me a thumbs up. I'll bring you on.
No, if Bobbles is coming, I'm leaving. I ain't gonna.
Honestly, look, somebody's got to moderate this craziness. Bobbles, good evening. How are you?
Nonsense.
How you guys doing? I figured I'd pop on for a little bit.
How you feeling?
Give you guys a little bit of my energy. So
no worries. Let me read a couple of these here, and I'll have a quick conversation with you. Most of the people that don't like Carlos, he couldn't care less about. All the people that don't like me, I couldn't care less about. I go 100%.
He actually gets excited when I report to him that people are upset with him. He
Normally, I would
thinks-
say that's an allegation, but it's true. It's really true. A little part of me is gleeful.
yeah, like a little schoolgirl, a giddy little schoolgirl. When I say, "Hey, Carlos, there's some heat out there about you," he gets giddy.
I really do. I'm not gonna lie. I really do. What's up, all? Hope you're having a great night. Absolutely 4-leaf cards. Good evening. Are you going to All In? All In is that the one? I'm going to Forbidden Door. Forbidden Door is the one they've got in Toronto. All In is the one in London, England, isn't it? It's the one that they're doing in Wembley.
These sound like strip clubs.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell this even is.
Listen. If it was, Eric would be like, I already got tickets. Don't worry about it. I already got them. I got floor seats.
Yeah.
I bet you do.
Oh, yep. You bet. Yep. Mhm.
Yep. Is Eric a moderator of Clubhouse? No. Thankfully, no. Look, I'm going to quickly say a statement on Clubhouse. I really think it's a dumb platform. I've never gotten it, and we've actually had this conversation before. I think it's really dumb. Bobby and I made fun of it mercilessly for a little while there. Like, you guys do you, whatever. I'm not into a platform that's supposed to be like what I can do on my own time, because I can create with video a similar aspect of that. If I want to have like a discussion with a bunch of people, you can do it in this format. But here's the difference. When I say something on here, if you don't like it, at least you have video. Knock yourself out. But like, do it if you want to. But at least it's there. Oh, did Carlos say that? It's like, watch the video. Yeah, he did. Or no, he didn't. With this other one, it's like, oh, they said this on Clubhouse. Well, I don't know what they said on Club. If I'm not there, I don't know what they said on Clubhouse.
When heat has come our way for whatever the situation is, I've said that the video is there forever. If you want to go back and see what I had to say, by all means, go ahead and watch the video. But don't tell me I said something I didn't say. It's right there to watch.
But ironically, that's the best part about the video, is it means you actually get to be like, well, I don't have to guess what you said. I can just watch what you said. I got it. Audio and video. You can tell me what it was. Superior
I don't know
fit.
what it was, but I said it.
Yeah, probably. Superior fit. Thank you very much, 4-leaf cards. That's right. Yep, 4-leaf. Thank you, Big Scott. There you go. Everybody has to boomer you like that. I don't use anything like that. Too expensive. That's fair. No, that's fair, Lender. Honestly, if you just take care of your slabs, you'll be fine. Don't even worry about it.
Put them in the cheap
Go
bags.
ahead, Bubbles.
Did I come into a conversation where Bob Jackson is taking up for Eric? I thought it was always screw you, Bob.
It tells you how bad the situation is that Bob Jackson feels pity for Eric. Pity.
Well,
Well, screw you, Bob.
Good evening, Yannick. Yeah.
I don't see Yannick sticking up for me.
Yeah.
In Quebecer.
Yeah. Mostly yes. That's a reasonably true statement. Yes. Let's see. Yep. All right. I'll quickly scroll through. You guys do your thing. Perfect fit. Yeah. I like those just because they. I like them just because they protect the slab from getting scratched. It's not going to protect the slab if you drop it on the ground. It's not. But I like it that it protects it from getting scratched up, and I think that's where it's useful. That I think is good. So while originally during that whole bit I was actually doing a little bit of counting, it looks like I'm missing a couple of cards in the eBay lot, but on the other hand I got a really good deal on it, so I'm like a little bit torn. It's like, missing a couple of cards, but not the important ones. So I'm like, okay.
So I have a question.
I'll accept it.
What is the product that perfect fit? I mean, is the best stuff Bob Jackson says. What is perfect fit? I don't know what that
They're
is.
literally they're literally sleeves that fit basically, comfortably over.
Yeah, I use those.
Yeah, they're actually quite good. Yeah, they're quite good.
Probably
Like a little bag.
probably nearly single.
Yeah, but they basically,
single-handedly
instead of
kept
having
in
ones that
business.
have like way too much plastic around them, there's actually ones that are a little bit that are actually basically the size. They're actually meant to be the correct size for the slab, so that there isn't a lot of extra around it.
This one's made for PSA ones. This one fits nice and tight.
Yeah, they basically they make
also-
that, but for other ones.
All right.
They also make these. This is actually made by Superior Fit.
Oh, is it same folks? Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a snap slab.
Yeah, it's just so you don't waste a lot of it and have a bunch of extra room so that dust can get into it, whatever, because they fit comfortably over it and they're very clear. Again, so you can see your card nicely. It doesn't get scratched up and what. But again, it's not going to protect the thing. If you sit there and throw and slam dunk it like a football, that ain't gonna help.
No,
But-
that's
Yeah.
When we
I
started
just
group
thought-
subs, that
Like
was
perfect.
something. It's been a blessing and a curse all at the same time because a lot of folks like that we. put
Bobby, whenever
every
you're good, just
slab-
give me a thumbs up.
We put every slab in the sleeve, but that has taken so much extra time.
Mhm.
Every order.
Well, they are
you know.
a little bit of extra work. Yeah. Hey, Bobby, how's it going?
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up?
Not
Week
too
before the
much, sir.
expo.
That's right.
Oh,
I'm going to finish a couple of these comments here, and then I do want to talk a little
Can
bit
I
about
comment
Expo.
on this one, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I am very, very upset.
Hmm.
All right. I am extremely upset. First of all, do not buy things from Hockey Barn Collectibles on eBay. I've said this before. I mean it. Do not do it. Absolutely not. He continues to trick me into purchasing things. And then when he mails them to me, he sends extra things in the packages, such as
Seems appropriate. Seems right.
screw you!
Hmm.
How
Wow.
dare you? This does not belong in my home.
So you remember everybody when Eric was trying to defend the clubhouse people? Are you sure that a rational individual like this should be the one you would ask for defense?
No, this
I
is
wouldn't.
inappropriate. This is
Mhm.
inappropriate.
P.T. Barnum was right.
Yep, pretty much. Good evening, Michael Ham. Absolutely. Yep, great card, slab bag. There you go, Philly Joe. Yep, we're going to touch on the expo here. We're getting to that now. Perfect. All right, got caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments. I didn't mind. I understood the question was going to come up, and I sat back the last couple of days thinking like, okay, so what am I going to do with this? Because I can't help you. There are other people that they're going to have more insight on it than I am. Like, and Bobby, you know this. Like, we literally we made fun of Clubhouse back in the day quite a bit. It's one of those. It's like I don't like it. I was invited. I have one of the because originally I think you have to invite somebody for them to have access to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had an invitation and I went and tried it. I had trouble finding a room initially. Like it took me a little while to play around with it, but I'm like, this sucks. This is terrible. Like, and people sit here and listen to this shit for hours. Click. I deleted that app and got rid of it.
Yeah.
Like-
They didn't understand that the internet works.
Yeah,
fine.
like there's so many other ways. Like that's a terrible platform for that.
Yeah,
I'm
it
sorry.
is. It
Like to
really
each their own, but it's a terrible platform for me. Good evening, average Joe card collector. Absolutely. Yeah, y'all do. If anybody who uses it, by all means, enjoy. But it's not for me. Not for me. So we do have, and I'll talk about a package that I picked up. I was able to pick it up. We'll talk about that in a bit. But first, let's do an expo. So we've got the expo coming up next week. So that's why I'm going to have a little bit of fun as far as scheduling what's going to happen next week with it. So we'll figure that out. But Bobby, any fun plans or anything? Just going to go there and chat with folks. What's the idea? What's the idea for you?
Well, the idea is always to find something rare and unusual. I don't hold my breath. The spring shows not necessarily are the best, but the best part about it this time is that there's not a lot of shows prior to this one, whereas last time it was. So, anything that was good that was coming from out west or even down east, they had shows prior to the expo, which kind
Well,
of
they're doing the Edmonton one after this time. So
They are.
we're getting this show first, and then there's an Edmonton one right after. I think at the beginning of May. If
Yep.
memory serves me.
Yeah, it'll be right there. Yeah, it's almost like they switched exactly the same with Edmonton as they did last year. So,
Yep.
So I am looking forward to getting something interesting. Plans, dinners, hanging out with the boys. Eric, sorry, wish you could come.
I wish I
Too bad.
could too.
We had the special. Well,
Yannick offered to stuff you in the trunk of a car and drive you over.
We
No,
could.
No. I would have said yes if it was the trunk of a car. He wanted to tie me to the roof, and I
Yeah.
refused.
Yeah, you can hear the screams more there. The trunk muffles it a little bit. So, yeah, I get that.
I refused.
No, just looking forward to getting together with everybody, have some fun, and that's about it. I won't be setting up because I will be setting up the next show for sure, guaranteed 100%. The app will be ready to the degree that it will be ready, and but not for this show. No. So as much as I said that on maybe another show or 2 or 5 ago, it's not going to happen until the fall.
Nice. All right. Well, fair enough. It is what it is. We'll have to see how it plays out. I think for the show wise, we chatted a little bit about it yesterday, but I think what's going to be interesting now. Thankfully, I'm hoping. I think since we got the checklist, I think we're good. I think SP Authentic is actually supposed to be out by next week. So like the shows generally work better when there's at least a product that just came out because that helps a lot. It helps with the the box break things that Upper Deck can do and things like that. It gives them options to do that. And I think SP Authentic's coming out. But I did laugh. Go ahead.
How much are those boxes?
They're not cheap, but
Oh, really? Because I know we're going to do a wrestling box.
Well, the wrestling one for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
we're
that'll
on,
be
okay.
fun. We'll
Good.
do. We'll have fun with that one because that one isn't too bad. Those ones are not too expensive generally. We can shop around and find something reasonable.
Sure.
But let me see.
Is it wrong? I forgot that 2021 SP Authentic hasn't even dropped.
Well,
I'm
that's
sitting here. I seen the preview for 2022 with Matty Beniers. I forgot 2021.
so Bobbles.
hasn't
The
even been
reason
released.
I wanted to mention this. The reason I wanted to mention this is because it gives me great joy. Because somebody was arguing with me on Facebook. They're like, Upper Deck stuff is coming out on time, and I'm like, SP
No.
Authentic is 21-22.
That's
We're in
right.
2023.
Well, that's why I pulled it up because I was like, wait, I looked at it and it said 2022 is September.
Yeah,
I
it's
think,
in
or
the
November.
it's in the late summer fall time period.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then
If
I
everything
forgot-
goes according to plan, just to be clear, so we're all on the same page. If everything goes according to plan, we're gonna have 2 SP Authentics this year, and we're gonna have 2 SPXs. But Carlos, an SPX came out. That was 21-22. 22-23 is later.
How's it going to work for the rookies? We need Victor on this one.
Well, technically speaking, so we had this issue with the Cup. The Cup is technically 2020, 2021. The infamous SP Legends is a 2021 set.
Well,
Wow.
they do. I think they copyright it with the year the set is.
Yeah, they adjust the information on the back. But here's the thing: like the years on it, Upper Deck's releases right now are all between 1, 2, or 3 years ago, technically.
But the copyright.
Yeah.
The copyright is 21. So.
Yeah, they adjusted. They did everything the way it would have been if it had released a year or 2 or 3 ago. You're not actually.
We only have one big rookie this year anyway, so.
Yeah, there's gonna be what's gonna be funny is there's gonna be a time maybe 5 or 10 years from now when somebody's gonna go and oh man, yeah, 2020 whatever. It's like that didn't come out in 2020. You're joking? No, I'm not.
Yeah.
By the way, the 21-22. Let me tell you a story, youngin. Those are confusing times.
Yes.
Time and space. Time is a flat circle. There's a lot of stuff going on there. So, Bobby, from what I can see, the pre-orders for the hobby box of 21-22 SP Authentic is about $300 is what I'm seeing for pre-order. So it's not cheap. It's $300 is a little bit
How many packs in the hobby box?
10 packs per box, 9 cards per pack, so 90 cards. It's scheduled to be on April the 19th is when it's supposed to come out.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
On
like
the 19th. Yeah, we'll
to
see.
me, well, they normally the indicator is that from what I understand, I believe the checklist has been released. So this is something Upper Deck has been very good for. Generally speaking, if the checklist has come out, usually that means they're good to go. That means the product is there and they're ready to ship it out to the distributors, or the distributors have it. Because if you don't have the checklist, that's why a lot of the AW stuff, they're like, oh, that's one of the AW products was also supposed to come out on the 19th. But guess what? No checklist. So as far as I'm concerned, not going to happen.
Yeah.
We knew that a week ago. It's like, nope, not going to happen. They're going to push it back.
So big rookie on the checklist? Is it released?
I think it's Cole Caulfield. Isn't it Caulfield?
Mm-hmm.
I think of 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the one. But
Zegras was Zegras, and then
yeah.
he fell off, and Caulfield came up.
Yeah. So basically, what it comes down to right now, if you again, that's why I say like I look forward to the conversation maybe 5 or 10 years from now. I look forward to it. It's like, all right, so let me explain it like this. So in 2023, right? Bougie Eric stuffed his face with chocolate sticks. Well, he always says that. I understand, but I'm giving you the context. So he stuffed his face with chocolate sticks, but you could have bought a box and pulled a Jason Robertson Cup card from 2020, 2021, a Cole Caulfield, rookie from 21-22, and rookies from 22-23 in the same calendar year. You with me?
That's going to jack prices everywhere. No one's going to know what to price these at.
Yeah. And in the release later for the next flagship, we're also changing the configuration. So I would expect they'll find a way to get Connor Bedard in there. So that could likely be your third different rookie class. You're going to have 3 different rookie classes basically represented in this calendar year. This is a very confusing year if you're in the hockey card side of things.
Well, I might buy a pack or 2, but I'll buy the box of the wrestling for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I think we'll have some fun with that. But yeah, like I said, it's that's part of the reason actually I've made a lot less videos about a lot of the newsy stuff. I've only touched on a couple of things here and there because I'm like most of it is like I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this point. Unless somebody really does something interesting, I'm like, I got nothing, man. I've said my piece. Every part of it's like I've said it already. I've got already 5 videos I can refer you to where my comment is going to be almost the same. The only thing we did is change the date. The only thing I changed is the date. So real quick, I'll get caught up here. Bob Jackson said I'm invited to Clubhouse as well. And telling your mother you made me cry laughing. Absolutely. So real quick, I don't belong in any club that would accept me as a member. Valid, Bob Jackson. Valid. Justin says, Bobby, we miss you. Kamikaze said, could have had a cush job with Fanatics if you stuck around that platform. I intend to earn my spot with the Fanatics overlords without Clubhouse, damn it. Carlisle says, and good evening, Carlisle. 2021 Bowman Heritage just came out. That's true. That's true. Are the 9 Braves cards? Only 1 player is still on the team. Yeah, it's messed up. It's messed up, man. Next season, McQuana Leap, Upper Deck releases explained. That's right. That's right, Big Scott. It's weird, man. It's weird.
I think Fanatics was right. It is generational. Maybe not in a good way.
At the rate we're going, we might have entire generations represented in just the card releases.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So it's that like, I don't know, man. Like I've done what I can. We're done. At this point, I've made it my decision that I'm just gonna enjoy myself. I'm just gonna have fun with this nonsense, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Like the rest of it is like I can't do anything about it at this point. If people are gonna say or do dumb shit, do it. You know, have at it. Let me know how it turns out. Bubbles, report back the findings. They're gonna do dumb shit. Report back the findings. Let me know what happens.
Has anybody seen the floor plan yet?
Haven't. Is it the same halls or is it a different hall, Bobby?
No, it'd be the same hall.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if anything got jogged around.
I'm gonna ask Brad to send me one. He should probably have a copy. I'll see if I
Yeah,
can get him
he
to
should
send
have
me
got one. They usually it's like a week before.
Yeah.
So
Now in the spring, typically they're not going to need to use like, that far room where they had the autographs and.
They are going
Why?
to use 2 halls though. They are going to use 2 halls.
oh, it's
From what I can see from the design, they're going to use 2 halls. Now they might configure it differently to make it easier to people to get around, but they're definitely using 2 halls.
Eric, it's the same people, same show.
Yeah.
It's no less people in the spring.
Yeah.
It's always the same. It makes no difference. But traditionally, it used to be that the spring show wouldn't garner as much because it was towards the end of the season, so the hockey was kind of almost sold out. Not a lot of new releases or anything like that. So, the fall show, it's winter, everybody's starting. You'd see a lot more stuff coming in. So. Because off of the summer, people went to garage sales or whatever. And that's
right.
Upper Deck, they fixed the release issue. There's now plenty of releases.
There's tons of releases. We got all the releases. All the releases.
They solved that, Bobby. They heard you, and
they held back years worth of releases on purpose to make sure that in 2023 we had releases.
Gonna be a hell of a spring
anybody,
show.
Y'all were talking about the layout.
Yep.
Did you guys touch on the 200,000 additional square feet for the national? That's
not yet, but we can
really?
definitely touch on that.
Wow.
Hang tight for just a second. I want to get at least a couple of thoughts on that
Really?
Fall on Expo. Yeah. So Simon Sports Cards, and good evening. Are we going to be predominantly buyers or sellers at the expo? So for me, I'll be predominantly buying, although I will look around. I've never been a guy who runs around too much selling to people on the floor. Although I've sold some cards here and there, but we'll kind of see how it plays out. I like to basically
I take a bag around with me, and I like to, because I had a booth for almost 20 years there, and I haven't been set up for at least 5 or 6 at least. Mm-hmm. And what I do is take a bag around, and when I like something and I don't want to pay the cash for it, I pull something out of my bag and I go, hey, listen, you want to trade, partial, something like that, and it's usually something really good. So I got some really good stuff for the show. So stuff you pick up a little bit cheaper than you normally could sell it for, like. Whatever. So we'll see.
Makes sense. So real quick here, Dark Exclusive says, what are your thoughts on the Char autograph prices of the card show? I cackled. I laughed real hard. We can get Fuhrer, Chelios, and Dennis Potvin for the price of 1 Char auto. He has a very high regard for his autograph. And by the way, if you checked it out, he has like conditions. Like he's got a whole list of like things that he'll do or won't. Like it made me laugh. I died of laughter when I saw it because I was like, dude, come on now.
What prorated pricing, or are you talking?
Everybody has prorated pricing, but here's the thing. Like I'll show you so you can actually see what I'm talking about. I'll read it.
I can talk a little bit about what he's doing around here, but I don't know what he's charging up there. So
I'm going to answer this question. So here we go. So Zdeno Chara right here is set for Saturday. So you got all the different things, whatever. $129 for regular, $149 for premium. Inscription $50. But here's the thing. Look at this. So Fast Pass, VIP only, no alcohol related items, Hockey Hall of Fame or rookie cards. Like it's like you've got a
No
list of
rookie
exceptions.
cards.
No rookie cards. And I was like, why?
Why?
You're charging $129.
You're
Sign the fucking rookie
overpriced
card.
to begin with.
If that's what I want you to sign, and I'm paying $129. You will sign the goddamn rookie card.
What-
And alcohol-related
You should-
items. What kind of issue are you having?
He should put a sign up for the line for his autograph thing.
Yeah.
Like on the amusement park rides. Must be this tall to sign.
It was so
Because,
weird.
he's tall as shit. And then he could just cut out most all of the people. But it sounds like from that,
like
that
when
his
you go
line's
on the
not gonna be
rides
that
at the
much.
carnival.
that's what he's talking
they
about,
have a height thing. Yeah.
But here's the
Yeah,
thing,
it must
though.
be this tall to sign.
I
Here's the thing.
understand. Yeah.
But here's the thing. In all honesty, like, he's Zdeno Chara. Like, you're not in a position to be making demands, sir. Especially if somebody's willing to pay that amount. Sign whatever the hell they give you. Who cares?
It's a tall order, you know.
Oh, look at you.
That was a good one, Bobby.
Yeah. So as for Chara, that answers that question.
So want me to give a little information here on this? So locally here, he's charging $100 an autograph.
That's U.S.
Yeah.
So we're about the same.
$100 to have your picture taken with him, and $40 for an inscription. So if you want 2011 Stanley Cup champs, that's an additional $40.
Well, if you get
Now,
the VIP package for $300, you can have that.
240.
What else comes in the
American.
VIP?
With the VIP, you get front of the line priority access, 2 regular autograph tickets, 1 unsigned Zdeno Chara Boston Bruins commemorative 16x20, worthless. 1 unsigned NHL license 8x10 auto, 1 inscription up to 3 words, table photo with own camera.
I'm gonna give him 16-digit finished words to put on there. 3 words. Yeah.
And to answer your question about certain products they will and will not sign, there's a trend out there that companies they're working with, say Fanatics, for example. Okay, say if someone has a contract with Fanatics, one of the things they're having these athletes do is say, you will only sign your rookie cards for us. So we will be the only place to get as a Zdeno Chara autographed rookie card, and they can push the prices up.
No, I listen. I understand, Eric. I am very enterprising. I have no issue with somebody trying to make business out of it, but I'm going to counter with, he's Zdeno Chara.
I'm not defending this. I'm telling you the facts.
That's a giant mistake.
It sounds to me like Zdeno Chara's on Clubhouse. This sounds like a defense.
No. Excuse me. There is no. I'm giving you facts. I think this whole thing is freaking stupid, and I won't give him 5 cents.
Yeah.
So that's what we're seeing with a lot of athletes lately, is that they're only signing certain things for their agents or their, the company that they signed with.
Yeah, I know this. This is 100% true. And Bob was saying about the thing with the Undertaker. Here's the thing: under certain specific circumstances, I might get that, but I have to look at where Undertaker resides in his world. In the professional wrestling world, where the Undertaker falls in the pecking order, is a hell of a lot higher than Zdeno Chara falls in the hockey pecking order, way higher. And at the same time, nobody else on this list, as far as I can tell, has anything like that. Everybody else is like, yeah, you pay for it, we'll sign it for you, like, whatever it is.
Undertaker's up here, and then you got Chara, maybe Bushwhack Boys.
Bushwhacker Luke and Butch, yeah.
Although
one of them passed away, so if you have their autograph, they might actually have some value.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
they
he passed
didn't
away,
sign the rookie
unfortunately, not
card,
long ago. Yeah.
So my guess with the alcohol is either he has a contract with one specific alcohol maker and will only sign their products right now, or he's
secondary market stuff. Like, honestly,
or he has some kind of moral. He's morally against alcohol or something. I don't know, but
what would you get him to sign anyways, alcohol wise? Like, really?
I have no. I couldn't.
I would be offended if somebody asked me to hold a Bud Light bottle and try to sign it.
Ooh,
Say Bud Light, how dare you?
Or a tall boy.
Oh,
or a tall boy. Yeah,
that's right.
So
yes,
people are very upset around here that a lot of the guys that are still on the team from 2011, Bergeron, Marchand, Krejci, Rask, who's still are in the area, and Chara, this is what they're doing. I bet you they all signed with the same agents or company, and it's 100. And they did a Fab Five signing where those prices that I told you.
Only in
Where-
Boston that have that Fab
Yeah.
Five, right?
Yeah, and people lined up, man, and it was ridiculous. $100 to an auto, $100 for a picture, $40 for an inscription, and people lined up and drained their bank accounts for it. I would not. There's no amount of money. There's no way I'd do it. I think it's a complete ripoff. I will not pay someone to stand next to me and take a picture. I think it's degrading.
Bobby, so he's saying you're going to have to negotiate when it comes time to charge.
I think so.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. This right now is posturing for negotiation, is what I'm hearing.
If I'm paying you $100 for your autograph, you can take a picture with me for free.
Yeah.
You can
Well,
go
I think the
can go
opposite, Eric. I'm
screw.
charging you $100 for a photo, and I'll sign it for free. So there.
But not a rookie photo.
So there.
Right.
Anyway, so let me touch on what Bobbles is saying as well. I think
You
that'll
can
be
go
kind of fun.
screw.
Yeah. So I think it'll be. I did hear that the National was saying they added 200,000 square feet of space, and we'll come back around. We'll loop back around to Expo. We got lots of time for that. We can definitely talk about it.
How big is the expo?
It's using the two halls. It's pretty big. Obviously,
Oh, now,
National
yeah.
takes up more space, but like it's like 150,000, 200,000 square feet.
I
It's
thought
pretty
it was
big.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're adding another 200,000.
They're adding an expo to the national.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're going to need it because with the amount of space they take up, in fairness, with the amount of people they have, here's what I think is going to happen. I think I don't know if this is where you're angling with the bubbles. They're also some folks are also trying to put out there, this will be the biggest national ever. Well, no, it will not. However, I like that they're adding 200,000 square feet because I'm sure some of the displays are going to be bigger. I think they're going to spend more money in terms of the sponsors and in terms of the manufacturers and companies are going to spend more money on this than ever before. They're probably going to make the corporate presence even bigger, physical size. But I also think it's great having more physical room in the space for the people that are going to attend, because then you will not necessarily be crammed into sardines. So if they space this out correctly and adjust the booths and tables and don't get too greedy in terms of trying to add too many tables, you could actually make this a much more comfortable experience for the visitor, and in turn maybe keep more people on the floor longer, and in turn maybe make more money for everybody.
Yeah, I remember after the pandemic, it was pretty tight. Everybody was saying. So.
Yeah, giving a little more, but I think giving them a little more space. I think Scott is touching on the correct thing. There will be more corporate space, but I think if they're smart, I would also give a little bit more space between the aisles, because if you do both, you can have your more corporate space, make your money. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying also take advantage of the space to make the configuration more agreeable. You can keep more people in this floor. You can keep more people in the space. Keep more money flowing. It's not a bad idea if you use it properly. So that's just kind of where I'm seeing as far as. But I don't think they're gonna break any records. We've already passed the apex of the hottest time. Now they're still gonna have a lot of people go through that turnstile. There's gonna be a lot of people because it's a great location and it's accessible, and I think there's going to be a lot of activity, and I think some dealers are going to do very well in the show. So I don't think it's the show's gonna. No, I think the show will do fine. I think the show will do very well, but they're not going to break any records. But the extra space might actually be helpful for a lot of things, potentially.
Yeah, getting back to Chara and the expo, I know in Boston, they'll be lined up out the door for sure, but I don't think there'll be so much in Toronto at $129. That's pretty pricey. And what's his signed cards go for, anyways?
That was kind of thing. I was going to say, Chara, it's not in the pecking order. You're not the guy who's going to be commanding this kind of value. I just don't see it. But the real question is, how many Damon Allen autographs are the people going to get for? You got Damon Allen. Come on Friday, you can all go in and get an autograph from Damon Allen.
Yeah,
he was good in his day. Sometimes I look at Kamikaze's comments. It's like I don't know what he's talking about.
Why don't you read out the list of who's going to be at the expo then?
So for the show, all right.
Yeah.
I've got it in front of me, so I'll pull it up here.
I've been looking at updates, but I haven't really looked at it.
All right, so here's the list real quick. I'll go through it fast, and if anybody wants to, they can pause later on replay or whatever, and you'll get it. Okay, we got Norm. So these are Friday. They're chronological order in terms of timing
and pricing.
Yeah, you got Norm Allman, $20 any item. I'm only going to do the any items or regulars, so that's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Mike Krucheletsky. Thank you. $20 regular. So $20 regular. Damon Allen is $20 any item, so he'll be there. So I'll just keep the standard. So we got Pat LaFontaine also on Friday, $60 for regular. John Gibbons, $39 any item. Manon Royaume.
Mm.
$39 in the item. Sorry, $39
Really?
regular. Yep.
For her?
Yep.
That's fair.
I think so. She is a pretty notable name. Like she
Very.
made history. So
I would love to get her auto and meet her.
Yeah, I think that's your value right there.
but I just compare it to what we're talking about, right? Like there, you could get
Mhm.
multiple autographs of some of these people for the price.
For
So
one
we got-
Chara, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We got Chris Mullen here. Chris Mullen is $79. Anytime you get somebody in basketball or whatever, I know those tend to be more expensive. So
Isn't he a dream teamer?
Yeah.
I believe
Mhm.
so. I
He's
could
a
be mis-
freaking- wait a minute. He's a freaking dream teamer, and it's $79 Canadian.
Yeah, but he's no Zdeno Chara. Anyway,
No.
Chris Nyland, $39.
Knuckles.
Kurt Angle. So now we're on Saturday for these three. Kurt Angle, you got any item includes unsigned photo, $50. Table photo op. See, he's only $50 for table photo op with your Olympic hero.
Nice.
So you got that. That's not bad. All right, then we got Derek Bell. This is Saturday. Any item, $40. Alexei Kovalev, $59. Any item on regular on Saturday. You got Zdeno Chara. We already covered that. Got to get into the rest of Saturday here. We got Bernie Federico, $39 regular. Bruce Boudreau, $20 regular. Owen Nolan, $39 regular. Let's see. Still Saturday. $35 for Arbor. They know him his
Yeah,
house.
sure.
The Arbor guy. Dino Cicerelli, $39. Joe Newendike,
That's
$55.
fair. Wow.
Yeah, for Dino, it's pretty solid.
Hey, Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pierre Turgeon, $49. So this is now Sunday. Grant Fuhrer, $49. Cecil Fielder, $39. Guy Carbonneau, $39. Chris Chelios, $45. And Dennis Potvin, $39.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, so a couple more here. Bob Nystrom, $29. Joe Mullen, $39. Vlakav Nedomansky, $39.
Adamansky.
Darren Pupa, $39. Mike Richter, $55. Phil Housley, $39. And last but not least, Steve Larmer, $29 on Sunday.
Yeah. Most of them are pretty fair, I think.
Yeah.
Nobody, but you will notice nobody else cleared $100.
Well,
Nobody
yeah,
else. Not a
we
single
don't
other
have-
soul.
We don't have the big star like Chara coming in other than him. Who else?
That's what I'm
Like,
saying.
you know?
He's the headliner.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'd
is-
jump in Potvin's line before I jump in his.
I think though that doesn't matter. Like usually the list of folks on the Spring Expo tends to not be as good as the fall.
As the fall. Yeah.
However, there are some folks that might enjoy getting autographs of some of these folks, and most of the prices are reasonable.
And
The
you get a
majority of
few-
them are fine.
You can get a few and not break the bank.
Yeah, and you can have some fun with that. Enjoy, have a good time. So let's take a look here. Let's grab that. But yeah, so that's the answer to that. And as far as the extra space, we're kind of linking the two topics. As far as the extra space with the national, we'll see. We'll have to see how that plays out. I'm looking forward to it. So I know Bobbles, you sent a picture, so I'm not going to show that here in a second. Let me look at this.
My joke with the space was it's all for Beckett. It's so he can set up multiple displays, and then as they, pull back on what they say and get the.
Well, I thought you were going to say it was for
opinion,
the
they can-
complaint department. It's like just
Maybe
to
that
get a
too.
line, just a line.
The idea department, whatever.
Yeah.
The 200,000 square feet is all for Beckett.
Yep. So right here, you got a configuration here. It says 2023. So it does say 2023. I know it's really small. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger, but obviously we're not going to be able to scroll
Is
through
the
all of this.
addition on the southern part?
Not
So
sure.
I don't know if that includes it, because that
That's
was a
almost like the
mock-up that
Expo.
was a while
My
ago.
expectation. So let's just put it this way. My expectation would be that, like I said, a chunk of that space is going to be for the corporate thing. So we've got the corporate area down here. So maybe. So that's a possibility. I just don't know. And you got an autograph area down here, and you need a lot of space for this stuff usually. So you do have some extra space down here. Again, this might not be the final configuration. Don't take that with a grain of salt. We'll know more when we get closer to the real showtime. But obviously, you can see there's a lot going on here. Even in this map here, there's a lot. So I could see, like I said, for me, even with the corporate stuff, if you use that space and capitalize on it, I think it's a good idea. I think more space is a good idea for that show because obviously there will still be a lot of people coming through, even if it's not a record. So Michael Ham says, if you could get an in-person card signed by anyone, who would it be? Do I have to get up in the morning? Because then my answer is no one.
Live or dead.
It's like, but Jesus Christ will sign a blanket pardon. I'll do 11:30. That's my best offer. Best I can do. I'm gonna get a coffee first. Inside, so in person, card signed by anyone. Thoughts?
Hmm.
It's a good question.
Live or dead?
Oh, I think with anyone, make it alive or dead. Go ahead.
I already got a lot of
That
them.
makes it too difficult.
Yeah, right. Genghis Khan.
No.
Jason Robertson, Jason Robertson, Jason Robertson, Jason Robertson.
Chara. No.
Oh,
Oh,
yes. Wasted.
Damn it. Well, it'd have to be free to get it, so otherwise it's a no-go, right? I don't know. That's a really good one. I'd like to get Arnold Schwarzenegger's autograph. I think if anybody.
Arnold, I like it. All right.
Yeah, I grew up with him in the 80s. And,
Yeah.
worked
And it says
out-
in person. It didn't say sports person. It says in person, card signed by anyone.
Well, bodybuilding is a sport, so
Yeah.
there you go.
For me, it's really obvious. Michael Rubin on the bottom of a check. I might have already filled it out. That's what I want. And I think if he's just sign right here, it's like, what is it? Don't worry about it. Just sign right there. It's all good.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, you go for the most expensive, but I guess who would you like to meet in person? You know, and I met Gordie Howe and I met Johnny Bauer. I met so many people. It's I got to see most of the good guys. Can't really think of anybody else. Brian Spinner Spencer. There you go.
Wow.
Got it.
So Eric's answer is Zdeno Chara. We know that already.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that was obvious. Bubbles, you got anybody? If you want, you can keep it alive to make it to narrow the field. If you want, if it makes your life easier.
For alive, it would probably like athlete.
Could be, it just says
It
signed by
would probably
anyone,
be
but whatever works for
Shaq.
you. All right, sure.
Eddie Shack? Yeah.
Yeah, I was a huge Shaq fan.
Yeah, he didn't
back
get that
when-
one, Bobby.
But non-sports, probably Bruce Willis.
All right, not bad. If I went non-sports, I would probably say Hugh Laurie. I really enjoy House, so I like that show, and I think he's really good in a lot of stuff he does. So that would be one that'd be kind of fun again for non-sport.
I'd like to get Peter Lorre then.
Look at you.
Master.
Now for sport, like most of the ones I've gotten, like even some of the ones that I would want, I've gotten in person already. So like it's not like I need to at this point. I think I got one. Joe Montana. And I want an inscription though. I want it's like
You can't afford the inscription.
oh no,
brother.
On the rookie card.
after my Michael Rubin signature
rookie
goes through,
Oh.
I'll be able to afford it just fine. Don't even worry about it.
Well,
Just put it's like just in quotation marks, not a system quarterback, Tom. That's what I want inscribed on it.
I think he was at the expo a couple times, but he canceled once.
There was at least once that I think they were able to do it successfully.
Yeah.
And I think they did try twice. Yeah,
I think it was like 2007 or 8 or 9 or something.
Yeah, it was years ago. It was a long
Yeah.
time ago now.
Yeah.
So Carrie Fisher is Big Scott's answer, which is fair. I think that's reasonable. If you guys have any ones, you can throw them in there. But I think it's a good question. Live or dead obviously leaves you a lot more room. Depends on kind of what you like and what direction you would want to go with it. But I think it's kind of an interesting question. I think that's fair. Outside of that, one that would probably be kind of fun as well, kind of in the non-sportish entertainment category, would be Macho Man.
Yeah.
Obviously he's dead, but that would be kind of a cool one.
Or even Roddy Piper too.
Yeah. That because Macho was one of my favorites, especially at that
Yeah.
time. Yeah. So I think he'd be a fun one. You'd probably get an or two involved in it. Yeah.
Or something. Yeah.
But listen, if you're gonna do it in person, at least get one, right? Come on. Average Joe Card Trader says Usain Bolt. There you go. Fair enough. Sounds good.
Well, even Hulk Hogan would be great. I don't know if you got his at the what's the Comic-Con?
Yeah, they did a fan expo.
Yeah.
So they did a fan expo thing. I did not, but I definitely got a chance to watch it. I think that was kind of fun.
I got a chance to talk to him, so it was good.
Yeah, it's pretty
Brother.
good. There you go. And he's in Blackbeard. He goes, I got Blackbeard's Disney Silver the other day out of a Disney set. There you go. Bob Jackson says, Carlos with the inscription be about how Hulk Hogan is a coward. No doubt, sir.
Oh,
So that's for Macho. Yeah, Macho had a rap album.
really?
It was special. Let me tell you, it wasn't good.
No.
No good. Yes.
Shaq
Oh
had
yes.
several of
It was a diss track, Eric. I think you would appreciate it. Macho decided to express himself in the form of rap, and I was like, oh, it's everything I could have hoped for.
The 90s were a tumultuous time. Yes.
It was a very, very interesting era. Very interesting era. All right, Carlos says Jackie Robertson or Bobby Jones. There you go.
Bobby
Those are good
Jones is
options.
good,
Those are
yeah.
some good ones. That's solid.
So,
Yeah, it's
but
as good as you
honestly,
imagine it would be, no doubt.
because I'm not going to accept Carlos answering for me with Chara. Living, I'd say either Wayne Gretzky or Bobby Orr. I have not met them yet. I've met a lot of other hockey greats like Gordie Howe and Johnny Bauer, but I've not met them, so that would be cool. And dead, I would like to meet Albert Einstein, and I want him to sign "Happy Birthday" because he and I share a birthday.
And you want the inscription to be equal MC squared, and he's going to charge $50,000 for that inscription.
I can only
There
hope
you
so.
go.
Well,
I can
I just
also-
want "Happy Birthday."
Birthday is a relative term, you know.
We're all about the puns tonight. Is what I'm getting. Is
Yes.
what I'm getting from the situation. We really are.
The spice time continuum. Your birthday really isn't a birthday. Anyways, we'll move on.
Hockey Bard. I'd like to meet you, Eric. There you go.
No, I'll punch you in the nose.
Ooh, that'd be punching yourself in the nose then,
I know.
No, he's
because he wants to be you. So that's like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We always knew you were self-hating, but we didn't think you'd take it to that extreme.
no. I'm gonna punch him in the nose. He keeps sending me these Montreal Canadian stickers. I'm gonna punch him in the nose.
Maybe
It's
you can
our-
sell them, make some money.
It's all right, Hockey Barn. Just kick him in the
You
artificial
can
hip.
afford the inscriptions.
Take him
and-
down.
Yeah.
You're running from Macho. That's what I heard. Too bad Macho Man never sang Macho Man.
Ah,
Yeah.
That would have been great on the rap album.
Yeah.
They should have included that at the end. That would have been amazing.
Yeah. He was a real village people.
Philly Joe says Elvis. We share a birthday. Nice.
Oh.
Mine would be Michael Jordan. That's fair. There's some good
Still
options.
obtainable.
Yeah, there's some good. Yeah, but it's one of those. Jordan is a lot tougher than it would have been back years ago, just because he kind of keeps himself distanced from a lot of folks. Again, that's an in person. If you just want to get an autograph, there are options for sure, but it's the whole premise is in person because obviously you'd have that at least brief interaction. That's kind of an added bonus to the whole.
You'd have to be on a plane ride with Brad going down to Vegas or something. I
Basically.
don't know.
Yeah. Probably the next
Oh,
time
yeah,
he goes down
Mike.
to the Mint.
Come on over here. I want you to.
Yeah,
see?
probably the next time he goes. Probably the next time he goes to the Mint or something. He can probably get there.
Oh yeah. There is no next time, isn't there? Is there?
Oh, I don't know, man.
You don't know.
We got Brad theorizes that is the last Mint Collective. I think they'd try it at least one more time. They probably find somebody else to sponsor it. Listen, you got to have an
What's the
excuse for them to
over-under?
go to Vegas and network. The song is mostly about how Macho called Hogan out at a charity event and Hogan wouldn't do it.
I don't know what he's talking about.
R.I.P. Mint, man, killing it off. Terrible. So, let me quickly kind of pivot a little bit. So, Mr. Bobbles, how are things going? Obviously now Dallas is going to the playoffs, so we're good to get your boy. We're getting some goals. We're getting some assists in the playoffs. What are we doing? What's happening?
Well, I'm hoping tonight that Nashville can come back and beat the Avalanche because I want us to win the division, which then would set us up to play the Kraken in the first round and be a lot of fun for myself and the missus.
And by fun, you mean divorce proceedings go on?
I was about to say, I hope you have a comfortable couch.
No, I mean, I think it would be fun.
Okay, can we start picking cards from your collection that we'll buy from you to help fund the divorce?
No, it's not like that.
All right.
We'll see.
Fear,
But I was
fear of the
going to say,
Kraken, man.
what did
Eric, you
guys
want to go
think
halfsies
of,
on the Jason Robertson PMG?
Oh God, yeah.
Which
It has
one?
quite the provenance.
Which one?
Yes.
What did you guys think of Luke Hughes last night? I thought that was a pretty cool story.
Oh my God, that goal was sick.
What was his second game and assist came from his brother?
I think that's
that would
right.
be a pretty good memory.
Was it a sick? I thought it was his first game. No,
I just
But
know
anyway,
that.
that was sick.
I just know that this, like I said, I mentioned it last night. This season has actually been really good. Like I said, as mostly at this point a casual hockey watcher because I'll watch a game here or there. I'm super casual at this point, but it's been a good season for the storylines. I like the little in between storylines. I've enjoyed that the scoring was up this year. I've enjoyed. We actually had a decent number of 100-point guys. I thought that was really great. Even Bougie Eric's garbage team. I like the fact that they broke the wins record. I like the fact that they got the points record. I think it makes it for an interesting thing. It gives everybody something to chase, and it's something. It's not something that can happen over one night. It's got to build, and you got to play well over the course of the entire season consistently. I saw an infographic that I thought was very interesting. I think McDavid for his season ended up being, I think, third most. He basically scored at least a point in either 74 or 75 of his games.
Wow.
So at least 1 point. So he only missed a couple of games for basically having a point the entire season, which is very impressive. The other guys that obviously did that is Gretzky basically front and back. But, McDavid didn't have the benefit of like a secondary assist guy that he brings along with him on the road to be like, oh, secondary assist.
There's your $129 autograph.
Exactly. That's right.
And people would say it should be more, but no, he's like young. So he's going to sign for the next 45 years. So whatever.
That's right. But I do think it has been fun. I think it's been a good story. And obviously we joke about it, but Jason Robertson, having 109 points, that was really good. That's the most in Dallas Star history.
First star ever.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And we had two 60-goal scorers this year. Also impressive. Like, I like that. We had a couple of 50-goal scorers on top of that. That's fantastic. I think all those things are good.
Is it because of the open net goals, do you think, or
I honestly think the teams have played a little bit more. I don't know exactly what they've done. But I do feel like it's felt like it's a lot more wide open. Because they're just getting more shots on. Maybe the goaltenders
well,
just
they're
being
pulling
sloppy.
the goalies with 3 minutes left now, 4 minutes left. Like that,
Yeah.
They never did that before. History.
Yeah, but I the thing is, we have the stat on the empty netters. Like, I don't think too many guys had like a crazy disproportionate amount of empty netters compared to normal.
Ovechkin did.
Well, for a little while there, yes. But we can find what the actual stats were, because I was looking for fun just to see even strength, power play, because you got it broken down and you can see. I'll see if I can pull it up and I'll give you guys a breakdown. We'll find out. But either way, I was amused. 64 goals right now, very impressive. That was a great season. The most since Ovechkin had 65, but that was years ago now, and the most since a long time ago. So very impressive. Go ahead, Bubbles.
I was just going to say to Bobby's question, it feels to me like there's a lot more offensive, defensive players now too.
Yes. Well, that was the other thing, the defenseman, because Miro Heiskanen had like the most points by a defenseman or whatever in Dallas history. I think it could be. I know Miro Heiskanen had something that he for like a team record, and he had a very impressive season. I think Carlson had a really impressive season as well.
Yeah, he broke 100.
Yeah,
he broke 100 for a defenseman.
In the current era, 100 points for defense. Again, we got to go back a ways. That isn't a normal occurrence. Even in the past, even in the present, that's not a normal thing. In the 1980s, all bets are off, all records, whatever. But outside of that, it's like that's not normal. We don't have a lot of that.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it's been kind of fun. Albert,
Well,
good evening.
Isn't Luke the kid I was just talking about? Isn't he a defenseman?
Sorry, repeat that.
The Luke Hughes, Jack Hughes' brother, isn't he defense? And he scored the winning goal in overtime.
Not sure.
I don't know what position he plays, but that was
pretty sure he was a defenseman. I could be wrong.
Of a goal.
Okay. So,
we don't need that goal.
So just for reference to this year, McDavid had 21 goals on the power play, 4 shorthanded, 11 game winners, and I'm going to find the empty netters for you. I have to find it in a different spot. But 21, basically a third of his goals were on the power play. So like that helps. Yeah. So that's obviously, if you're going to have an amazing offensive season, you really have to feast on the power play. That's tradition.
And he's on every power play. So
yeah, absolutely. So it makes a lot of sense. It really does. But I'll see if I can find. I know NHL, actually, I started noticing they've got like a page here on the site. Obviously, I'm not as familiar with it. I haven't looked at it too much. But you can actually break it down a lot of different stats. I was actually able to find secondary assists, and I had a good cackle. I was like, Yeah, I was able to find a lot of that info. So there are a lot of defensive breakdowns due to D trying to jump into plays. Yeah, that kind of figured there'd be a little bit of a play involved in it. Are life still double priced? No doubt, Paul. No doubt.
What's your problem? What did I do to you?
You've done a lot of horrific things in your life. Do you really want us to explain to you?
I just don't know what I did to him. I'm not saying I'm not a horrible person and I've done horrible things. I just don't know what I've done to him.
As long as you admit it. At least that's important.
Maybe it's what you haven't done yet.
Could be. Let's see here. NHL.
Oh, Eric, that was a nice Boston Bruins cardigan you had there.
Yeah, that was Milt Schmidt's 1958 coaching sweater. We photo matched it, and but the provenance was, for those who might not know what we're talking about, is that he gave it to his accountant, and as a gift and a thank you. And the accountant's family, he passed some time ago, and the family brought it to us and sold it to us, and now we're in possession of it. And it's very heavy, definitely keep you.
Old wool, yeah.
Yeah, very heavy. It's in great shape. Hasn't been eaten by
Moths.
moths or anything. It's in fantastic shape.
All right,
Yeah,
so I've got the answer here. So I've got the empty net goal leaders for this year. So I can actually. So does anybody want to guess who the empty net goal leader is? So the highest total for anybody is 7 goals. 7 goals, seven empty netters.
That's Ovechkin for sure.
Nope, he's second. Tied for
Okay.
second.
Oh, probably be McDavid.
Nope, he's a little further down the list.
Matthews.
Jake Genstel.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah, basically. For Pittsburgh. So he had 7 empty netters. Ovechkin is second there with 6 with Sam Reinhart, Florida. Then it's Kevin Fiala, Brandon Tanev, Frederick Goudreau. So we got to go down a little bit. McDavid has 4. He had 4 empty net goals. So he's tied with a whole bunch of guys at 4.
That's still because he had 64 for the season, right? So he still scored 60.
That were not empty net. Yeah.
That's
And 21 of them on a power play. 21
and-
of them on a power play.
And 4 on a what was it?
Yeah, and he scored some short, and he scored, I think, 4 shorthanded.
4 shorthanded. Yeah.
Yeah, so most of them still even strength. Which is perfectly legitimate.
that's
So
just
2/3 of his goals were good.
There you go. So let me quick here. Yeah, the Hughes brother father is also in the NHL. Montreal Canadiens general manager was also in the NHL. Nice.
but the GM for the Canadians is their dad.
The Hughes brothers' father is also in the NHL. Montreal Canadiens general manager. That's what he wrote.
Okay.
All right.
But regardless, I just thought it was very, like I said, I think for me, it's been kind of fun seeing all those storylines play out. So it's been one of those ones where it's like, it's pretty cool. So it's been kind of fun watching the box scores the last couple of weeks here as we kind of reached the tail end. Because some guys went absolutely crazy towards the tail end, really racking up points. And it's like, good job, guys. Good job. But now we get to the playoffs. And I mentioned it last night. This is the first year in a long time. I think maybe it's the first year ever that we got no Ovechkin and no Crosby in the playoffs. Neither one of them.
Yeah.
Since
Interesting.
2006.
Both of them already lost their coaches.
Yep.
Well, I said the Leafs have to get past the second round, then I'll start wearing a Leaf hat again.
There you go. But so I'll bring it up here, this one tonight. I was kind of alluding to it last night, but I'll expand on the thought here. So that means both of those guys are going to be a little bit quiet right now because obviously they're not going to be doing anything. We're not going to be kind of out of sight, out of mind. Obviously, Ovechkin is going to continue his chase of Gretzky, but that'll drum up again next year. So the lulls that we have in between seasons are not as long as they used to be. There used to be a longer lull in there. But it wouldn't surprise me there's a little stretch there while the playoffs are in effect and other stuff's going on that they kind of forget and their prices get a little bit soft. So I'm going to be kind of curious. I'm going to be looking out at the expo. I'm going to be a buyer, but I'm going to be kind of looking out because I joke with Brad. I go, I've never liked Sidney Crosby. When he was from the start of his career, when he was a kid, he really annoyed me. Like I was never a Crosby guy, but I was like, much as I don't like him, he might not be a bad buy at some point if he has a little bit of a dip here where it gets a little bit quiet and people kind of forget about him.
Yeah, it's figuring out what though.
Yeah, but that's why I think it's going to be fun to look around the show and just see what's out there and just peek around a little bit. It's one of those things. I'm not committed to making any drastic moves, but I'm going to keep my eyes open if I see something that looks interesting, if it's the right thing at the right price point. His career is already mostly established. Like he's good. He's already got all the credentials. He could retire right now and he's fine. But anything he adds from here on in is just icing on the cake. You're adding up just accumulation stats right now.
So you're buying Robertson?
Yes, and by that I mean Crosby.
Yeah.
Robertson's too expensive for what I want to see. I think he's had a
Well,
phenomenal
you said
season.
his career was already established if he doesn't do anything else, I thought that's who you're talking about.
Robertson at this point is about 10 years away from me saying that. Approximately 10 years. Yeah, I like the kid, but I've seen plenty of people come out of the blogs hot and then disappear. He wouldn't be the first.
Yeah. I tossed it in the Discord. It was a pretty interesting stat that said he was the only 100-point scorer that had under 19 minutes of average ice time.
Yeah,
So
barely.
That's
Really?
well, I mean,
Yeah,
still, that's
it
pretty
is
cool,
true,
though.
but one of the other guys on that list missed 12 games. He was also a 100-pointer.
Oh,
Wow.
you
Yeah,
know,
he got 100
that-
points
you
in 12
add
less
his
games.
time up, and that could equal 12 games. Come on.
No, not exactly. That ain't how we're doing math here today. Don't make me get the whiteboard. I will. Because I think, I could be mistaken, I think McKinnon got to 100 points in like 60-ish games, which is really good. That was very impressive.
In fairness, he let Ben have some points too. You know, I mean, you can even admit nobody expected Ben to get what he got, so he had to share.
Do not question the Renaissance. Do not question it. I thought he was dead, Bobby. I thought he was dead. And this year he's like, he was adequate. He scored like 33 goals and like 70, I think it was like 77 points. Like, I thought you were dead.
No, that's okay.
All right, that's not bad.
It's hanging in there.
All right. Hey, listen, my collection, I got a gigantic box full of really nice Jamie Benn cards. It's up at least like 0.1%. At least. It might be like $1.50 now for the whole box. At least $1.50.
Weird things happen.
I know, right? Late career resurgence. So our father was not Kent Hughes. Their father was former Bruins coach Jim Hughes.
You just
All
need
right, I'll
another
let you-
couple pandemics and you're rocking.
There you go, exactly. Hey, listen, he was on track to be the worst ever Art Ross winner of all time. So just the fact he had a decent season at this way, like, I'll take it. Well done. So let me quickly, I wanted to kind of share this a little bit earlier tonight. Like, speaking of things, I actually got this package in the mail. And
Predators tied it up.
was that? Oh, the Predators?
Predators tied it up.
This one will be a good one for folks who remember early 2000s hockey. So we'll test you here a little bit, Bougie. So 2003-4 is one, and if Josh is still around, this will be a good one for him if he didn't catch it. Pacific was at the tail end of its run. I think they still had a little bit of time left, but there's a set called Pacific Supreme. And Pacific Supreme, in the set, I think it was the high numbers, you had the rookie autographs. And obviously in the long run, most of the players didn't really pan out, but a couple of them had a cup of coffee, a time period. I got a lot of them. It was supposed to be 12. There's actually 10 here. They missed 2 of them, but they got the important ones, so that's fine. I'll allow it. So I was just picking it up, and I'll share what I got. So this is Jeffrey Lupel. So all their rookie autographs numbered 375. So a lot of these players, obviously, some of them had moments, cup of coffee. A lot of them didn't pan out, but I remember a lot of these guys, a lot of these names. Yuri Hudler. So he had a little bit of time there. This is one that I mentioned, Josh. Nathan Horton. I think that's one of his guys.
Oh yeah, Josh, big Horton fan.
By the way, I love that a lot of these ones, these are all like the photo shoot pictures.
They're like,
But-
the static picture.
Yeah,
or something
they're
like
all
that.
they're all on card autograph though. So like number 375
Yeah.
on card autograph. So
Still
decent
good.
stuff. Dustin Brown actually got a picture in action. So
Oh,
not everybody
nice.
got the ones.
Well,
I don't know if anybody remembers this one. Christopher Higgins.
Hmm.
He was one of those players there. Montreal Canadiens had a lot of hopes for a lot of these players. This one's for name Jordan Tutu.
There you go.
The 2-2 train. There you go. Nice card. Those are fun. You got Antoine Vermette. Ottawa.
No, I don't remember him at all.
Vaguely. I remember him a little bit, just because it was a time where I was buying a lot of these cards and packs. Joni, let me see if I get this right.
Loves Chuck.
Joni Pitkinen for Philadelphia. So here's the thin pen on this one, and it got an action shot, so, fair enough, whatever. We got Peter Sejna from the Blues. Don't remember him, really. But the prize piece is your Marc-Andre Fleury.
There you go.
So we got that one.
Very
So the
nice.
lot, I ended up getting the lot for the equivalent of 120 Canadian. The Fleury oftentimes goes for more than that. So I was able to get the whole lot for that. So I was like, so I'm going to
Less
go
than
take...
a Chara. Less than a
Yeah,
Chara.
less than a Chara. That's right.
Yeah.
For less than a price of a Chara autograph, I got the whole lot. Like I said, a
they're
couple
all
of these
in-
guys,
And they're all signed.
they're all signed. They're all on card autographs, all signed, all numbered to 375.
Nice.
Yeah, but the Fleury is the prize piece. I got to take a closer look and see basically what happened there. If any of these look good, I might send them in, at least the better names. But the Fleury is the key one that I'm going to keep an eye out on. But good deal. I saw it. I was like, I'm not even in the market, but I was like, I accept your terms. If you insist, fine, I guess. Yep, we got the Fleury in there. So that's the important piece. As long as I got the Fleury, that was the reason I bought the lot. The rest of it is bonus as far as I'm concerned, because I can put the other stuff in ComC if it doesn't fit. I was like, okay, that's pretty sweet. I like it. It is still possible to get lots out there, although I will say on eBay it's gotten slim pickings these days. Like it's tough sometimes to find a lot of this stuff because it's like, all right, well,
Well,
that's why you gotta.
would you like to see what Hockey Barn tricked me into purchasing?
Yes.
I don't know how he does this to me, but he tricked me yet again, and I picked up this custom card from him. Yeah,
Oh, that's nice.
yeah, it is nice. See, there you go.
Oh, now it's sideways.
So it's a nice picture. It's a nice red auto. So there's nothing on the back. It's a custom card, and I think I got it for a really good price. So pretty happy with it. But he keeps tricking me into buying these things. Yes, he has some kind of sorcery over me.
It happens.
He messages you and says, "Do it," and you're like,
I-
"But do it,
It
do
does.
it."
Do it.
I
Do
say
it.
no.
do it."
I'm not buying from you anymore. And he goes, yeah, you are. And I go,
And he replies back, "You have no free will," and you're like, "He's making a valid point."
that's true.
Mhm.
Tricks me constantly.
Mm-hmm. It is a bit of a problem. Lack of free will is an issue, I would say.
Yeah. Blow the dust off your wallet and pay the man.
Yep. Facts, sir. Facts. But yeah, I think kind of talking about what we discussed earlier, I'm going to be very curious to see, being that it's a spring one and being that it's a little bit quieter, I might do something I normally don't do. I might go around and look at a couple of the bargain boxes and just see what's in there and kind of flip through and be like, all right, let's take a look.
Grab
I got
a
a little
chair.
time. Yeah, I might take a look a little bit because I've been enjoying. I've honestly been enjoying listing stuff on eBay. Just like I said, that lot was a really good. I thought that was a really good deal. And when I got it in today, I was like, oh, let me take a look. I want to look through the stuff. So potentially it's pretty good, and that'll fund other purchases of other stuff. So I was like, all right. After all these years, I guess I'll try to have a self-sustaining hobby. How boring, awful, trash. I thought the point was to throw money in a fire.
Yeah.
That's how you hobby properly. Just terrible. Magic wand. That's right, Dave. Good evening.
So are you getting into tons of breaks? Because I heard that's the way to hobby properly.
I thought about it. Unfortunately, all my cortexes work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the whole whiteboard thing. I did the maths, and I thought I had better chances at the roulette wheel. So I'm trying to earn my way to Vegas so I can use the roulette wheel because I figure my chances are better.
Yeah.
It's almost 50-50.
Yeah.
It is. It's almost 50-50. I'm surprised Eric, who doesn't buy new cards, buys pretend made up cards. I know.
Yeah.
Hashtag facts.
Hey, a Cordy auto is a Cordy auto. I don't care how it's made, who makes it, whatever. I can, just from where I'm sitting, I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You can do 10.
I was
There
gonna
we
say, it's like he's run out of fingers.
No.
Fingers and thumbs. He
I
goes,
got 10.
what comes after 9? What comes after 9?
I don't know.
Just from where I'm sitting, I think I can see 10 Gordy autos. Just from where I'm sitting, I think.
So in other words, you exhausted all of the fingers and thumbs. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll take my shoes off and find the others.
What I hear is he signed too much.
Yeah. Overproduced.
Well,
I don't even know that I have 10 Jason Robertson autos.
Well,
You have
well,
aid.
Robinson is.
Well,
gets
I think you got the
Mr.
PMG
Hockey.
auto, and then the Future Watch, and then the Cup one.
Stop trying to count. There's some that I really haven't shown.
mhm.
Do you even get to 10 though?
I think probably, yeah. I
Yeah,
have
Gordie
a
Howe's,
few-
Gordie Howe's, he did sign a lot, but
Well, most of the Canadian
Gordie
players.
Howe, you know,
Most of the
he-
Canadian players signed a lot.
Mr. Hockey,
That's right.
that just shows their generosity. I think at the peak, even Gordie Howe was only $125 for an autograph.
Well, that's when that bobblehead thing was.
It was cheaper. It was only $79.
No, sorry, 75. It was 75. It was for whatever reason, it wasn't like the 9 thing that they do now. I think it was 75 for you bought the bobblehead for 75 and you got it autographed. I think that was the deal.
And I got my picture with them too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that the metal one, I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some stashed away that I don't.
But it doesn't matter. It's Gordie Howe. You know, you got one of the top players of all time. So
That's right. Plus, I have other Howe stuff on my desk.
what's that? Oh, it's a
Last
shiny
one of
reprint
that.
of 54. Okay.
Yep. I got that sitting here. I got the greatest Gordie Howe card of all time sitting right over here. This one's actually real.
63 Parkers.
Best Gordie Howe
Why
card.
do you keep it in that holder?
Because it's been in there for a long time and it's beat up. You can see the creases and stuff.
In other words,
And
you're not convinced it'll actually come out of that holder alive.
I don't
Yeah.
know, but it sits on my desk nice because it's so thick and it's been in there for 20 something years and it sits on my
I
desk.
would leave it.
Yeah.
At this point, you might as well. Yeah, at this point, you might as well.
Yeah, it's
I'd
probably,
probably
gonna
tear the
peel
color
apart.
off.
But,
I'll be honest. What's kind of funny is that
I
a lot of
absolutely
this.
love this. Best Howe card out there.
I think it's a good card.
I don't
think
think,
a lot-
so. I don't
a
think
lo-
the American flag suits him because really he's Canadian, right?
But his team was from the United States,
Ah,
Bobby.
team,
You know
yeah,
that.
well, yeah.
It's Detroit. Does that even count, really?
No, it doesn't. You know?
I've been by the ruins of Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you got that right.
There's
That was my favorite thing when I went with a buddy of mine years ago. We went to go. I wanted to go to a Packers game, so we took a bus down, and they were playing the Packers at Ford Field. So we went over and everything. But we went to the hotel and everything, hung out, watched a lot of the college games because if you go down on Saturday, you can watch a ton of the college games. Fantastic. So if you want to have just a sports weekend, really great way to do it. But then in the morning, morning, basically we go over because we're going to have a little tailgate thing because they had already a nice little spread. As part of the deal, they got us some club seats. And in the club seats, you had the eating area. And what happened is you had all the food and drink you can have before the game. And they would give you like 2 hours. So you can hang out for 2 hours and drink whatever you want, eat whatever you want. It's all provided. It's all included as part of the deal. Really, it was a good tour. It was really good. But then in order to get there, we're walking from the hotel. It wasn't far. It was like a 5-10 minute walk. But in the course of it, you're walking by the ruins in Detroit. So you literally got like a burnt out building that's like about to fall apart. It's like, the ruins of Detroit. Wonderful. Splendid. And it was a lot of fun. What was
I've
that?
told the story before that years ago.
You lit a blaze part of Detroit?
I tried. The Lions play Thanksgiving Day in
They do?
Detroit every year.
That's
Part of NFL tradition. And there was one year in particular years ago that the Detroit police told NFL fans, "Do not come here. We cannot protect you." That's how bad it has gotten.
Well, that's every day now. So
This was years ago. It was like a decade ago.
oh,
That the police chief came out and said, "Don't come here. We can't protect you. Don't come." Which is not what the NFL wanted to hear, obviously.
no.
Well, I decided to take a very novel approach to it. So we were there. We watched the game. And there were a couple of Detroit fans over there, and they were getting boisterous. They were being loud. And did I mention earlier that I like incurring the wrath of people, and I kind of like pissing people off? I might have mentioned that. Might have mentioned that a little bit.
That was
So anyway, he's being nonsensical, and I'm enjoying it because I'm sitting there like, it's the Lions, and Matthew Stafford was there, and he started suddenly just throwing a completely misfiring, and I was just laughing. It's like, oh man, he hit that sideline, man. He hit that sideline like whoo. He hit that sideline in stride. Totally got it. It was amazing. And then after a while, he just started kind of going. And I was like, hey, look at the upside. He's like, not only are they going to lose, after your team loses, you still live in Detroit. I get to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I try to be helpful. Try to be helpful as much as I can, man.
Although you drive fast through Windsor, you're okay after that.
There you go. Exactly. That's right. That's right. It was fun. I enjoyed it. It was a good time, and I think the overall package, because the ride down and everything, the whole piece, it was a really good one. It's a shame. I would have loved to have gone to more of those because they organized them really well. They actually did a really good job with that tour. Ended up buying 2 Gretzky in Actions, 81 and 82. I like it.
Yeah, Mike and I were talking about that recently.
The 81 and 82 in actions, nice.
And we both agree this is the best looking Gretzky card, from playing days. This is our favorite. This is my absolute favorite Gretzky card. He agrees. People obviously may have difference of opinion, but this is my favorite one.
Right.
It's okay. So long.
Yeah, and Mike agrees also. So
Yep.
it sounds like you picked up a couple of more.
Yeah. So I'm just reading through here. It says, Eric, do you see my pick a video? Bought a How Otter for $5.
I have sight unseen. I will buy it from you for 10.
Look at you, big spender.
Double down.
That sounds to me like a man who can afford more for the like button.
That is not true. I didn't say
You literally offered the man's money. You said, "Oh, you bought it for $5 on sight unseen 10. I'm a big spender. Look at me."
Mm-hmm.
If only How had a kaboom. True.
All right,
Yeah.
listen, right there, average Joe. You shut your filthy mouth.
Yeah, I thought your
Wow.
Kaboom was the nicest Gretzky card you've seen.
I was gonna say. That's right.
Yeah. Show us the green.
Downtown Detroit has come a long way, much better than it was 15 years ago. It wasn't
why I
15 years
said-
ago. It wasn't
Not-
15 because it was I want to say what year was it? It was 10. So you're saying it was better than it was 10 years ago because it would have been about 10. I think
And
right
I
around 10.
said that when the police told people that for the Thanksgiving Day game, it was like a decade ago, or maybe a few more than that. But it wasn't like a week ago. It was a decade or so ago.
Yes. Detroit was also the site of so this was a different trip when my buddies and I went down to go to a Red Wings game. We went down to when it was still Joe Louis Arena. So this was still some time ago. So we went to go visit Joe Louis Arena, go to the game, and I think we had some time in between, and we decided to go. I want to say it was the MGM. They had one of the casinos there. It was one of the branded casinos. Might have been the most depressing casino I've ever visited. But to be clear, beautiful building, beautiful setup, everything's brand new. Like because this was a new one. They had freshly renovated, built it out, and everything, and it was beautiful and everything. And I go, if I just pick this up and drop it in Vegas, it would have looked perfectly fine. But like the people there were like the most depressed, and even the people that were sitting there, like even the playing slot machines and everything, I was like, all right, this is devoid of life. Like it was just I was like, okay, this is totally ruining my vibe, man. I don't even want to gamble here. At least the restaurant and the food was good. I'll say the restaurant and the food was good. Good service, but extremely depressing. And in a casino, it's like, I don't think you want depressing to be the vibe you're getting in the room when you're in the casino. But all right then, sounds good. Good to know. Let's get back at just the right time. There you go. Exactly. No doubt. So let me scroll through here.
Bob, knock it off.
What you can't tell is he was extremely excited when you mentioned that. He was enthused.
No, we don't joke like that here.
And yet we do.
No.
So, Mr. Bobbles, just a question for you. So, first of all, how are things? You're out there, dealing with your crippling addiction to money. So that's been going. How's that going for you? It's going all right?
Your voice is back.
Yeah, my voice is back. I'm feeling much better. A
Mrs.
little
Bobbles
tired,
must
but
love that.
much better.
Good.
What's that?
Said Mrs. Bobbles must love that. Like
Yeah,
your voice
actually,
is
she
back.
does. I'm feeling better, and she had a rough night last night because she's on a medication, and they keep upping the dose of it. And every time she goes to the next dose, it messes with her pretty bad. So neither one of us slept a lot last night, but other than that, everything is going well. Go out and run around tomorrow and see if we have any luck tomorrow too. So
Nice. That's fair.
Very good.
yeah, it's all fun.
Sean here. Good.
Yes, I shared with Sean and JJ. I had a very busy week for the first 3 days of the week. I kept making a trip about an hour away because I kept finding vintage hats, and that's not something you come across every day. So until the well ran dry, I kept going and checking. So
Vintage ball caps.
yeah, believe it or not, that Raiders hat that everybody was telling me just sell it. Yeah, I got $320 for that. So
We saw some of those
hats.
Kings go for like $1,600. I don't know what's going on.
mhm.
It's a certain year, certain style.
Yeah, part of it is the logos, certain designs, certain logos that people
Yep.
go and look after. Because a lot of that stuff got worn down and destroyed. Because if the hats got worn legitimately, they become ratty pretty quickly, a lot of them.
Yeah, there's so many vintage hats around. A lot of the trucker hats are still around.
There are, yeah.
A whole
But-
bunch. Just all the time, I keep coming across them. So
Yeah,
That
Michael
all
Hughes.
that old stuff is coming back though. Like it's just
Bob,
like everything
Bobby has
else.
built
It
an
has
entire
a
career on
cycle.
this premise. Yes, it's like the old stuff you say. Yes. Uh-huh.
how old?
Well, it's all relative. Once you get generational, to some folks, if they're looking for a specific thing, they'll look for a certain era because it's a generation. It's a cycle.
Yeah. It's the '90s stuff that's really the early '90s stuff is really doing well.
Yeah. Because
Early
right
mid.
now, right now
30
it's
years.
yeah. You have to look at the generation that's looking at it. Right. The folks for the '90s were in their teens or just shy of that in in the early '90s. So you add in
Mhm.
about 30 years, give or take, and now
Yep.
they're in their 40s.
Yep.
So now they're like, oh, I want nostalgically this thing. So the '90s happens to fall right in that time zone, right in that time period.
Yeah, and hats were very popular, opposed to
Yes.
back in the '70s or '80s. It wasn't a big popular thing, but the '90s was the ball
The
caps and
old,
everybody and all that.
Go ahead.
Jump
The
around.
old single stitch T-shirts are also very popular.
Single
the-
stitch.
There's a lot of
Yep,
clothing
single
ones.
stitch T-shirts.
Babos, you've seen some of the. I sent you links to some of the folks that do a lot of the thrifting. A lot of them that
Yeah.
do like it's different clothing articles. It's certain brands, certain styles, certain thing, and it's like you would think like, oh, who cares? You got it at Goodwill for $1, then you go sell it for $30. It's like why? Because people are looking for that thing. They want
That's exactly
that one.
right. And kids don't want to cut grass anymore or shovel driveways. They go to Goodwill and find a dollar jersey.
Now Goodwill is some of the Goodwills have kind of caught up with that. It goes back to what
Oh.
it's good about. Goes back to what I said earlier about that example with that lot. That lot was labeled, I would argue, incorrectly. Not like a crazy amount, but it was too generic. Like I'll find what the labeling was, but it was a bit generic. And when I saw it, so they just put Pacific Supreme. I'll tell you what it said. It said Pacific Supreme Auto Rookies number 375. They didn't say numbered to 375. And they said lot of 12. They put the names in there, but they didn't say anything else really. And they just showed the one card. But then you click on it and click through the pictures, and the rest of the cards are shown. So I clicked on it. It was at 75 US. It was open auction, and it got there, and it only ended up with one bid, mine. And I was like,
Thank you.
okay, thanks.
Ship my cards.
Yeah, and the seller was in Canada, so I was like,
Oh, perfect.
ship it over. So shipping was cheaper too. So I was like, great, good to know. I had some PayPal left over too, so I was like, all right then, great. I'm off sourcing tomorrow at a giant yearly free market. Hopefully lots to sell, Eric. Absolutely, no doubt. But the point that I'm making is that it is still possible, but now you almost have to look for when somebody makes a mistake. Because it used to be there were lots like that all the time. Like, I'll give you guys a good example. And I think some of you know her for this person, but I'll quickly touch on it. Ralph Lauren's hat sell won't even in garbage condition. Yep, that's it. I do have a crippling addiction to money, especially Eric's greenbacks. He's going to put my youngest through college. No doubt. No doubt.
I'm not. No, I'm.
It's like
Mark
having
my
two
words.
kids, Eric.
Mark my words. I am not buying another thing from Hockey Bond Collectibles. I'm done. I am absolutely done, and no one else should buy from him either. Just no more.
Mm.
Mark my words. No more.
Mm. Is that where you're going with today?
We believe you.
We really don't. No one does. Sadly, no one does.
No more.
You're making money from trinkets, are you?
Mm.
Interesting.
Yep. The
It's
thing
not
was-
even that the opportunity that it's the knowledge part too is another thing.
No, for
if
sure.
you know the right hat, if you know the right, that's it.
that applies for that. It applies for the other thing that we're talking about, that example. As soon as I saw the picture, I knew what it was. I knew the year, I knew the brand, and I knew what those were. And as soon as I saw them, I'm like, no, this is cheap. Like, yes, I will take this. Good, thank you.
On holiday weekends is a good time to buy.
I think though, I remember
Easter.
the example I was going to use was, I think some of you may be familiar with him. It's Hit 'em High Sports Cards. He buys a lot of lots. I've talked about a lot of these things before. Now, to his credit, he does the legwork. So, like, I respect it. But it's one of those things where, like, a lot of times I'll sit there, though, and he'll explain these things, these lots. And he bought a lot that I think he paid $14,000 for. I think that's the number that was floating out there that he talked about. But then he starts going through it. It's like, Gretzky autograph, Gretzky autograph, Gretzky autograph, this thing, and a bunch of regular, good inserts that I know are really good from the 90s and from different periods of time. I'm like, you could sell like a third of this thing or like a quarter of it and get your 14,000 back. So like at the end of the day, the other person I guess agreed to it, but I'm sitting there like, if you accumulated all this stuff, it's not like you had to break your back to piecemeal this stuff. Like you could probably made your 14,000 selling one row of one of the boxes. So I'm like, okay, so how much value is really there? So when he goes to Expo, he's gonna have this gigantic boxes worth of stuff, and he'll sell this one for 100. He'll sell this one for 200. He'll sell this one for before he'll get clear through the 14,000 in like 2 hours if people come by and pick through the boxes. Like full value to him because not everybody has $14,000 to put in. So, some folks like, and they're not willing to do the legwork to go look and check because for a find like that, how many of them are 1991 Donruss? And you just go through a stack of those, and it's like, yeah, it's not even worth it by the pound. It's not worth $14, let alone 14,000.
Well, like you said,
That's
you can start
where-
looking through some boxes now at the expo, Carlos, and you know everybody was doing that before, and now they kind of stopped.
Yeah.
Maybe you got something.
I try to time it, Bobby, because honestly, there was a long time where everybody and their brother was doing it. It's like, that's specifically when I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in fighting and elbowing people left, right, and center to do that nonsense.
That's
So,
my chair.
yeah,
It's
like,
a musical
it's
chair.
not worth it. However, if people are going to chill on that a little bit, because right now eBay has dried up in that for a lot of years, collections and bulk lots on eBay, you could do extremely well with that.
Oh, yeah.
Extremely well. A lot of people got cute. They started either pricing it too high, overestimating what. That's the Goodwill point that I was making. Is that now Goodwill will get something? It's like, hey, wait, that looks old. Put $50 on it. It's like you don't even know what it is. You're just
Well,
guessing.
they do online. They do online now too. They have
Yeah.
online auctions. So
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff not even hitting store shelves.
No, I went
So-
through Salvation Army here, and honestly, they've, even things that are like $5 you can get at a show, they have $7.99 on plus tax. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, come on, guys, you gotta, anything that has hockey or any sport, like watch out. It's in behind the counter where they price it accordingly. It's just like, God damn. I'm just waiting for them to find the rare thing that they can't look up. That's when I come in. Promise, like the cat.
That's right. So U.S. Hockey Cards here says evening all had good success last week in a card show. Picked up 4 monster row boxes for eBay inventory. Deals out there by me in New York, especially in the low end. Very fair. If you're willing to do the legwork, that's 100% true. Got some nice Wayne Cashman rookies coming soon to eBay. Eric, how much for that box? Bulk lots and collectors from Facebook Marketplace can be winners. Yeah, Bobby's a big advocate of the Facebook Marketplace. He had done well in that in the past. I don't know. Is that still good for you, Bobby? Is that still Facebook Marketplace still working?
It's been a balance of a few different things. Less so there. I think a lot of people caught on, but more so in other venues, but not so much eBay. But actually, I did score something really good. It was a Dave Keon towel from 1971. So the guy has a picture, and normally if somebody's standing over the shot where the light's behind them, it'll shadow, so it'll look like dirt. But you can recognize the shadow. But this one was yellow. This big yellow stain running up both sides of the towel. It's a big long towel, and I went, okay. So he had a reasonable price for what it was. I figured, okay, because it's a $400 towel. So I said, okay, all right. And then so I ended up calling him because he had a few other things. And then I bought a few other things after I found out. He goes, no, there's no staining on it whatsoever. And I said, oh. I said, it must have been. He goes, yeah, I have some sunlight coming through the. I said, holy crap. So there's no yellow stains. It's perfect condition. So anyways, you can get deals especially if you talk to people. I think the communication part is you get a lot of context lost when you're texting back and forth or emailing. So It's always good to give somebody a call.
Yeah, for sure. I'll use a good example because years ago, and I think I've given the story, but I'll give it quickly. Years ago, my dad used to, one of the things he enjoyed doing, because he loves going to the Salvation Army and the thrift stores and whatever. He just likes going puttering around. But my younger brother would send him on missions because he's a big video game guy. So he knows his video game stuff very well. So what would happen is he'd give him a little bit of an idea, at least, if you see XYZ or you see this name, just, let me know. Give me a call or whatever, just so you could double check. So my dad would call him. And from time to time, he would come across something at the Salvation Army or the thrift store or whatever, and he would go and he would let him know. And there were a couple of different times he found some really good stuff. Again, before, the Goodwill store got kind of cute and they started doing all kinds of stuff. But there was this period of time where people would drop off really interesting stuff and he would pick it up because he knew what he was looking for. But my dad would call to double check, grab it and put it on his card just to make sure he had it, and then double check and go it. One of the favorite ones, because I had heard of it when he got it, and I just started laughing. Oh, really? It's like, so it was sitting in the thrift store. So this is Earthbound. So this was a Super Nintendo game, and very popular, extremely. That is $850. That's just for the box. That's
Really?
only the box.
The game's not in it.
The game's not in it.
Oh, people.
No, the ones with the completing game, the completing box is upwards of 2,000 plus now. This is just the box, just the box.
If you just know a little bit more than the next guy.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, at the time, the one he had was the box, the manual, the cartridge, the things
Oh.
inside the box. He had the complete kit, and I think he bought it from the thrift store for $20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he sold it before the apex of the market, but I think he got like $1,000 for it. So like, you spend 20, sell it for 1,000 before the apex of the market. 50x. I guess that's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but yeah.
No, but the thing
And
is,
if you-
but he would constantly find $20 or $30 games for $1.
Oh yeah.
So what would happen is, so he built a whole collection. But then after a while, he goes, well, I don't need all this stuff. So he would go and offload a bunch of it and collect the proceeds, because he had gotten a lot of he had done well enough for a relatively small amount of money. He had built a great collection, got to keep the pieces he wanted, and the rest of them were offloaded, and he came out ahead well into the black.
Yeah, there's actually professionals that kind of go around, and when they come out of those two doors, when they bring new stuff out on a cart, those guys are like on it, because they've already. It's almost like they have it. It's like a job for them, and they just sit there and they just keep going at it. And every time they come out, it's like, man, give them a little respect. Let them put them on the shelf or something, And as soon as they're on the shelf, then you're like,
Yep. I like this one before Macklemore ruined it for everybody. Look at you. I like the reference. I like what you did. But I think I talked about it a couple of weeks ago. I gave a really silly. Unfortunately, the easy. Now you really have to work a lot harder. It's still possible, but now you got to work a little bit harder, or have built up a network of people that you talk to who can, lead you in the right direction. But I made a joke where I said there were some folks. I'm watching a lot of the kids doing their vlogs and whatever. Again, I use the example of that kid who bought that card for like $3,000 and sold it for like $3,200. And he goes, oh, but I just turned to him and say, but you spent $3,000 to make $200. That ROI is atrocious. Like, that's terrible. Like, $200, I get it, but like, you didn't need to spend $3,000 to make $200. That's a lot of risk for a relatively small reward.
yeah, it's a lot of
You
money.
have to absolutely know you can move that
Yeah.
for 3,200. Like, it's an
Yes.
absolute 100% guarantee. You cannot risk that kind of money.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, whatever. I understand it was profitable, but like, it seems like too much work for that, and you putting up that risk. I made the joke that I bought a lot of cards that was for me. It was for my personal collection. I just wanted it for myself. So I went and did it, and they shipped the stuff over, and they threw in a couple of cards. So I bought some wrestling cards for the PC, but they threw in a couple of the numbered ones from that from the newer AEW product, and they just threw them in. They were toss-ins. They were free. I got them in, and I decided to keep them, because Ship My Cards will remove the cards for a fee just to drop the price down on the fee. But I was like, no, send them over. I sold the 2 cards for $20. Those are the toss-ins. The lot was 10. So I kept the cards and I sold the other cards for 20. I got more money for the toss-ins than the cards that I bought. But I was like, yeah, send it over. I'll keep the toss-ins. Don't worry about it. 1,000% serious about the Macklemore thing. I believe that.
Is it a problem that I've never heard of Macklemore, and
Oh,
B,
really?
I have no idea what song he's referring to? Is that a problem?
well, it's not like
Oh,
Macklemore
you got
had
a lot of
songs.
You got a lot of problems.
Okay.
I think Macklemore had only 2 good songs. So, and that you don't know him, and I'm older than you, then that's a problem.
I was going to say, that might be the bigger issue right there.
I have no idea. I'll have to do some research because I don't have a clue.
Hockey Barn hits it right on the
You
head.
might want to try looking up Macklemore thrift shop.
yeah.
Okay.
That might be a hint. That might be a hint in the direction we're going here.
I'll try to. I'll
I
try to.
think that was,
Hockey Barn.
that was his biggest song. I think there was another
It
one.
did very well. It did very well for him. Absolutely.
I don't-
I've been hitting yard sales since 2001. Knowledge is power, and the early bird gets the worm. That is true. If they're setting up with their open, always ask about items they're looking for. I'll actually give you guys a recommendation. I'll give you guys a good one. I gave Bobbles a recommendation to one of the thrift guys, but this isn't a thrift person necessarily, but somebody that did apply the concept. And there's a lot of examples we could give you, but I'll see if I can find the YouTube channel and I'll give it to you guys.
Thrifter grifter.
But it was there were a lot of folks that used to do a lot of stuff on YouTube where they would also chronicle and vlog it, and that was a little side thing you could do. Also, they gave you a little bit of an extra on top of the fact you'd be doing it.
That was a few years ago, and I think that's dropped off since.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. It used to be a bigger thing, but there's some folks that still obviously do well on it, so they hang around and do it.
I'm trying to make as much money as I can because once the app comes out, it's over.
It is true. Once you've got all that bougie Eric money, it's the end of
Yeah.
it.
And I'll have 11 Gordie Howe autographs.
I, you know, and again, I had no clue, but I guess I was surprised to find out we're dealing with a white kid from
A rap
from
star.
Seattle.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I just, I don't know.
You
I
should
had a
listen to the
different,
song.
I had
It's
a
pretty
different
good.
picture in my head.
This song is pretty good. He kind of like flash in the pan, in and out.
His real name is Benjamin, by the way. Not
Yeah, it's a weird. He's simple. What's his last name? It's a real funny one. It's like,
I don't remember.
Well, yours is bougie.
Yeah.
It's true. That's right. So, like, who are you to criticize, my man? All right, I found it. So this is CJR. So I'll give you a quick background. So he actually, years ago, would go out and do garage sales for video games. And the thing is, if somebody goes and checks out the channel, go watch some of the old videos. He used to do a lot of garage sale videos where he'd go to the garage sale, buy video games. That was his focus, video games. So he's over in the Kitchener area, Kitchener-Waterloo. And as it turns out, that was a hotbed for a lot of vintage video games. A lot of the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, even some of the other more obscure systems. He built an entire game room there. All the games that are in there were picked up at garage sales. Basically, everything that's behind him was all garage sales, and he would buy stuff, buy lots, buy games, buy systems, sell stuff, use the proceeds to get more stuff, sell stuff, use the proceeds to get more stuff, and the entire everything he's built on that channel was built from that. So he spent years doing that.
I think I was going to garage sales in the 80s.
Yeah. So it's one of those ones, and a lot of it was maybe about 7 or 8 years ago was a big prime time because they also would run a lot of retro video game swaps. I visited a bunch of them. I actually met him and his kids when they were out at one of those ones, and we chatted for a little bit. But like he had built up a whole channel. He's got 92,000 subscribers. So as it is, he's still built up a pretty good following, so he can still kind of do his stuff. He still makes videos. Obviously, it's a lot quieter than back in the. But his last video was 2 months ago and got almost 10,000 views. So it's not like it died off. He can still get some views, but he's not posting with the frequency that he once did, obviously.
Well, I think everybody's coming to that point where, where you start out with something and you're hot for, a few years and then it starts to die off.
I think it also is that he basically built up most of the systems and things that he was doing. So it's like he has, I found it here, 6,700 games and 100 plus consoles.
Amazing.
So it's like, how much more stuff do you need? And he also likes to play the games. So he's built the game room. So he's got the TVs and everything set up so he can play the games. It's like, well, if you're playing the games, he still likes going out garage sailing. But obviously, it's slim pickings compared to years ago. Now everybody and their brother has the apps and everything so they can look stuff up. It's not like before where you're the guy who knew everything and you could be like, yeah, I'll take that. How much you want for that? $10. I'll take the bid, sure. It's like, what is this? Nintendo. Hitting sales when they're setting up is wrong. There you go. Bob Jackson has a code that he lives by. My favorite artist of all time, Macklemore. Interesting. Eric seems more like Casey and the Sunshine Band kind of guy. There you go, Joel.
That's the way, I like it.
Vinnie Vincent Invasion guy, Bob Jackson says. Macklemore's part owner of the Kraken. Is that true? That'd be
Where
amazing.
did he get that kind of money? I never even heard of the guy.
He went to the thrift shop. I thought we covered this.
Made so much money he can
At
buy
the thrift shop.
Game.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby's gonna have big app money.
Well, first of all, this I'm done with this pretending Bobby has an app thing. It was a gag to mess with me. There is no real app. The whole thing was, hey, mess with Eric. Everyone got together. I was out of the joke. Ha, it's over. I'm done. I'm done.
I told you I couldn't push it to the fall, guys.
No, it's he's gonna. Then when the fall comes, he's gonna push it to the spring. Okay, it's just a way to continue to mess with me. There is no app. I'm
Upper
done.
Deck's allowed to do it. Why isn't Bobby?
Yeah.
That's right. Well, the thing is, what you're going to get though is when he does go into the fall, that's going to be the 2020 app. If you
Yes.
want the 2023 app, we're looking at 2026,
3 years.
2027, 2028.
Mhm.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah. There's the rookie app,
Mhm.
which is 2020, right?
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep.
So,
Get me, Paul? Absolutely. I think I know who you're talking about. It's the guy who has like the biggest video game collection. I think I know who you're referring to.
oh,
I
is
think
that the guy down in California?
No, this is Australia. I think it was the Last Gamer or something like that. I like that Baz has very strong feelings about this. CGR is the Jabs value in video game hunting. Ooh, strong words, sir. Strong words. I'm not a marriage counselor, so I don't care. I don't care if his wife divorced him. That's not my concern. I don't care. I'm merely pointing it out as somebody who went to a lot of garage sales. For me, if you go back to the old vlogs, you'll see that there was a lot of garage sailing, and he built a collection with it. Now, if it ruined his life and ruined his marriage, not my problem. I always love that everybody's so concerned about everybody's family life. It's like, whatever, man.
I keep track of my own, never mind someone else's.
Yeah, Last Gamer. That's the one. Yep. Does Eric have a June 1st, 2023 prediction? Ooh. Well, it was July. It was July 1st. He did it for Canada Day.
Yeah.
It's very Canadian of him. We appreciate it. Bought a 5-pack of original NES games last year. 3 are still factory sealed. Yeah, no doubt. There's a fun system. I love the Nintendo Entertainment System. It was a good system. A lot of fun games. Buddy Grant had some fun garage sales. Yep. Yeah, dude had addiction coupled with not having a house, grounded, or insurance. Yes. Well, he also kept the Last Gamer guy, the Australian guy, also kept building expansions, and his house kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I was like, dude, just enjoy what you have. You already got a gigantic collection. Chill out. Relax. He had a fever, and the addiction was get more games. Okay.
It happens.
Yep.
Get more cards.
Guess so. I have it in a video on my channel as well. There you go. I watch more garage sale and thrifter YouTube content than sports mobile content. It's entertaining. I enjoy some of it myself. I'm a fan of it. You gotta get your editing people on point, Bobbles. We need some more thrifting videos from you.
Need hat.
I know.
Hit up those bin sales, my man. We need you to go find. Well, the one that I sent you. One of the ones that I sent you. Actually, no, it's a different one. I'll send it to you later. They're actually doing house renovations with thrifting funds. So they bought a house and they're doing they're doing a little thing.
Tornado.
Yeah, exactly. So they're doing a little
Yeah.
thing in the corner where they're keeping track of the fund. They're actually trying. It's a challenge. They're actually trying to consistently turn over inventory, buy, sell, and then using the money to do like renovations in the house they bought.
Mhm.
So they're trying to pay through all the renovations through thrifting, which is actually
Yep.
a fun little challenge. Again, it's not my money. You do whatever you're going to do, but I'm enjoying watching it. It's kind of fun to observe.
I need to it's not an excuse. I need to order one of the little double battery docks and 2 more batteries because I have the GoPro, but I didn't realize how quick those damn things the batteries run out on.
Right.
And then the SD cards don't hold a lot of data on them either.
Mhm.
So she ordered a pack of new like SD cards, so I have multiples of those. But I need batteries because I tried charging it while I was driving.
Mhm.
That doesn't work. I
Right.
guess the USB port in the Jeep isn't enough to charge it or something. I don't know, but I need to get one of the little double charger docks with the 2 more batteries. So
Yeah. No, I think it's fair. I think I don't know if you saw one of the most recent episodes though. They went to one of those bin sales, and I might have misheard it, but I think they found live ammunition inside of a duffel bag in one of the
Wow.
bins. So literally, he was looking in a duffel
That's
bag
crazy.
and finding throw stuff through it, and apparently a couple of boxes of like 9mm ammunition or something. And I was like, "Yep, seems like what you want to find." It's like, yeah, it's like America. Go
I'm
to the
gonna
bin
tell
sale
you,
and buy your
so
ammo on the cheap.
I'm jealous of some of the people like him when I watch his videos. I'm jealous of them
Mhm.
because their bin places are like they look. This is crazy to say, but they look cleaner.
Sure.
Ours is not great at all. Like you walk in there and you're like, "Where the hell am I?"
Mhm.
But there is, if you're willing to hunt, there's a lot of good shit in there. So
Yeah,
very
apparently.
cheap at that. So
Apparently, yeah. All right, so here we go. This is a historic moment. Paul asking a serious question. Bubbles, this is a big moment, so I'm going to give this the gravitas that it deserves. Here we are. Anything you guys are looking for at Expo next week? We did talk about that a little bit, but I'll actually be a little bit more specific for this response. Yeah, a real question for once versus the usual trolls. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to give it the gravitas that it deserves here. It deserves a little bit of gravitas. So I'm going to be looking for the Medano stuff like always. I'll peer around and see if there are any of the wrestling cards. I wouldn't mind grabbing a couple. I am going to be a little bit more responsible for the budget because I just don't have as much of a budget. And I probably will look through some of the. I'm probably going to look through a couple of those bargain bins. I think that's what's going to happen for me. That's going to be one thing that it'll be kind of a fun way of also killing some of the time. But mostly it'll be chatting with folks anyway. But I'm gonna look for the usual stuff, see if there's something that catches my eye. But I'll be a lot pickier. Usually, if something's borderline, I probably won't get it. So that'll be kind of the approach I'll take to it.
Nothing wrong with slumming the spring show.
Yeah, I think it'll just be. I intend more than anything just to enjoy it. I kind of just want to enjoy the hanging out with the folks because I know a lot of the folks that'll be there. I think we'll have some time to hold court in the food court. I think there'll be some opportunities and some time to hold court in the food court. We'll spend some of the time there, and I'll spend a little bit of time going through some bins and stuff. I think that'll be fun. So, Bobby, we already kind of talked about it's going to be kind of just looking around, just seeing what's going on. Nothing particular that you have your eye out for, though.
Looking for rare.
Right.
Common stuff just is. Yeah.
There you go. Like this. If you're looking for it, I'd be looking for cards of Redacted. Yep. Last game I lost over 100 grand in pinball arcade machines from Lightning Strike. Yes, that sounds about right. He ended up selling the house after all this stuff got fried. I wouldn't blame him. Makes sense. Hockey Barn is a fan. Harry Tornado is a great channel. Yeah, I like it. I've been enjoying it.
Wait a minute. There is a channel named Harry Tornado.
That's the one that we talked about with
Him and
the
his
thing.
wife, yeah.
That was the one. That's the thrifting channel. It's the one where they're doing the house flipping thing.
He's one of the biggest ones.
He's actually there, and it's actually really well done. Like it's a good channel. They'll go into those bins. That's where he got the live ammo thing. That was the one we were talking about.
Yeah,
But it's called Harry Tornado.
I heard everything else and saw everything else except for that piece, obviously.
So now you should go subscribe to Harry Tornado.
Nope, because I still think you're just tricking me, and I will end up at a website that I shouldn't be on.
Well, we're still going to do that. We can do both those things.
No, I don't trust any.
Nothing prevents us from doing both those things.
I don't trust any of you.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the MLB recognized the 25th anniversary of the '98 summer home run chase between Sosa and McGuire? No, they will not. I wish they would, but they will not. Yep. Let's see. It's just pinballs alone were over 100K. Arcade's probably another 150. Yeah. He had a very expensive collection. The Storm took out his passion for video games, pinballs, and arcade. Well, had the Guinness Book of World Records of collection for a while. Yeah. Look, if you had a video game collection and stuff, and it got fried because you didn't ground it, for all the money you spent, you didn't take care of the equipment, and you got it all fried and basically destroyed. Yes, it would take the passion out of it for you, I think, a little bit.
I used to clean them all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it quite works as much for the arcade machines, though. The arcade machines, I don't think you're gonna have to get a blower. I don't think that's gonna help. People sell guns and ammo all the time. No, but we're talking about a bin sale, Michael Ham.
Yeah,
Like Bobbles, can you describe? Obviously, yours is experience a little bit different, but can you describe generally what is like these bin sales? What is this when you go there? What exactly is happening over there? And I'll be right back.
So basically, they have them. I can't speak on all of them, but the way mine is, they're just these blue plastic bins, and they're normally lined up in rows. They'll have a section for clothes, and it's just a ton of stuff just thrown in these bins, right? There'll be hard goods, which is like housewares, pots, pans. There could be TVs, microwave. You don't know what's in there. And the stuff's just thrown in there. A lot of it is broken and junk. But if you dig, sometimes there's good stuff. There's shoes in certain bins. There's toys. Like they'll have like 4 or 5 bins of toys. And then there's another one that's normally got like luggage, hats, ties, baggage, little bags and that sort of thing. But there's also very crazy people. Like what I normally like to do is when new bins bring out, everybody flocks to them and they'll just start throwing stuff.
Yeah.
So I try while they're doing their nonsense, I'll go to where no activity's going on and look through those because I'm not there to be getting hit by stuff and fighting people for things. That's one reason I like going there for hats because I realized it's not something people really look for, but it is something that if you find the older ones and certain designs and that sort of thing, you're paying by the pound. So a hat doesn't weigh anything. You can get a lot of hats for a little bit of money, and some of them are worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
So there's opportunity there, and that's why I like to go look. Plus, it's in the town I'm in, there's not a lot of places to go. And this isn't too far out of the way. It's probably like 45 minutes for me or so. So, um, once a week or so, go hit it up and see what I can find. But it can get crazy in there. So when he was talking about the ammo and stuff, um, it's not a place that ammo should have been in there.
No.
Yeah, who knows who could have got their hands a hold of it or what could have happened. So
That's cool.
I have
Yeah, we
never-
have bins too there where they have these big blue dump bins and they roll around, but they bring them out and then they load them on the shelves. So they don't sell the bins particularly. It's just what's in the bins go on the shelves. But then guys are coming out. As soon as they're coming out, they're walking with them and digging through it while they're sad.
yeah, this stuff is you get it right out of the bin. They don't put it on the shelf.
Yeah, that was I think that was the key differentiator, is that I was used to them bringing it on stuff, but in this case, literally people would come in, the bins would be in front of them because you got the GoPro, so you can actually see what's going on. They would literally just start picking through it, and whatever you could grab, I guess, is it like by the pound or is it by the item?
Yeah.
Or so
Most of it, if it's
Go
a bigger item, they'll just charge you like I bought a Ping golf bag, and they charged me $3 for it.
yeah,
But most of it is by the pound, and they just raised the prices. It was $1.69 a pound, so you can
But-
imagine
but imagine,
how
Bobby,
many hats.
talking about the clothes thing. Imagine hats. Imagine
Yep.
vintage T-shirts, like band shirts or something.
Yeah.
If the
Yeah.
shirt's in good condition, you start throwing them in your bag. How many pounds of shirts? How many shirts can you get in just a couple of pounds? And then even if these shirts are like $15, $20 shirts, you're getting
Yep.
it $1.69 a pound. The profit margins would be sensational. Like
Yep.
it'd be really good. Like
Well,
like
I found I haven't found any clothing, but when I was looking for hats, I came across a Burberry knit beanie. And if you're unfamiliar, Burberry is a very expensive designer brand. They're like almost $400 new for that stupid little beanie,
yep.
Macklemore
and it
must
didn't
have
weigh anything.
How do you think Macklemore got rich, Eric?
Yes.
So real quick, I'll read this one from Stuke here. Do you see much 1990 Fleer Canadian baseball says the Expo? I've definitely seen them in the past, but I don't go out of my way to look for them. Does nobody care? Most people don't care, but there's definitely some folks that have them. But it's been out there. I haven't gone out of my way to look for them, though, to be fair. I've
If
definitely
it's
seen
not
it in the past.
hockey, it shouldn't be there.
He's right. We should get rid of the hockey, but Bobby, I think we got to do that next. I have quite a few 1990 Fleer Canadian Star and Hall of Fame cards. There you go. If you go to a thrift store, check the shelves twice. Chances are you missed something the first time. True.
Yeah.
Check out my OnlyFans, Eric. There you go. Michael Ham's offering it. That's the one you want to go to. If you don't want to go to a Harry Tornado,
No.
see an open box of 1990 Flair Canadian. I used to actually see some, but not anymore. Is Tornado thing a joke? No, I'm afraid not. Bought them in Canadian retail 1990. Bargain boxes 1990s. Jonas Swagsway, yep. Goodwill bins are by weight usually. The rates vary quite a bit. Yes. Some places are 69 cents per pound. Ha ha ha.
Dang.
I see what you did there.
But anyway, fellas, I'm gonna call it a night. I want to go finish watching the Abs game and root on Nashville, and hopefully they can pull out a win and we can get the division. And then, like I said, we had a rough night because she's not feeling well with that medicine. So
No, it's all good.
Probably
It's all
gonna
good.
crash.
Appreciate you hopping on. Go back doing your thing. We'll chat a little later, and then we'll see.
Go
Oh,
Abs.
and by the way, we'll talk later, and you can let me know if there's anything you want me to keep an eye out for you at Expo.
all right, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
So we can definitely chat about that if there's anything, because I can at least keep.
If
an eye out
anybody's
for you.
wondering, I seen somebody, and I know it's probably a joke about what I'm looking for. I'm actually considering some Ottinger. I think he's way undervalued for his talent. So, but
Yep.
anyway, fellas, hope y'all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Sounds
you
good.
take
Take
it
her easy.
easy.
Have a good night, Bubbles. All right. Baz tried to get in a joke, but he waited too long. This one came in a little bit late. Best restore Bobbles' hand was picking up weapons, uniforms, and trinkets at the battlefield for free after the Civil War. You could have been collecting them during.
Yeah.
You're limiting him. He could have been grabbing it all along when it's in better condition. Come on, man.
Well, they kind of used to do that after the battles. They used to stroll through the fields and kind of rummage through all the bodies and take what they wanted. So
It was one of the 1860s best national sports, pillaging. LOL. True. But yes. No, it's kind of fun, though, kind of playing into what we were talking about, though, is that part of the reason it's fun content for me is that I can totally see why it would be profitable. But what it comes back to is what we talked about earlier and Bobby's experience in the past. Most of the most successful people who actually do it and are able to do it for a living, you have to be willing to do the legwork. It's that mundane, boring thing. Like, you can go to those bin sales, but that means you got to show up on time. You got to be there when the moment is right, and you got to make quick decisions, right? You got to be like, you can't just sit there and hesitate and spend 45 minutes scanning. You got to have a good sense of, you got to have the information in your head to know, actually, this is a good price for this. Grab it, and just take it and go, and then do the rest of the work. Ship the stuff out, list it, get it on all these platforms or formats, however you need to do it, and then sell the stuff, ship it out, rinse, repeat, and do it again.
Yeah, I used to go in early 2000s. I used to go to a lot of the farm auctions, where in a barn or something, and there was a cavalcade of whatever there. But every once in a while, you see something in the previews, and you go, oh, "Okay, let's go." And sure enough, you get it for $10, which it's worth a couple $100. So it's a great thing. Doesn't always have to be hockey either.
yes, it does.
No,
Ex-
you can
No,
make
no,
money
you're
on
wrong.
anything.
No, you're wrong. It's hockey.
All right.
Nice. I gotta call it a night. Hockey Barn, have a good evening. 5 hours to hit the road. We're waiting your multiple purchases over the weekend, Eric. Facts.
Ooh.
Nope, I'm done. I'm never buying from you again. Nope, you're dead to me.
Mm.
Stop
For now.
tricking me. Stop using your magic powers and tricking me into buying things.
For now.
Everyone's got to have a grift.
It happens, man.
You're his grift, so we're gonna call you Eric Grift.
Yeah, I don't know what he does. He has some kind of power over me.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Just terrible. Best wrist fine for me was the 1998 Yankees and Padres World Series Black Hats for $80 for the pair. Interesting. Bob always says he worked in a metal shop, the one that matches the machines to the Eiffel Tower. Timing wise, so you've got him in Paris, because I'm trying to remember, Eiffel Tower, wasn't that like the 1860s?
That's a long time. Yeah, it's more than 150 years old.
Because I'm just trying to think, it's like he might have him time traveling between the Eiffel Tower and the American Civil War at the same time.
Yeah,
If anyone could do it, Baubles can.
true.
It's true. Eiffel Tower, let's see if I got my timing. 1889 World's Fair. No, he's good. He had 20 years. He's good. All right. You win this round. I like the emojis.
See?
Nice.
It's black magic, man. I don't know how he does it. Tricks me all the time.
Yeah. So constructed from 1887 to 1889 as the centerpiece for the 1889 World's Fair.
Nice.
Baubles is our very own Forrest Gump. He was present in many historical places and times.
Only Forrest knows.
Good times. So, Bobby, just out of curiosity, obviously, since it is the spring one, I know obviously we talked about the dinners and all that. That's always part and parcel of the deal. So, at this point, do you have a lot of those already pre-planned, or is it something you're going to kind of play by ear as you go?
Well, I actually have a few different people I'm going to be have plans with. I did book Chop for Saturday, and I just did it yesterday. So I have 2 extra spots if you want to come, and Eric wants to come. Forget Eric.
Forget it.
If you want to come,
Yeah,
you're
for
more than welcome.
Saturday, I think that'd be good. I'll double check with my buddies. I'll try to set up something with them then on Friday, and then I think that'll work really well.
6:15 is the time.
Okay. No,
There's not a lot of people coming. It's actually, I think I booked for 6. We have 4 plus you 5, and just the regular the guys I hang out with.
Yeah. I'll reach out to my buddy early just to get him to kind of commit ahead of time so we know what we're doing, and then I think because I'm going to be there for Friday evening, and then Saturday evening, and then I'll pop into the show a little bit on Sunday as well. So that way I'll be the 3 days.
You're not coming Thursday?
No. I'm still in a temporary retirement, so I'm trying to control the budget a little bit. I'm trying not to buy the extra hotel day.
Well, you miss all the good stuff. Early bird misses the worm. So
yeah, but on the VIP night, I do a lot of. I basically do a lot of sitting around at the. A lot of sitting down holding court anyway. So it's not like
Gotcha.
honestly, it's very rare that I buy something on the Thursday. It's very rare. Usually,
Oh, I pull all my money on Thursday.
oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's a different issue entirely.
Most
Yeah.
of mine's
If you-
gone
if-
on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm buying stuff as they're still setting their tables up on Thursday.
Well, if you
Oh, yeah.
want, just
Hey,
if you
how
want,
much for that?
if you want, just send some money over. Pretend it's hockey bar and send money over, and we'll spend it for you.
I'm sure you'd be willing to do that, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's like 1986 Boston Red Sox World Series champions. Like, what is this? This is the shirt that they would have had they done it. We got it from the kids in Cambodia.
Go on the internet right now. You can find the pictures of it.
Like, they all exist.
Stitched.
They all exist. Every time there's always the alternate merchandise
I
for
have
the team that didn't win, and you can get
pictures.
the other one.
Yeah,
I've
and it's
actually-
single stitched. Bubbles like that one.
Absolutely. Don't lie, Eric. You want a 1986 Boston Red Sox World Series champions. You're like, Buckner!
I don't want to talk about it.
There's lots of Gordie Howe autographs too.
True. And some of them even signed by Gordy.
Even.
Some of them. No, not all of them, but some of them.
All right. Well, I want those ones.
All right.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
The more
But yeah.
you talk, the more I wonder if the one I bought off of you just wrote yourself.
Maybe.
I can neither confirm nor deny the rumor. This is
That's
what happens.
one of the 10 that I'm looking at is the one I got from you, and it's right over there.
But look at how immaculately it's reproduced.
You did a good job.
I really did. I thought it was my finest work.
You did do a good job. I give you credit.
I tried. Did you know Eiffel Tower got sold for scrapped as a con twice?
I did not know.
I think it's about time we do it thrice.
thrice times.
Thrice times.
Mhm.
Thrice times the charm, my friends. Josh, I feel like it's a perfect time to remind all the loyal watchers smash the like button. Thank you, Josh. Josh, I don't know if you saw it earlier. Did you see? Did you see that I got one of the cards from your homie? One of your homies here. I got the Nathan Thornton. Got it as part of a lot. I assume you already got that, but I just wanted to bring it up since I knew he was one of your guys. Got it as part of a lot here with the Marc Andre and the other guys. I'm going to take a closer look at them, but I'm very pleased with this lot. Just on the surface, quick scan, looks good. I have to see what came of it. I'll have to give this is the only thing, Bobby, that I don't like is that the way the post office does and the mail person does their stuff here is that they literally never knock. They'll never even make an attempt. They literally go straight to dropping the slip.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm literally here. You could not. I'll sign for the thing for you. Just hand it over. Like, let's go. And it's like, but nope. And then I have to sit and wait for the truck to make its rounds, go all the way around, and I have it on the app. So I was sitting there like, the weather's beautiful today. So at least I was like, okay, fine, I'll get a walk. But I have to wait. It's like, as soon as it appears on the scan, it means that they dropped it off and scanned it towards the end of the day. And then I waltz over and I go, here's the thing. At this point, I've been to the post office so much the last couple of weeks shipping off eBay stuff. The guy didn't even ask for the ID. I was literally holding it in my hand. He goes, I know who you are. He's like, can you sign for it? Take your stuff. Fine. Be that way. And that tells me I've been here too damn often recently. Macklemore was known to sign a lot of Gordie Howe and Bobby Ordos, no doubt. At the thrift shop.
Yes, come on, man.
Didn't he admit to being from Panama? Everybody admits to being from Panama.
Nobody wants to admit from being from
Yeah,
that.
I had to step out and just go back. Yeah, no worries.
You didn't have to come back.
Yeah, let me know, Josh. I don't know if I assume you already have that one, but it's a nice one. I got it as part of the lot. It was actually really good price. It was I thought it very fair, and it worked out nicely for me. And I'll just have to see what I do with it now. But no, I've been noticing.
I will buy it. I will buy it for $100, and then when it arrives, we will go live. We'll make sure Josh is in the chat, and I will cut it up into teeny tiny little pieces.
I will 100% sell it to you for $100, and you can do what the hell you want with it.
Or buy the piece.
Hell, I'll throw in one of the other ones for you if you want. You can have Yuri Hoodler. I don't care.
So what set is Tim in?
Oh, that's the 2023 Topps Big League.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I like to refer to him as Timmy Two Hats, please.
Or maybe you can get him to sign that for you, and there's the inscription.
I'm
He'll only charge you $100 for the
He
inscription.
doesn't sign rookie cards.
True.
I'm afraid what he's going to write on it. I can only imagine what he's going to write on it.
Well, the problem is when he's starting to write and you realize that he's writing on both sides. It's a very long and elaborate one question.
Mm-hmm.
As a freight broker, I can make jokes about shipping hazard material for my eBay packages. Facts. And just look, if he starts showing up enough that the post office guy starts knowing you by first name, might be a lot. Yeah.
It might be
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. No, it's the thing is, I try not. I basically will go over the last weeks. I will basically go over twice. I try to go over basically twice a week. So I'll pack up a couple packages, especially since the weather's been more agreeable. I'll be like, all right, let me waltz this over, and then I'll drop them off. Half of them already. I usually will get them scanned because I'll pre-buy the postage from eBay's thing. So all right, scan these, and then these ones are letter mail. These ones are also letter mail. But I also have to watch them because I'm paranoid with these guys because I've seen them screw this up before. I'm like, all right, I'm watching you. And I separated Canadian letter mail, American letter mail. Put the right one on it. Put the right postage on it. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, they know me pretty good where I am, so I've taught them well.
Yeah, but it's still one of those things. Like somebody will be so sloppy with something so simple. I'm like, and everything looks like it confuses the guy. I'm like, come on, just push the button on the thing. Jesus, just scan it and press the button. That's all you got to do. I can go on the other side and do it for you. Been here enough. I have extra copies I could sell at price of fax. I figured. I just thought I'd ask.
They had a new lady in there, and she was because there's about 3 or 4 that work there, and she goes, "Okay, so you want this express post?" I go, "No, it's just a regular." She goes, "Are you sure you don't want express post? It's much faster." I'm going, "Okay, where's Beth?" You know.
Yeah. You see boy just kind of leaning over the counter yelling, Beth!
Yeah, because she's the one who knows, and then this other girl knows too. So it's like, yeah, just leave him alone. Because I'm the guy standing in line going, no, you can do that cheaper. You don't have to send it that way. You can. They're like, shh.
Yeah.
Because they're told to upsell, right? Upsell
Yeah,
express post.
Well, that's where it's always kind of fun. Where it's like, look, I now the guy doesn't argue with me anymore because he goes like, I'll tell you exactly what it is, what I want, what level, whatever it is. Is like, just do this, just do this, just.
Well, they recently changed them too, right?
Yeah, and the other thing, honestly, is that I just want to. I don't enjoy spending time standing in the post office. No. Once if I have to be in a line or whatever, it's like as soon as I'm done, it's like I am the person behind me is probably thrilled because I'm super efficient. It's like I've got everything sorted into piles. Everything's exactly here. You go.
Yep.
Literally, all the scan ones. Do these first. Here you go. Scan them all. Boom, 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 boom. Done. I'll tell you exactly what level. Just put the stamps on it. Put the stamps on these and put the label on these. Done. Now give me the receipt. We're good to go. Have a good day.
If I'm standing in line, there better be an NHL Hall of Famer at the end of it. I don't do lines. Nope. I don't wait at restaurants. I don't wait at restaurants. I don't stand in lines.
Well, you didn't. When we went to Chop, you didn't have to wait at the restaurant because you just waited for all of us to sit down, and you took your time to find it. You didn't need a line. If you had a line, then you'd have never gotten there.
Yeah,
that was not my fault.
It was totally your fault.
It was Tim's fault, right?
I typed in Chop into the GPS. I went to Chop.
Yeah, in Vaughan.
The city above Toronto. They have a jingle.
I went where the GPS told me the stupid restaurant was. Okay?
Well, after you're driving for 20 minutes, didn't you figure maybe it's, a little far?
I thought it was far, and I was cussing you out for choosing a restaurant so far away. I didn't know.
You could have called me.
Why would I call you? I thought, okay, this is the way it is.
I called you, and you guys said you're at the hotel having a shower, and then we're leaving.
God.
And then
you want to fight? Listen, you want to fight over something that happened 2 years ago?
I would love for you to fight over what something happened 2 years ago, and then you can go to Clubhouse, and they'll commiserate with you. Go.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I love it. Our local post office used to try to upsell every single person, makes it 10 times as long. Very true. Post office here just gives you what you ask for, and the line was super cool. That's all I ask. Honestly, it's one of those things where it's like, look, I never try to give them too hard a time, but it's so frustrating when it's like, come on, I know exactly what we need here. I just need you to do this thing. I want to get out of here. I've already taken the time to prepare everything. I've done everything in my power to make this as efficient as possible. Can you do me a solid and just do the thing I asked you to do? That's it. That's all I need you to do.
I go to this other post office sometimes because I'm close, and then my nemesis is there. She's such a and she's squeezing my parcel, squeezing. Well, are you sure it's just a card? Like, stop touching it. Don't touch my stuff.
Are they supposed to just put it through the little like plastic filter thing?
No, because they want to ask. When things go to the United States now, they want it to be only paper. So you
No,
have
no,
to wash
I know that's true, but I think the only thing the guy does now is they have a template, and the template is just to make sure the right thickness. So
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
send
they
the
have
back.
that plastic template.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
But she's feeling what's in there because actually I shipped a keychain, and
Okay.
I said, it's
If
a
you're good,
paper.
Brad, just give me a thumbs up.
It's a piece of paper, and
Bobby's just telling us about the mail post fondling going on there.
yeah,
Bobby's like, this is highly inappropriate.
it is.
It's like, it's
So
like
she kept squeezing it, and I said, it's a piece of paper. I hit it. I put it between styro board, and I kind of did it over. So she couldn't tell, but she kept feeling and feeling. I said, stop touching. I almost yelled.
What you need to do, Bobby, is that you need to go back, but like wrap something like in duct tape that's the size and shape of a human head, and just be like, it's paper. It's just be like, go ahead. Do you want to go ahead? Do you want to? It's like
It's paper. Just paper.
just paper.
Feel that? Why don't you?
That's what I'm getting at. Like, it's like after that, it's like I have trained you out of this behavior. Let us never speak of this again.
Hey, Brad.
So, Brad, how are things? How's it going?
Sounds like a beating heart.
Good. I've been busy working. I had to pick up the kids, but I've been listening all night. So
Sounds good. If I'm standing in line, Eric better be the end of it. That's right. Give him a piece of your mind,
That's
my
right.
man. Got no issue trying to sell me stands, but they can go overboard. Yeah, some of them are aggressive and militant. It's actually very entertaining. It shouldn't be, but it's like, guys, just no. It's this stuff's already way too expensive. I do laugh though. I have found though that recently a lot of the delivery has been good because I've been sending a lot of cheaper stuff. I've priced the shipping and everything just right, where there's at least a little bit of margin in it for me, which is fine. I've only had one person reach out and say, "Hey, I haven't gotten it yet," and I actually got a message today saying, "Hey, I haven't gotten it yet." But I went and looked, and I was like, "Oh!" But when I shipped it, it's like Good Friday, Easter Monday. I go, "Give it to the end of next week, and then if not, I'll refund you." For the cheaper stuff, it's like it's not worth it. I'll refund you, but give it till the end of next week. They say, "Okay, that's fine, good."
The fuel surcharge is killer.
It's so high, it's crazy.
Too high.
It's crazy.
And it's actually based on location. It used to be a flat fee of 4.5%. Now it's based on location. So if you're going to freaking Timbuktu, you'll be paying him too.
It's true. It's true. So I'll give this one for you, Brad, but I also have the answer, so I'll share it at the same time. So Staggy Joel, good evening. I know him from the PSA Canada chat as well.
Okay.
So is an email you can contact. So there is a contact email on the site, and it is info@psacard.com.
Yeah.
Is there a different email you want to use, or is that one that will suffice?
yeah, no, that one doesn't come directly to us.
Okay. So right now you've got that under contact us. So I just want to see here.
Do we have that on our website?
Right now
or is
oh, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong one.
Okay, good.
Yeah, PSA Canada. Oh,
I'll just give him your phone number, Brad.
well, they've already have. The thing is, if you go to the sales site, it's there.
It's there. Yeah.
It's PSA Canada all together at collectors.com.
Yeah.
And it's also at the bottom of the site, Staggy Joel. If you go to psacanada.ca, scroll straight to the bottom, phone number, email, both right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is the best spot. If you just scroll straight to the bottom of the page, it's right there.
Yeah, Bobby, I had a girl at the post office. I went to a different one the other day, like not my usual. I got like 3 usual ones that I like. And she tried it. She pulled out her the plastic. You got to pull the thing through. And she's like, "Yeah, this is too thick." I said, "No, it's not." And I knew it because it was one graded card. I put it inside a bubble envelope and a bubble envelope and another bubble envelope. So 3 bubble envelopes when I send one single graded card.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it fits through. And she's like, "No, it cannot touch the sides." I said, "No, you're completely right."
No, as long as it goes through without like you having to ram it through, that's
Right?
fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was so frustrated. And then you know what? Like I knew this was going to happen. There's three of them all together. She's like, "Oh, I'll send them then," but they were all registered too, like with the tags on them. Everything was done. "I'll send them, but they're going to come back." I said, "No, they won't. They never come back. I've been shipping these exact same things for 20 plus years. It's not going to come back." Sure enough, all 3 of them came back. She went out back and rejected them, guaranteed, right?
She definitely
evil.
did that to you.
Oh, 100%. And I wanted to go back, and I was so mad. And then I was like, such a chicken shit, I did it. I didn't go back.
Oh,
You
they
can't
probably
prove it, and then you get trouble messing around in a post office.
Oh, yeah.
probably put a red marker on it like the breakers did on those packs. So.
Yeah.
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly.
You know, did you ever see the way they put them through? Sometimes they got that limp wrist and they go, "No, it won't go through." I said, "Give me that thing here.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of here."
Well, this is why I say like I got out of the habit. I would have been doing a lot more eBay stuff years ago if every little aspect of it annoys me. Like right now it just so happens that like I've got the time. So now I have the time to list and the time to ship. And honestly, I'm enjoying the exercise. So honestly, for me, it's like it's a walk over to the where the post office is. It takes me about 10 minutes. It's not a crazy walk, but like a 10-minute walk, 10-minute walk. I can take the scenic route and take 15 minutes and just, especially today, like today was sunny. It was beautiful outside. So I was like, no, this is great. Like, yeah, I'll go take a stroll around. And sometimes on my way back, I got a little Starbucks there. It's like, yeah, I'll treat myself and grab a coffee. And then I come back around and I come back. So it's like, okay, fine. For the exercise, it's right now. It's okay because I can go in the middle of the day. I can go when it's not busy, and I can avoid all that nonsense. So for me, it's fine now. But for a lot of years, it's like, oh, I already got home from work. I gotta go over the post. Oh no. So
There's no perfect time for the post office. It doesn't matter.
No.
2 o'clock lineup. It's like, what happened? 4 o'clock? You think it's going to be busy?
Around
No.
here, it's the second when it opens at 8 a.m.
We have a few small windows because the post office here is not a full-fledged post office.
Oh,
It's a
it's one of
gift
the
card
ones in the
shop
store?
that's a post
Yeah.
office. Yeah. So like it will get busy during certain like right after work, between 4 or 5 o'clock ish. Yeah, absolutely. And in the morning when people are running in to do but there are little slices of time in between where you can actually like this was towards the end of the day. So this was when I was picking up the package. I literally walked right in and I go hand him the sheet. That's why I said like he's seen me too many times recently. He didn't even ask me for the ID at this point. I literally was holding it in my hand. It's like, and he's like, sign. Okay, thanks. I know who you are. I've seen you.
Well, actually, it's almost cheaper now to go through FedEx than it is even the post office now for some things.
Actually, I was printing. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't.
All I was gonna say was that I was doing the printout thing. Like I had sold something on eBay, and I was gonna do the printout thing. So this person had paid for something that was enough money that I was willing to pay for, tracked and all of it. So I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And the eBay thing does provide you some discount, and in some cases, a pretty good discount. Depends on the thing. U.S. one, it's better, but the Canadian one will offer you some discount too. The FedEx one was way cheaper than the Canada Post one. I was like, really?
So they've changed. So I used to get all my stuff shipped down to St. Louis and then my friend back up. So now if you ship from ground, they still charge you the duty charges regardless. Regardless of whether it's under, $60 as a gift or $20 free or under.
Yep.
And she goes, well, you can avoid that by paying air freight. I said, oh, okay, well, I'll do air next time. So it was ground was $42 and air was $160. And I went, you can't win with these guys.
I think though, and Bobby, like I said, I haven't sent enough packages other than recently. Like right now, I know I have a pretty good gauge now what the price is. Like within reason, I know what the price is now that I've sent off enough packages recently. But I will say, I lost some of the in-between time where I didn't see when the switch flipped, where like the moment I need to send something to the US and I dare to put it in a padded envelope and do not send it by letter mail, the moment I had to fill in a customs form, the price would immediately jump to double digits. Immediately like jump, boom. Yeah. And with eBay now, I can send something to the US with small bubble envelope package, and it's like $9.66 or $9.70, which is not atrocious. It's not as bad as it could.
You do save if you print out online and go through snap shipping on the Canada Post site.
Exactly, but I'm saying, if you go straight to Canada, if I walk in, it's like $17 for the same thing because the eBay one will give me like a 50% discount or above. It's like a crazy discount. But if I walk in the door, it'll be like, yeah, $17.80 with the fuel surcharge and all the nonsense. I'm like, that's $20.
Yeah.
Bougie Eric isn't worth $20. We're not doing that. No, you're not.
Totally
we're duct taping that shit in the shape of a human head is what we're doing. And then you can answer questions when you pick it up. I'll make sure you have to sign for it.
Oh, that's all.
Had
So
two
do
regular
you guys
people.
use Chit Chats? Have you guys used Chit Chat?
I haven't had the chance to try it, but I do have an account set up.
Yeah, I got an account. I tried it a couple times, but I found that less than half the time is not even cheaper. And if it's cheaper, it's marginal.
To the
I've seen ones where it is actually decent. The
The
problem
only-
that I have is that some of them will be like $3 ish, or two and change $3 compared to the eBay one for US, which is still good. But the problem is if it's only one or two packages, it's a little bit out of my way. The local one that I have here is actually a little bit. If I was as close as I am to the post office, then okay, that would make sense for me.
Right.
Now, if I'm sending a more expensive package, and I definitely want, then I could totally see that making a lot of sense because there's enough value in it for me.
Well, everything is tracked, and that's the
Yes.
best part.
That's
That's
right.
the whole thing. So
That's
for
where your benefit comes in.
That's right.
$8 Canadian, I can send a parcel tracked to the anywhere in the U.S. Some get to $8.50 Canadian, but I don't know
What
where.
size?
Yeah, I could put like 4 or 5 cards in there. It's got to be in a bubble envelope under it's the best thing in the world. Like
Wow.
you can't beat it. If you want to send 3 or 4 cards to somebody, you can send it just over $8, and it's tracked, and I've never had a problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah.
No,
I
that
will
works.
say,
That's good.
I do wish, like, unfortunately, we don't have it. I do wish that eBay could someday put together something similar to what they have with the, I forget the name of it. There's like that cheap eBay shipping thing,
Yeah,
like that thing for sub $20, whatever.
Yeah,
I
like
would
a-
love to have that, and it's like 60 cents. It
Mhm.
can be like as low as 60 cents, where you just print out the thing, and it's got again, the tracking is nothing amazing. It's nothing to write home about. But I'm like, it's 60 cents. All of a sudden, a lot of really cheap cars, if I can just throw it in an envelope and just boom, done, drop it off, scan, goodbye, for like sub $1, that's amazing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You can sell $2 or $3 cards. Who cares then? I basically will throw everything in a bubble envelope, but I'll also standard envelope. Thank you, Paul. That was the name I was looking for. I would love to have something like that because then all of a sudden those cards right now are going to go to ComC. I'm building a small stack. Like even with the 50-cent intake, as long as the card is going to be $2, $3, or $4, it's still worth it to me because then okay, well at least I'm getting something out of these cards as opposed to sitting on like I can't sell these on eBay unless I make a lot out of it. I need this to be worth my while, otherwise it's not worth even shipping at this point.
Yeah, I know. I kind of got. I sold a Rolling Stones, one of those Carney mirrors. The square. I don't know. I bought it at a card
Yeah.
shop, a card place. $5, and then I
Yeah.
sold it for 80 US. Anyways, the guy goes, I charged him $15. I said I'll cover the extra shipping, whatever. He goes, make sure you use lots of bubble wrap, and I went, yeah, okay, sure. Like you're already getting a discount on the shipping. Now you want lots of, and if I don't do it, then it's another. And the bubble wrap cost me like $3-4. It's like everybody wants something.
Yeah.
But I made a lot of money on it, so I didn't care. But anyway,
But that's the key though. There's a threshold. Like for me, if I can sell a card for $3 or $4 or $5, and then I'll charge them like $5 shipping, okay, fine, I can work with that. Like it leaves me a little bit, but as soon as it's US, it's like yeah, I'm not tracking that. It's got to be like $40, $50, $60, $100 to be worth my while, and then I'm charging you for that. Like I'm charging you for that.
well, shipping's tough because you got the eBay fees, which charge you the percentage on the shipping.
That's right.
Then you have the tax. Then you have the fuel surcharge.
Yeah.
And it's like,
You have to factor all that in.
oh yeah,
That's why I say that standard envelope thing. Look, for US based sellers, I respect it. Like I think that's fantastic. If you've got that and you want to do it, it's not a terrible thing. It's pretty solid because again, you can just buy those cheap regular envelopes, put a couple of pieces of cardboard on it, then boom, send the card, go.
Done.
Because it'll go through the machine and it'll be done. But if you don't have that option, it's unfortunate. Like for us, yeah. That's why our good friends at ComC will see me over at the booth. I'll be punching in the stuff. All right, take the stuff.
So Brad, you didn't follow up with your story. So did you send those cards back out, and did they come back again?
no, I took them to the other post office, and they went
And they were fine.
Yeah, but I had to put them in new envelopes because she butchered them with the red shit all over it, right? So it just annoyed me.
I like that this is what constitutes war
Yes.
in Nova Scotia. It's like
Yeah.
passive aggressive male employees. Damn them.
It's true. It's
In
frustrating.
America, Eric would be over there. He goes, "That isn't a chocolate strip." It's like, Eric, that's the third one this week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Don't mess with my chocolate sticks.
I'm sorry. It was too much. It was too much, right? It was too much.
You want to screw up the bagel order or the coffee? Okay, that's fine. Just don't mess with the chocolate sticks.
Apparently. All right, CC says, each of your picks for 2 teams to play for the cup. The Avco Cup, the Memorial Cup, the Cup of Joe, the Stanley Cup. All right. So who wants to go first? I got to actually double check and remember who's in it right now.
I'll go because mine's easy and it's a little bit off the map.
Wait, actually, hold on. Let me answer first. The Boston Bruins. They will
Nope.
sweep everyone en route to the Stanley Cup. They will never lose a game because it would be terrible if they didn't win. Terrible.
Mhm.
So I picked the Boston Bruins.
All right,
Totally.
well,
To destroy everyone. Destroy everyone.
that's the
It'll be
first
amazing.
one.
It'll be the
Okay.
greatest, most inspirational victory of all time.
Could you just pick any other team besides the Bruins, please?
No, I have to pick the Boston
Yeah,
Bruins.
no
They are
joke.
the winners. They are the ones who will win.
No,
Brad, back me up on this. They are the winners. They are the ones who will win. All the
no, we
things.
don't want your mojo.
They will not allow a single goal by anyone.
I hate you.
I'll just stick with Toronto, Montreal.
There you go.
Same division, but what are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, you can't. They can't play for the cup.
It's a dream thing,
Oh, okay.
like the app for you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wow. Bobby, cheers. Cheers, sir. Cheers.
That's a good one.
Well
Well,
played. Well
I'm gonna-
played.
Obviously, I want to see. I want to see Boston in the final,
My pick, obviously.
and I would love to see them play Edmonton. Edmonton beat us twice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Edmonton getting to the finals would be amazing for
Ooh.
them. All of a sudden, the Connor McDavid's people are like,
Yeah.
go on. Tell us more.
You have two 60-goal scorers in the finals. Two good teams, and I want revenge on Edmonton beating us twice in '88 and '91. So,
That's really going back.
hey,
Well, it's not like it's bitter or anything.
Holding the grudge. Wow.
I told Grant Fuhrer when I went out to dinner with him that I was mad at him for many, many years, but I am willing to look past it now that I'm older. I lied.
Jeez.
Just
If
a
I was
bitter,
that way, I
bitter,
think-
bitter man.
If I was that way, I'd want Boston to everyone to die. You know, shit
Well,
we went through. with
Being
them.
a Leafs fan, if Bobby was like you, Eric, he'd have strapped dynamite to himself already and made demands.
Yeah.
I'd be down with the Gardens, don't you?
Yeah, he'd be like, I want you to award the Leafs the Stanley Cup or I'm pushing the button. All right,
can't
I'm going to
live
need you to
forever.
calm down. We're gonna have to talk down. We're gonna have to get Brad to talk him down, but as long as he hasn't gone to the post office first, at which point he
Yeah.
might not be in conditions to be able to help us at that point. All right, Brad, who are you picking? And I'll put Dallas on the other side just so the Bobbles will hate you, Eric. After the Boston Bruins win, because obviously that is the correct answer. Because I have said it, so it is done.
Oh, well, then we're screwed in the first round.
So two answers. What I want to see and I think could happen, will be excited, New Jersey and Edmonton. But what I think I'm going to see is Boston, Colorado.
Nobody likes Toronto.
No, not really.
Yeah.
I live in the suburbs. Like, I don't have an issue with Toronto per se, but the Leafs fan really do turn people off, Bobby. It's really. I listened to a lot of Toronto sports radio back in the day, and I'm like, why would anyone root for this team? This sucks. This is terrible.
What do you
That's
got?
actually what turned. That's actually no joke. That's actually what turned me off. Like, even when I started watching hockey, what turned me off the whole Leafs thing is I listened to Toronto sports radio. I'm like, you guys are idiots.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Jesus.
Joe Bowen's pretty good.
They have the highest ticket prices in the league, and they
Yes.
haven't won anything in, I don't know, 50 years?
More.
67. So you got a little bit of math, and you get there. But the thing is, here's what's interesting.
I don't.
47
hey,
chocolate sticks.
I
Yes.
don't math on Fridays,
Clearly, I don't think you're mathing any day that ends in Y.
and I didn't remember exactly what year. I'm sorry, because they're meaningless to me. Why do I
Well,
care?
they only had 6 teams that year. Then as soon as they had more than 6 teams, then that was the end of that. But I remember when I started working with one of the banks the first time. They're one of the first ones. They did a little raffle, like a charity raffle, and the charity raffle, one of the prizes was preseason Leafs tickets
Why?
because those were still like $300.
Really?
They were super. So it's like, as a prize, actually, that's a decent prize. I don't know why you'd want that, but at the same time, they're $300 tickets.
Yeah.
I think it was the Leafs playing Detroit. I want to say it was the Leafs playing
Oh, even
Detroit.
worse. Oh.
Yeah, and it was like, but they were super expensive tickets, crazy expensive tickets. Yeah, in Fantasyland, they're always terrible. Yeah, they've been terrible for a long time. They're one of those teams that are just kind of there.
I just like to announce yet again, I hate Josh. I just wanted
You
to
hate
say
almost
that.
everyone.
But I really hate Josh.
It's just
Do
terrible.
you have a sign to hold it for Josh? Huh?
I do, but he's not worth it.
Wow. Wow. So, Brad, other than feuding with postal employees, which I appreciate some feuding with postal employees. We talked about it a little bit last night, but one of the things we were talking about a little bit was kind of the show. Obviously, you guys will be running the PSA Canada booth. We talked a little bit about what you're looking for. I know you're working on some sets and that. I was actually joking with the guys. You were listening earlier on. We were talking about the whole thrifting thing, and obviously Bobbles is deep in it. But I've been having some fun with it. And like I said, I don't know if you saw. I won that lot of the 03 Supremes with including our good friend here. I got Marc Andre.
I love it.
Got a good deal. Like I said, the price of the lot was was actually less than what I would have paid for the Marc Andre alone if I had just bought it at the last couple of sales. So I was like, the fact I got 9 more cards in the lot, I'm like, okay, well, that was basically free then. Plus, we got our good
Brad.
friend Jordan Tutu, who had a moment in the sun. That was a lot of fun back in the day.
Brad, are you set up in the same spot again?
Yep, same spot, and the AMG booth is in the same spot as well.
Okay, so is it the same floor plan basically? Like, is there any major changes, or just pretty much the same?
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any major changes for this one.
But doesn't Beckett need like a phone booth size thing for all the on-site grading they're going to need? They need room for a machine.
Yeah, so Beckett has changed. So Beckett is on now, like on the back wall where all the grading companies are.
I thought you were going to say in the backyard of Eric's house.
Yeah, exactly. Beckett is on the far right, and we're still on the far left by the door. So
All right.
and CSG is not set up. They're going to be just taking cards through the Grosvenor booth, I believe.
Yeah, it's Grosvenor. It's Grosvenor who's doing it for them. Yeah.
And everybody else is going to be there? KSA beside you and
KSA.
Don't forget MNT. Don't forget Mint.
Mint. Oh,
Our
yeah.
good buddies Mint. Come on. They'll be
Yeah.
doing on-site grading.
Tag.
They'll be doing showing people slabs.
I just can't wait till the November show for what we're going to do.
Really? Do tell.
That's all I got. Just can't wait.
For
But
public
Bobby-
consumption, that is the answer. More
going
to
to
come.
be awesome.
More to come on that.
It's going to be
More
awesome.
to come on that.
Okay.
More to come on that.
Funko.
Is that for the expo or for AMG or for PSA?
For the
For the fall, it will be for PSA, but more to come later.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all.
Yeah.
Good enough.
For an additional price,
$129.
You can get his Zdeno Chara autograph. Yes.
will slab on site your cards, and for that additional price, straight 11s.
Oh,
You will get the Brad Hartland personal treatment. That's what he gives all his cards when he grades them, and you too can have what Brad has, which is nothing but the very best.
starting April 1st.
It's funny. I actually did get a great grade today, but not these. Like I can show my Lemieux. These are all. These are all off grades, 1s, 2s, 3s.
Right.
But they all go into the collection. I love Lemieux rookies as well. So
Oh, so you just build a big old stack of Lemieux rookies.
I was going to say, look at my awesome grades of 1s, 2s, and 3s, Eric. See. I would have been a lot better.
So, did I ever tell you my Lemieux rookie story? Have you ever heard it?
Was it the time that you had Lemieux personally autographed better than Gretzky? He's a scrub.
No, that never happened. So
I didn't need secondary assist to carry me, old man. Signed Mary Lemieux.
It's like, late 80s. I'm obviously a kid living at home. And
The late 1880s or 1780s?
I don't remember. It was one of those.
2 Civil War questions in one show.
And,
Wow.
Well, Eric was in the American Revolutionary War. He goes way back.
Like many young kids, I did not keep a tidy room. Well, Mom laid the hammer down, laid the smack down.
She said no more chocolate sticks in bed.
It may have actually been smacked because it was, a different time then.
Last
that I
Thursday.
needed to clean my room, and I did not want to clean my room. But anywho, I angrily cleaned, and I just started swiping all this stuff like in piles and stuff that was on my desk and this table I had, and just like pushed it all in a trash bag and just like angrily clean my room. Well, about a week later, I go looking at my cards and I can't find my Lemieux rookie, my couple of second year Gretzky's, a Bork card, and I'm like, where? And I tore the room apart, and then it all dawned on me that it was under the pile of stuff on the desk, and I just all in the trash and angrily marched down the stairs and was like, "There, you happy now? I cleaned my room."
Your poor mother.
And your mother said, "Yes, I am."
Mhm.
Yeah, she said, "Yeah, I am happy. Thank you. That's what I sent you up there to do." Well, it ended up costing me, a couple of $1,000 in the long run.
Just terrible. Just terrible.
Yeah.
So what was your good grade then, Brad?
You're muted, Brad.
Sorry, my dog's going bananas in the background.
I could tell. Yeah.
I don't know what he's going through down there. There's nobody there. He's having a moment. I wonder if it is a full moon tonight. Actually, that usually freaks him out for some reason.
Freaks everybody out.
Yeah, I got a Dale Howard check, PSA 10.
Wow.
Nice. All right.
Rookie,
Wow.
of course, right?
Yeah, super excited for that. That's the first time I got a 10 on and I send a lot of that 80s in, and I really scrutinize them.
Now we got the rough cut. What do we have?
I can't remember what it looks like.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. I sent in a lot of 80 cards. I took apart 100 O-Pee-Chee sets.
Wow.
And I picked out the best 80 cards from any key rookie cards or a Gretzky card, and I thought I pulled out 80 that I said all looked to me perfect. And my goal, I said, I don't know. I told the boys I was going to get 5 10s, but I did get one, so I was happy. But I
You
still
only got one out of 8?
Yeah, I got one, but I got lots of 9s and lots of 8s, but the odd 5. You know what I mean? I still don't know what happened there.
80s O-Pee-Chees are tough, It's
Oh, yeah.
just a little rough cut. It kind of cut up the top part and it looks like it
You
goes
could
in.
you could get a diamond cut. You could get a rough cut. There could be a little small wrinkle on the back that kind of sneaks up that you didn't quite catch. A lot of
Yeah.
weird stuff can happen with those cards.
If you get a rough cut down one edge, if the cut kind of goes in towards the corner, even though it's not square, but I've seen some 10s like that, but whatever.
Yeah, it's always part of the whole process. This came back a PSA 5 last week for me.
Okay.
And I know you guys can't see the card, but
Gretzky.
there's something on it. It's just a Gretzky Art Ross, but
Yeah.
I honestly
Usually my answer is if you get a weird random number grade out of something, I always think there's going to be some kind of a surface wrinkle. That's generally speaking usually that's where you see a lot of, like I said, PSA has inconsistencies like everybody else. They get more cards per capita, so you're going to hear about more inconsistencies mathematically than everybody else, for sure. But generally speaking, more than often, I've never gotten a weird random subgrade, but I scrutinize surface a lot. That's one that I will spend a lot of time on.
Mhm.
I can accept a grade or two below kind of what I'm hoping for because usually I account for that. And I make a judgment call. If I get a grade lower than what I want, is it still worth sending in? If the answer is yes, then I'll send it in. If it's not, then don't do it. That's how I save myself time and I save myself money. I'm not interested in just submitting a card and crossing my fingers and hoping for the best.
You know what?
Right.
So I don't use I use my eyes when
I just use a bright light. I've got a light that I'll put in over it and just kind of tilt it a little bit, and that's
Same
basically
thing.
what I use to scan surface. That's all I'm
I
trying to do.
don't pull out a loop to go over. I don't do all that stuff. I know that
Really?
you can. No, I just think on the volume of it that I send in, you're going to get some of them out there from the time it takes to do all that stuff. I don't think it's worthwhile for me to do it. I just think my eyes are good enough that you can judge the centering so easy. Then you look at the corners, and if you miss the odd one that has a surface crease or has something, it's not the end of the world when you're talking $25 a card. It's that's just my thoughts.
So Josh is saying, one second.
Okay.
As Josh says, has anyone seen if Upper Deck has released redemption plans yet for Expo? I assume they've released them by now. I was actually trying to find them. I don't know if they put it in the social medias, but usually they're good about saying the redemption plans ahead of time. At least, now mind you, maybe we're waiting until next week, because in the week leading up to Expo, I expect a lot more announcements and things leading up to it. That'll be something. So go ahead, Eric.
I was going to ask Brad what he thought this card should be graded as.
I think that's probably a fake. I know there's a bunch of them surfacing in Nova Scotia that we were selling to guys in Boston, so it could be a fake.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's only printed on one side. Plus Boston. The way you can tell it's a counterfeit is that the Boston Bruins don't exist. It's not an actual team.
All right.
It's like you know how the Harlem Globetrotters play the Washington Generals. The Boston Bruins are the Washington Generals.
Mm.
I really got ripped off from this card store up in.
You
Halifax.
do. If you had paid $129, you could have gotten a Zdeno Chara autograph.
At least.
Man, I definitely should. I paid $300 for this.
Psh, you got ripped off, man.
Yeah, that marker looks about right too.
Unbelievable.
Well, look, I could have sent you one if you wanted. I got one of those too.
I think I got screwed.
Just saying, we got those.
Your
CC says
marker looks like the one on the Gordie Howe card. Oh man, I gotta stop buying stuff from you guys.
Anyway, Brad, nice stack of Marios off the top of your head. What do you have the most copies of, graded or ungraded?
Easy answer. 1991 Todd Van Poppel. I've got 800. I have a box.
Why? Wait! Stop! Pause. Break. Pause. Record scratch. Why do you have 800 Todd Van Poppels?
Just brings me memories. I in 91 I stacked up on him and I was buying lots at the Old Orchard Flea Market that summer down in Maine. And anyways, since then I just started, when I pick them up, I add to it as a memory how easy it is to pick a bust in baseball. And you'd think I'd learned my lesson from that, but no. So I got 800 Todd Van Poppels. I got 400 Greg Jeffries, 88 Don Ross, rated rookie. And then
Classic.
the next card would be Wayne Gretzky rookie, which I have, I don't know, 100 and something maybe now.
I like 100 Wayne Gretzky rookies.
Yeah. So go Van Poppel, Greg Jeffries, Gretzky, and then maybe
Alex Manoah.
no, I only go with the big guys. I only go with the big guns on the nose. Right?
Wow, so Alex Manoah's had a big gun. All right. I got follow-up questions for you, and I'm saving those for next week. But I got some follow-up questions for
By the
you.
way, Jays had a big win tonight, 6-3 over Tampa. End the streak.
Baseball season
So
started
early in the season.
So good evening, Tom. Absolutely, no worries. Thanks for popping in. I think it'll be interesting. We'll have some fun.
What would you guys? Would you have the most of one card? Pavel Bure'd be up there too. Sorry, I forgot. He might be equal to Gretzky.
Oh yeah, you do get a lot of the Burry rookies.
Yeah, I have over 100 of him too, so he'd be close. But do you guys have any?
I don't really I don't hoard any specific one card. I do have a lot of no.
Yeah, true.
Only the 90 Premier. The 90 Premier, I've had a bunch of them over time.
Yeah.
I probably have about 10 or 11 of them now, but not like hundreds. I have like 10 or 11 of them over time. Now I also count that I have a PSA 10 copy, BGS 9.5 copy. Would have been a BGS 10 if Eric would have gotten his act together with the grading scale. Eric,
You should have paid the premium.
anyway,
Those numbers of the sale, baby.
I have a KSA 10.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, classic. I want to get an SGC 10. So like for me at this point, like for amusement, I wouldn't mind having one. But at this point I have just under a dozen of them. But so it's not like hundreds of them. I do like the 90 Premier, but like the rookies are so common that it's one of those things, like it's really cheap. You could get them pretty easily. I've had a number of them over the years, but most of the ones that I got good grades on, the 9.5 I bought cheap. But the other ones I submitted myself. I submitted a KSA just because I thought it'd be funny. Got a 10, of course. The PSA 10, I submitted myself. Did that. The SGC one, I'm not going to submit a card for that, but I'll buy an SGC 10. Just if I can get one for a decent price. It's common enough. It should be available pretty cheap. And I have 7 of the 9 Medano rookies in a PSA 10. So I picked up multiple copies of some of those.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the hardest PSA 10 Monado? Would it be?
It used to be the Pro Set. It used to be the Pro Set just because Pro Set, for all the supply, the quality control was garbage, obviously. And you've got the dark edges. You can chip the hell out of them. He's got
Love it.
Easerman.
I got
Like, I
this
love that card.
Zerman guy, and I have more somewhere. I just don't
That's
know
awesome.
it.
Those are tops, though.
They are not. Only one is.
Oh,
Yeah, boy, we've converted him.
He's trying. You know, he's doing his best.
I
that's
can
good.
speak French.
Look, the important thing is, Brad. Like from time to time, you gotta hoard cards, quality cards. You gotta go look out for opportunities. The only other one that I can think of that I probably have a ton of is flying fish cards. Did you guys see my flying fish cards? I've shown you the flying fish cards before. You guys see them?
Fish cards? Please
They're
show
tough
us.
they're tough to catch. Like, okay, I'm gonna show you one. Okay, you ready? You ready? Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna zoom in here. All right. Now the problem is you got to catch them first. And you got to be careful because if you
Like
slip,
Pokemon.
so you got to go. So like, see for example here. See that?
Ciao.
Man, it flew away again. Now I got to go catch the damn thing. This is that. Do you see why it's so difficult? It's hard to catch them, man.
Fly
I don't
fishing.
have enough fish hooks for that. Terrible. Big win by the Jays to stop the Rays win streak. Facts. Dave here says used to be a seller that sold card lots to the 500. Can't remember that. 800 Todd cards. Wow, amazing. I have 100 or so Gretzky rookie. Any tops in there? So is there like a mix? What do you got? What do you got as far as 100?
No, all Opeachy.
Ooh, fancy.
I don't
fancy
have
pants.
any tops ones.
Fancy pants. All
Yeah.
right, fair enough.
Mhm.
I'll send you a tops if you send me an Opeachy.
Sure, I've got a couple doozies that I could send you.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, I have a very awesome low grade Gretzky rookie collection.
Oh,
My top grade is a 7. Yes, 7.
it's still not as good as my high grade 54 Bowman Mantle, Brad.
Yeah.
Not as good. I don't think so. I don't think your Gretzky's can match that, Brad. You're not on my level, bro. It's a classic. But just the best part is when it comes to those big stack of those rookie cards. The Top Man Pop was a perfect example of a classic back in the day. The thing is that I laugh because back in that time, and Bobby, you can attest to this. Even as a kid, I thought it was funny that people thought some of these cards would be worth a lot because I'm like, I remember going through the magazines and flipping through them. I'm like, but if you can buy 100, it can't be that hard to get. If a dealer can give you, that's why I laugh because it's like, did you need this explained to you? As an 8-year-old, I could do the math, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, but if you can get 100 of them, and he can give you 100 of them, and he can give you 100 of them, and he can give you 100 of them, it can't be that difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need a calculator? Do I need the whiteboard again? Do I need the whiteboard again?
Remember for like 10 minutes, the Sergei Fedorov Pro Set 1990 Pro Set card was a big deal. And then, you realized that you had a stack of them like this at home.
They were stacked to the sky.
Everybody did.
Maybe these aren't worth as much as I thought.
But that was why the 90 Opeachy Premier. Like I said, I have about a dozen of them, give or take. I've lost count of the exact number, but it's right around a dozen, give or take. The thing is, I like the card, but it's common as dirt. Like it is. Yeah. And it's the least printed of the common as dirt. Like, the Pro Set is printed the gazillions. The upper deck, the upper deck is like super high print, like high print run. The Score, both versions, Canadian American, they printed tons of them. Don't even worry about it. What's the other one? Regular Opeachy, regular tops, printed lots. Don't even worry about it. I feel like I'm missing one. 2 Scores, Opeachy tops, Opeachy Premier, Pro Set,
Upper deck.
Yeah.
So that's 7.
There were 9 though.
Parker's Pro Set Platinum.
Not 90.
No, Pro Set Platinum was just after that. It was like second year.
Tops.
Yeah, tops and Opeachy. There were 9 total. And
Score Canadian American.
I did do Score Canadian American.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm missing one now. Oh, Bowman. That was another one.
Oh, yeah.
And there was, I feel like I'm missing one. Who was it? Bowman, Opeachy Premier, Pro Set, Score Canadian, Tops, Upper Deck. Oh, Upper Deck French. I'm sorry. Upper Deck French edition. Also printed lots of those. The point is they're not rare. None of them are rare is the point that I'm trying to get at.
Right.
So the thing is like, and 1990, 91, was one of the best rookie classes
Oh yeah,
of all
It's-
time.
it's
Because-
almost sad.
There were so many players that rookie class was so stacked.
Yeah.
And even the guys who didn't make the Hall of Fame were still really good for a stretch of time. Like they all had their moment of some success or at least some notoriety. And there were lots. So I'll give you guys, I got pop reports in front of me now. All right, Brad. PSA 10. So I think now the rarest one is the 1990 Bowman. Bowman is a pop 43. All right, the O-Pee-Chee Premier. All right, so I've got, according to PSA's app, I've got the set registry app in front of me here. All right, what's the O-Pee-Chee Premier pop report on a PSA 10 now, according to this app right now?
10,000.
No. Oh,
No,
no.
not that's a
I'll
McDavid. McDavid's 10,000, I think. Thereabouts.
I'm going to go 675.
All right, Eric.
Um,
It's not 5 digits. It's 4 digits.
4 digits.
Yeah, it's 4 digits.
Yeah, I 1,600.
Okay. Eric, Bobby.
$1.
Ooh, like Price is Right rules. I like that. 1498, just shy of 1500. Just shy of 1500 PSA 10s. The Pro set is 159. Score is 143. Score Canadian is 86. Upper Deck is 329. Upper Deck French is 135. So right now the lowest one I see here is the Bowman at 43. O-Pee-Chee, I don't have it in front of me, and I don't have the tops one in front of me, but I don't think either one of them is going to be lower than 43. So it looks like Bowman right now is the toughest one. Probably quality control issues predominantly. But again, all of these were printed in abundance. There's no shortage of any of these cards.
I will sell you this for $20, Carlos.
Ooh, I will give you $20 Canadian.
That's like
$12.
that's like half a penny.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use your currency conversion. So it means you need to send me 10 American dollars.
And we don't have pennies.
It's like half an American penny. That's
No.
ridiculous.
I like I said, I'm using your currency exchange. So it means you need to send me money
Okay.
and the card.
Okay, that's fair. I'll do that.
I think that's the right thing to do. So get on that.
Can you take a ship?
So anyway, so Bowman, none of the rookies are particularly attractive. What I'll say though is if somebody is legitimately wants the best version, it's not a rookie. The Tiffany. So if you want to get at least something, at least a better starting, the Tiffany's at least you're starting with a lower print run to begin with. And then if you're looking for a quality copy, then that's a tougher to come by. So again, if you're actually looking for something resembling scarcity, go Tiffany. At least then you're starting at a better place.
Yeah.
The other one's just way too high. Population's too high. There's still unopened boxes all over the place. You know, people are using it for house insulation. Like
Cases.
there's
Yeah.
so much. It's not even close. So here.
Kind of sad, like you
Yeah.
said, for the
Lots of
rookie,
people didn't know ending cases existed. Yes, absolutely. Vending cases. I see what you mean.
What a classic guy. That was still one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, the Lindros. Yeah. 90 Bowman. Absolute new phone who did this live. Yes. Look at you modifying it. I like what you did there. And this is not live. Anyway. No, but like it was fun, man. Like I'll be honest, like if you take it in stride, this is why when folks complain about the new products, it's like they're overprinting it. I've lived through overprinting. Like real overprinting. This is not. And also, like, let me pose this question. Is overprinting really is it really an issue? Why do you care? Let's say they are overprinting it, like way overprinting it. Okay, cool. What's the worst that happens? The cards are not worth anything years from now. Okay, so then don't buy them. What's the issue? Don't buy them. Oh, but don't buy them. If they're overprinting them, Brad, help me as a businessman. If they're overprinting it and there's way too much supply, why would I be buying it then? That seems foolish. How about I don't buy them? Does the problem not solve itself?
Yeah.
If the product sits and rots on the shelf and gathers dust, does the manufacturer not say, all right, print less of the shit?
You could not buy them. Yeah.
Yeah, that is an option. So that's why I think a lot of the problems in the hobby is like, there's really easy solutions. Why are you bitching and moaning to me about overprinting? Why do I care? All right, then don't buy it. And tell your neighbor not to buy it. And tell their neighbor not to buy it. And if all of y'all don't buy it, then the manufacturer sits on it. And after a year or two, they're like, oh, cut back the print run. Okay, problem solved. We fixed it. We did it, y'all. This is why I'm not making videos on this stuff anymore. I'm tired of just saying the obvious. Like, I'm bored. Like, how many times can I say it? It's most of these problems are not even problems.
But do you know what? Like, don't you think from this standpoint, based upon what you even just said there, is that the hobby has evolved so much that there really is something for everyone.
There is.
Like, if you go, there's one of ones. If you're one of one patches and all these logo man and all these cards, so that's not something that we're going to play in. But that space for the gazillionaires out there,
Mhm.
yeah, let them have fun. It's awesome. I think it's great that these cards sell for millions of dollars here and there. Like, go at it. I think it's great that I still collect all them guys, Scott Niedermeyer rookies. I love collecting all. When I get a collection, I enjoy that. They're not going to be worth anything, but I enjoy it. It gives me satisfaction when I have these cards.
And the
But-
best part is, in all seriousness, is that buying a Scott Niedermeyer card cost you literally cents,
Yeah.
and it brought you happiness. You don't have to spend $1 million to be happy doing this hobby. You can spend very little and come home with a smile on your face from a show.
Yep, you got that right. A friend of mine started, Mike Lindeman is his name, and he works for HRM. He's a tree cutter, and anyways, super nice guy. And he loves cards, and he was kind of thinking, what can I collect? And this is probably 7-8 years ago. He was like, I love the Leafs. This was around 16, 17. He's like, I'm not going to start chasing Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner. I just Nylander. I can't. I'm not afforded. I can't do that.
Yeah, Bobby Burrell already bought all of them anyway,
Right?
so you're fine.
So he decided to collect Ty Domi. And I don't know if he had, but I'm going to say he has top 5 Ty Domi card collections in the world. And he loves it. And it's awesome. Like, what a great thing. The odd card might cost him $50 to $100 here or there. And what a wicked collection he got, right?
You can be the dominant player and like road less travel, but I'll throw in another aspect of it. If the current stuff doesn't make sense for you anymore, the thing is, I'll sit there and listen to a lot of folks whining about it. I'm like, okay, so you're buying the product? Well, no. It's like, okay, so then why do you care? But there's like, if you don't like it, nothing Fanatics does going forward could impact you whatsoever. You could make a concerted effort just to buy stuff that came before. You could go into the past. There's billions of cards in the backlog. Just go collect that stuff. There's so much. There's so many rooms, so much opportunity if that's what you want to do. And maybe that makes more sense for you. I made the joke about the Crosby thing because a lot of people will be chasing. I made the joke that now we got 3 different years of rookies this year. This calendar year, 3 different years of rookies. We got the 2020 thing with the cup at the tail end there. We got the 21-22 with the Caulfield one, and potentially the 2020-23. I think 2020-23 is where they're going to try to throw Bedard in there. Is that the deal? Potentially.
Potentially.
I'm just saying potentially. Just stick with potentially. But let's say they do. So you got 3 different generations of rookies. None of them could pan out. All of them all of them could flame out. Stuff happens. Injuries, all kinds of stuff can happen. Okay. We got think Crosby there. They're 0506. Ovechkin's 0506. Ovechkin has gone up a lot because of the goal thing. But Crosby's career is mostly established. There's very little he can do to add it. Maybe they have another run. Maybe he wins another cup. Maybe he scores another 50 or 100 goals. Maybe. He won't break any records with that. But that would still be fantastic. That would be spectacular work by him. So that's possible. So you've already got a stable base to play off of. Or you could go with somebody who's already retired. Go a step below that before that. Or go a step before that. Or only collect the vintage guys if that's what you want to do. Go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. But so if you do that though, then does anything Fanatics or Topps, Fanatics/Topps, or Panini, or even Leaf, is anything they do going to impact you then? Do you even care? Does it make any difference? So that's why I don't know. Like, I'm like, dude, then just collect the other stuff. I'm collecting the wrestling cards because it's fun for me. It's a but not everybody's going to be into that. Not everybody's going to care.
I collect fake autographed Don McKenney cards.
That's right. He's very excited about it.
That's what I get. That's what I collect.
That's right.
It's a real. It's a real autograph, Eric.
It's an autograph, a real an autograph. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It is an autograph, and it is real.
Yeah. There's always room for new collectors and stamps. Lots of room at the shows, and no one is trying to flip. Yes. Listen, I've been told we need to go to gold and silver. I'm going to the Cohen show. Bobby, I'm taking you to the Torex. Let's go.
Let's go.
We're going to the Torex. Eric, get your ass down here. We're going to the Torex.
Nonstop.
I'm on my way.
That's right. You should be. But the point is that like find whatever lane it is. Just do that thing. Have a good time. Have some fun. Well, we'll see how it goes from here. All right. So here, hold on. Are you all ready for this? It's later in the evening, so I can only be one thing and one thing only. Bob Lewis.
Oh Lord,
And he's brought Dapsman with him.
nice.
I bring them everywhere.
Bob Lewis, how are you? How are things?
Well, guys, yeah. Just put the last kid to bed, so
Well done by you. Well done.
won't
by
be
you.
long for me.
There you go. How are things?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, not too much going on. The wife is out of town on a spa retreat, kind of a spoiling of the women. Her and her mom went. She deserves it and earned it. So yeah, I'm just holding down the fort.
Mm.
Found out about a few hours ago that I have some poisonous hemlock in my yard that would kill my dog if they ate it. So
Wow.
yeah,
You gonna do
So now you
something
have
about
poisonous
that?
hemlock for your enemies? Interesting. Sorry, that's what I heard.
beware of care packages from Bob.
Mm. So I have Eric's address, Bob. We'll talk offline.
There's some hockey fans in here, right?
There are allegedly. It's true.
Can I show this?
What do you
I
have?
don't think.
Go for it.
So November. Where am I at here? November 6, 1984.
All right.
Anything? No. Pittsburgh Penguins played the Edmonton Oilers, so that's the first time that Gretzky and Lemieux played.
Oh, you know what? I think you mentioned this. I think you showed a picture of this in the group chat. It's pretty solid.
Pretty cool. And
I love that.
I checked the pop report. Like, are tickets
Yes.
not all that graded? Get graded? I mean,
It's still a relatively niche thing. There is. So I'll put it this way: there are some folks who are trying really hard to make tickets a thing. There is though a collector value to it. Like, there's definitely of course, there's some interesting stuff that why
when you
would
can put like a title on, like this was like somebody's first hit or last hit, or
Yeah, PSA started doing that though. Like now you can be referencing a specific event, a milestone, a specific thing that happens with that game, so that people can connect it and say oh, that's what this is.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. So the example you're giving there, the first time those two guys were on the ice together, that would be. There's a couple of collectors out there who'd be like, oh, that's really awesome. That's actually really cool.
Like Vinny.
Agreed.
That's right.
Mm.
That's right.
I love that. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I've showed Vinny and shown a couple guys.
Yeah. Good evening, Gareth. Absolutely. No, like I said, I think you showed it in the group chat. So I said so that's why when you mentioned it, I the date didn't mean anything to me, but when you said what it was, I was like, oh, I remember you showed that one. That's a good one,
Here's another monster, 91 clear complete set.
bro. 91
Still-
Flair.
still-
Now we're talking serious business right there. That's hashtag invest right there.
I have a plan to go to my local hobby shop and be that guy it's still sealed,
Yeah.
in the box.
Well, I think
box.
all you have to do. Hold on. So what do we got? What's this ticket about there, Brad?
So this ticket,
Oh, that's
it's for a customer. It's not mine, but I want to try to buy it from him. Anyways, it's a stub signed by Paul Henderson from the 1972. So it says 1972
That's
Summit
Russian.
Series. Yeah, Summit Series Game 8, Canada 6, USSR 5, September 28th, 1972. Winning goal, Paul Henderson, signed by Henderson. He was like, I said, I think that's awesome. There can't be that many, Bobby. You would know more about that, but how many of those stubs from Russia could there be out there?
Well, there is their fair share out there.
Really?
Yeah, there's no real shortage of them. They're not as desirable as the ones from Canada. So
How many Russians kept their tickets?
the one
out?
thing about the Russians didn't survive well because they're almost like newsprint. It's like thin paper.
Well, I think I think it's where the physical material makes the survivability tough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And also it's nice that Henderson signed it. Like it's a nice little add-on to the thing.
and they
So-
lost, so it's like
Yeah.
he wants to keep it, right?
Well, that's I think to Brad's point. I guess it depends on who you ask because it what's his name?
There's more Canadian ones than there are the Russian ones, but the
For sure.
desirable ones are more.
I'd love to
Canadian
have that.
ones.
I'm gonna try to purchase it if he's not ridiculous.
Brad, I think that's a pretty cool piece of hockey history right there myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, is it Darren Ravel? I think it's Darren Ravel who's trying to push a lot of the tickets and the ticket stubs piece. And I agree to a point.
Wait till I get mine signed by Gretzky and Lemieux, then it'll be better than that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
You know?
Not in Canada.
Trying to one up me.
There you go. But the thing is that there is a certain amount, like, I guess the other piece of the puzzle, and maybe this is kind of plays into Bobby. We've talked about this before, the whole digital thing. The problem is now you can't get ticket stubs
Right.
for a lot of stuff. Like, you really can't. Like I went to the first AEW show in Canada. I would love to have a physical ticket stub. It's one of those things where I kind of like, I would love to have had a physical ticket stub for this because that was an event I went to. Go ahead.
Can you go to like the ticket and they can print you out one? I've heard that before. Is that not a thing?
In some cases, you can print out like a commemorative ticket, and sometimes they'll do that but it's clearly a commemorative ticket. Like it's not the actual ticket that was required for that. The other thing is some of them won't do it unless you like con them, because I know there are some people who say, "Oh yeah, I'm buying these for my dad, and my dad doesn't know how to use a cell phone, so he can't scan it at the door," and they try to like con their way into getting a ticket printed, like a physical ticket printed. The day of the physical ticket is gone. I was a J season ticket holder for 1 year. I have a full set of the tickets from 2013. That was the year I bought the season ticket. I have a full set of the tickets. I did Argos for a couple of years to get a ticket to the 100th Grey Cup. I have a ticket to the 100th Grey Cup, and I have a ticket for every game that season. But today, everything's digital. You go buy season tickets, it's on your phone. We're going to go to the Forbidden Door AEW thing. That's going to be the pay-per-view. The first pay-per-view in Canada for AEW. It's all digital tickets. Everything's digital. So there is no, like, I can take a screenshot and print a screenshot.
NFT that thing.
But that's basically it. That there's nothing left. Which is a shame because you're missing out on a lot. So that means going forward. So the reason I mentioned it, Bobby, is I think tickets are really cool collectibles. I think there is opportunity for some of them to be really rare. But the question is, what happens when there's another generation that goes by that has never had physical tickets and no association to physical tickets? Outside of the absolute rarest and most significant pieces, will anyone care?
Just on the big historical ones, that's it.
It's gonna have to be like the absolute, like, this is like a historic
like the
game.
Russian Henderson, that one. Kind of.
Yeah, it would have to be. It would have to be something like that. 100th goal or 500 home run for so and so.
Yeah.
So what? Maybe their debut game. Maybe that'd be interesting if it's like a Hall of Famer and it's like, oh, this is their debut game or whatever. Sure, I can see that. But it's got to be very specific pieces. The rest of it, no one will care.
Okay, I'm going to bow out, guys. Thanks. We'll look forward to seeing you next week. I've been standing for 3 hours sometime.
Sounds good. Absolutely. No worries.
And,
Bob. Have yourself a good
look
night.
forward to seeing you next week. And Bob, good seeing you again.
Can't
And
wait.
Eric, I'll see you.
Eventually.
sometime. Eventually.
After the restraining order gets dropped.
When the app comes out.
Ooh,
Oh, so never. Okay.
nice. See you later, Bobby. Take it easy.
Ciao, guys.
See you, Bob.
Bob jumped off the Pirates bandwagon to the Rays bandwagon. That's right.
I was
Kinda
trying
like
to
stamps.
show what I do now too, is I cut out the paper, like I print the papers off.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that was the AL game, so it's just I tape it off and I put it in a top loader.
Yeah.
Because I keep every event that I've ever been to since I was a kid. I have the tickets, and I do that with my daughter. So like that was an evening with Josh Donaldson. So it's just kind of, you get your shitty ones like that. It's just a Ticketmaster. I cut it out, make it look like a ticket.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of, it's memory. So we've got stacks of these that you can just flip through and be like, oh yeah, I remember I went to that. Raptors, this, whatever. Taylor Swift, whole bunch of Macklemores in here.
Oh,
Good
perfect.
Lord.
Yeah.
Tonight we've come full circle of Macklemore. I'm appreciating where we've gone with Macklemore. Eric, you need to get cultured. Learn about some Macklemore, man.
I have no interest. I've never ever heard of this guy. I don't know what he does for a living.
Tropic Beauty. Was that the one you did with Josie?
Oh yeah. Me and Jose Canseco, judges. I still can't see. That just brings back another great memory.
Goddamn Josie. Unbelievable.
But honestly, Eric, I'm not. He is my favorite artist of all time, and he battles it. If you dig in a little bit about his story, his addiction and him being an addict and how he's overcome. I just his life story I reflect so much with him, and my daughter absolutely loves him. We're going to Boston again this year to see him. You know what? I'd be happy if you would like to come see him at Fenway. We would buy you a ticket.
I'd rather just have lunch with you.
No, you're not giving it a chance. I'm telling you,
You gotta go enjoy. Listen, you go and you enjoy some Macklemore. You will learn to sing along with Thrift Shop. God damn it, Bougie Eric. You will do this for the people. Do it for the world.
I've never even heard of this guy, and
And you will soon.
Like he's like one of the Beatles or something. Like he's Elvis, and everybody should know who he is. I don't even know who this guy is.
You got to get out of that room.
What would be more valuable? Brad's Summit Series ticket or NFTs of this year's final ticket? NFT. Hashtag invest. Hashtag don't listen to the man behind the curtain. Just saying.
But what do you think that like? I didn't even look at to see the pop report on it or anything. What do you think it'd be worth?
Which one? Sorry.
The Henderson.
Oh, I have no idea. The thing is, can you search? I guess when you go on the pop report, what do you search it by event? How do you do it?
I've
never even tried to look at a pop report.
Like I never that ticket, according to like my looking into it, none have been graded. So kind of find that hard to believe. But
yeah, I think that's awesome, Bob. Honestly, like I think that there's a lot of demand for a ticket like that. That's just a unique, cool piece.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, especially when it's flat
probably
too.
Not as cool as my best ticket, which I have Clemente's last game. It's in the postseason, but it's not the 3,000 hit game, but it's his last time he ever took the field, which is kind of cool.
Nice.
I love that too.
Baz here says Macklemore just a little outside the top 750 rappers, singers, performers, bands of all time. Baz, you're not thinking about this right. He's inside the top one who sang about thrift shops.
And he does. It's true. He owns a piece of the Seattle Kraken.
Wow. You see? You're just not getting it, Baz. You're just not getting it.
Baz, I don't think we should have to get it.
Oh, you have to get it.
Oh, my
Oh, you'll Bougie Eric, you'll get it. Oh, you'll get with you want to.
I don't want
you will get it.
I don't want to get it. I want to listen to Johnny Cash and just sit in my office.
Can anybody get this? What this is from?
Nope, I can't help you. I don't know. I'll leave it to the people.
We'll see. There's a reason I asked that.
Yeah.
I've sort of been looking at other aspects of collecting.
Yep.
Like comics, toys, games, stuff that I just have laying around that I can use to fund my main PC.
Mm-hmm.
So I sold some of my daughter's Pokemon cards, gave her half.
All right.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. Went in there with just like all the shiny stuff, all the rare, ultra rare, hidden rares. I actually have no idea how to understand anything Pokemon or Magic for that. Oh well.
Basically, if you see Black Lotus, send it to Eric, and I'll get it sent via that way. That's how we'll do it. So, name. Good evening. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Name.
How much you want to bet that jerk right there likes Macklemore? That's the kind
Look,
of jerk.
but you know whether he likes Macklemore or not. You know who I know he likes? Jordan Tutu.
He does like Jordan Tutu.
I'm just saying. I figured you'd appreciate this one, name. So I brought this one back
He
out.
likes the Tutu train.
I acquired this one. As part of a lot that came in today. So just thought I would acknowledge you, and I thought I'd show you Jordan Tutu.
Yeah,
All
I
buys
like
fuel
that.
for the liquor still. They give him a free webinar. Wife beater. Yes. I don't know. I think Baz is just not appreciating it.
Oh, very nice.
Love it.
So I had a couple sealed things, and I'm like, was
That
kind
you're
of
sending
shocked.
to Beckett via Eric. Yes. Go on.
Yeah.
Like a sealed graded copy of that sold for over $1,000. That's obviously opened and not in good shape, but crazy VHS tapes selling for $1,000 graded. I don't know.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Eric topped out at $9.95. He won't pay over $1,000.
Yeah. 4 figures? Get out of here.
Yeah, like $9.95, fine, but $1,000? I don't know about that one. Sport Eric can laugh at tickets all they want. Cards fall under collectibles. There's way broader than most want to admit. Lots of way to make money and collect. That last sentence, I agree with you. I agree. I'm not saying no. I just posed the question. But I get what you're saying, Paul. I get what you're saying. Yep. Do appreciate it. Great card. Absolutely. No, I just thought you'd enjoy it. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun. I got to look through these cards a little bit more closely and see if any of them fit for grading purposes.
I will
but-
give you $5,000 for the Jordan Choo card, and when it arrives, I will cut that one up live on the show.
Brad, I feel like Eric is. I feel like there's a binding contract.
I know.
Right, I'm like, yeah, I'll take that. Like, I'll go back to what I said earlier. I was like, do whatever the hell you want with it. You can rub it with a chocolate stick first. I really don't care. You do whatever you do in the comfort of your own home is your own business, sir. Just send the money over.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll give you tracking info for that
I'm
one.
gonna make
You can make sure it
sure-
arrives in pristine condition.
I'm gonna make sure certain people are in the chat before I do it, though.
Brad, I don't know though. Like I feel like he committed to a $5,000 purchase.
Oh, he did.
That's
I
what he
don't know where
did.
that
Like,
came from.
as far as I'm concerned, that's binding.
Yeah, that was the contract.
Mm-hmm. I'll just slap the sticker on the outside of it and just send it like that. I have a PSA 10 Macklemore concert at Boston TD Center on VHS. Eric's like, swap. Yes. Go for it, Eric. If you cut one up, there'll be one less copy, and mine will be worth more. You see?
He's always one up in me. He's always thinking.
Well, the thing is, Eric, I find it interesting that it's like, that's literally what I would have said. It's like, yeah, do it. Like, I was like, that's no threat. That's you don't threaten me, sir.
You know what I had last week, actually, speaking for a name?
Go ahead.
A guy submitted cards, they came back, and I forgot all about it, but it was like, I don't know if it was 50. It was definitely like 40 or 50 Fred Saskamoose, 54 Parky rookies.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it was
Yeah.
like 40 or 50 of them, and it was all like I think they went from like ones up to sixes, but it was pretty cool. That's something I wanted to take a picture of, but I didn't know. So I didn't know the guy so I didn't want to, but it was really cool to see them all together. It was awesome.
Mhm.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Now you've already returned those. You already sent them PSA. You
Yeah.
got them back and
Yeah,
returned.
I got them back, returned them to the guy. It was one collection, and yeah, quite something else.
Nice.
Was the gentleman's first name and his
No.
last name Cardinal? And did he live in the western part of Canada by any chance?
He neither confirms or deny that. But he might have fought with post office worker in terms of getting it sent over.
Yeah.
And it's okay if anyone loves to be my collection. Enjoy it. There you go. Well, it's like that would be awesome to see. Exactly. Good stuff. They got a lot of interesting stuff sent over there. Can't knock it. Can't complain.
Hey, I still, when we were at the show in November, it's burnt in my brain. We were wrapping up. We're, behind the curtain there. And I was going through looking at some of the cards that people were putting there. And we saw that signed Ken Dryden card. It is the best Ken Dryden autograph I have ever seen. And for someone who rarely signs, this thing was perfect.
Yeah.
And that might have been one of the coolest, nicest things there you go. That's why it was so nice. Yeah. It was one of the coolest, nicest things I saw the entire week. It was I was in awe, like checking that thing out after they submitted it. It was gorgeous.
Yeah. We had a Dryden rookie came in Vancouver. A guy had it in a one touch, and I kind of looked at it, that and the Bobby Orr from 71.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I don't know what it's worth for the kind. I was like, well, what do you think it's worth? And I kind of looked at it, and I was like, man, it's like, it looks really nice. He was like, yeah, it's got to be worth probably $300. And then I took it out of the one touch for him, and I'm sitting there looking at it, I'm like, man, this looks really, really nice. And we looked it all over, and the guy kept looking. He goes, do you think it's going to grade well? Like, I think it should be a 6. And I was like, man, like if I've ever seen a Dryden rookie that could be perfect, it was this one. You know what I mean? Like, so it's nice because the guy's expectation is a 6, but this sucker, and he has the whole set. He just picked out the 2 cards. So I'm sure it's not altered. It's not trimmed or recolored or anything like that. But I'll let you guys know what it is, but who knows? It could be a 10. Like, it's absolutely dead center.
Wow. That's awesome.
Nice.
And I
think it'll be-
assume it's an O-Pee-Chee too, because
Yeah.
you know that's which, as everyone knows, makes it that much more rare that it's dead center and looks so nice.
Yeah. Boys, I got to take off. It's 12:30 here now. It was awesome listening. It was awesome joining in. And did you get my rest in peace MINT as well?
Oh no, we got that.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I think what's going to be next, Brad. Though now we got some time. I'll reach out to you during the week. We'll start planning everything out. We'll start figuring things out, and then. But now I think what we should do, and Brad, Eric's not listening. Don't worry about it. I think what we should do is we should figure out a way for us to have a photo op with Zdeno Chara where we get him to autograph it. Wish you were here, Bougie Eric.
Oh yeah.
Like that. We should take a picture and get him to sign the picture.
I'm all in.
Amazing. I think that'd be amazing. And it would just be for Eric. It would just be we'd send him the pictures of it, and then to be, I don't know. He's a swell guy. I don't. You should have been here. And then we'll just take pictures with him. We'll take pictures with Marcel. Going. The restraining order is still valid, Eric. Marcel.
He's running the Boston Marathon on Monday.
Zdeno Chara?
Yep.
Oh, I thought you said Marcel. I was like,
No,
he's not.
not Marcel. No.
Sorry.
I was gonna say you're chasing Marcel in the Boston Marathon. This is highly inappropriate, sir. Jeez.
No, he's not running the Marcel is not running the Boston Marathon. Zdeno Chara is running the Boston Marathon on Monday.
And is he charging them $129 for it?
I'm sure he is.
He probably should. Yeah, I think that seems valid. All right, Brad. Before you go, one more thing. All
Yeah.
right, I want a little bit of a prediction. In terms of comparison, you think you're going to get in? How many Gretzky rookies did you get in last time at the Fall Expo?
I had that little sticky. I don't know if it was 600.
Okay.
Was it?
How
was
close do we
insane.
get? Do we get close? Do we match? Do we surpass? What are you thinking? Early
I
prediction.
think we get a hell of a lot less.
All
I
right.
really do.
All right.
But I say that every time, so I don't know.
All right. Well, we're gonna see. We're gonna get a chance to talk. We'll talk during the week. We'll take some kind. Well, like I said, we'll take some kind of footage somewhere in there, and brace yourself because one thing I'm gonna wait for you on, and I'll check with you on this. I want to know what the coolest thing that was submitted is, and that I think that's gonna be a major one. And I'm telling you in advance, that Macho Man card little thingy, I'm submitting that shit. We're sending in the Macho.
I love it.
We're gonna figure it out. I think that's gonna be a fun one, and I'm warning you in advance to two things. Number one, I want my Mantle cards.
Yeah.
You make sure you if you have to strap them to your body, then strap them to your body. Do what you got to do.
Do you want me to show you those? Do you?
If you got them, I think they're all ones. But if you got them, go for it. Maybe one's authentic. I don't know, but they should mostly be ones.
Let me see.
Jason getting Marcel to sign and renew the restraining order. Yes,
Marcel likes me. I don't care what you guys say.
that's what you claim.
That's what he claims. He likes me.
I don't know. I haven't heard it from Marcel. Heard away from you on Monday. That's right. The problem is this is he said, she said all over again. Bring this full circle. All we have is your word that Marcel likes you.
He does.
I want to hear it from Marcel.
He does like me.
I'll interview him. I'll check on him. And when I do footage, he's like, "Oh, I don't know who that Eric guy is. He's a bit of a creeper."
No,
Yeah,
that's
we'll
not
see.
what he's gonna say.
We'll see.
We
I don't
get
know.
along magnificently.
After all the troubles you've caused, chasing him in the Boston Marathon, no less. Just terrible. The man didn't even want to run the Boston Marathon, but he's just trying to get away from you. Leave me alone.
Look how happy he is.
Marcel, blink twice if you're being held against your will. Blink, blink. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, we're buddies.
Marcel also told Eric that English was his first language. Facts.
So,
Listen, this is me, Marcel, and his daughter. Oh,
All right. So,
how do I
so anyway, while you're yamming on over there, so that's the 59 tops. All right.
yeah.
So is
and
that a one?
One MK because it's
Well,
got
yeah,
that.
for sure. It's got the writing on the back. It's
Right.
Joey. Come on, don't you know Joey? He's a good friend of ours.
Yeah. And then we got 2 MK.
Oh, really? It came back as a 2. That's not bad. So 67 tops. All right.
Yeah, because that's got the writing on the front right
Oh
down
yeah,
his nose.
yeah. No, they're all beat up. They're still super beat up.
Yeah, and then we got another one.
Yeah. The 58 tops. I actually like that card. I'm a fan of
So
that.
do
one.
I like all of them actually.
That's nice.
And then we got another one.
63. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. For
But
the
it's
most
nice.
part.
I like when they give them. The cards are intact, like they all should have a number. I don't I didn't want any of them to come back just authentic.
Yeah, the two MK kind of surprised me, but that's all right. That's good.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna keep the 58. I got to think about it because the thing is, I'm not building the set. I like the cards, but it's one of those things where I wanted to get them graded, so I had my options open to me. So it's great. It's great that they all got numbered back, and that's going to make them a little bit easier to move a few of them, and it'll let me open up and work on some other stuff.
I got
If you want to attach that to the rest of my order, there, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to
Just-
sell. This is a lady, her and her husband. So I think I've got a buyer for it. It's a 1.5 MK.
Nice. Hold on. Let me share it. Do it again. There you go. That's a solid copy. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's nice. Like it's nicely centered. It's got great eye appeal. It's just on the back. It's got like a little crayon mark. You can see there.
Sure. I'll be honest. The buyer probably won't be complaining too much because those things are super expensive at this point.
Yeah. No, I sold a 1.5 MK at the Mint Collective for 30K. So I told the woman, I said, look, I sold this one's actually a nicer copy. So I'm hoping to be able to get her 30,000 for this one. She was like, how much did you say? I said, honestly, I think I should be able to. So yeah, so I'm gonna.
The days have passed. There used to be the day if you go back the first price guide, the first Beckett guide, the book that I ever got, the mana was 8,000. It was 8,000, and I think near mint. And it's like you're not getting one that's torn in half at this point, barely for $8,000. It's not going to happen. It's basically 5 figures now, just if it's legit.
First time I looked at a book for a Ore Rookie, mint condition, absolutely perfect Ore Rookie. It was $500, and I was like, "Oh my god, $500! I'd buy a whole crap load of them now."
What you should have done is you should bring the book. You should bring the book with you and say, "I'll pay full book."
PSA 10. We're looking at. We're talking mint. Best you can get, $500. I'd buy a few now if I could.
I told you just bring the book with you and say, "I'll pay full book."
Yep.
Want to see my comps?
Yep.
Okay, these are going right back because I'm packing all the cards up. There's going to be like 10 totes coming to Toronto.
That's right. Good. Yeah, so I'll pick those up from Brad, and then I'll submit the Macho card. I showed you guys that Macho Man card. I'm going to get that one done. I think I'm going to be curious because mine's got the little tab on the bottom. The one I saw that was great, it didn't have the tab on the bottom. So I'll be curious to see if that changes anything.
Oh, speaking of I know we can talk about it. Well, in 2 Thursdays, did you see the new video that Ryan Hogue just put out from PSA about the imaging of the cards?
Okay. No, I didn't see it. What about it?
Okay. It's a little clip. So they talk about for 2 years now, they've been imaging the cards when they come into the facility.
Mm-hmm.
But now actually on your order form, you'll be able to see the card. So before they provide the image of it, you'll see the card, the picture of it, and you can also verify what they write on it. So you can check to make sure. So if you have an obscure card, something like, some of the new AEWs, like you could go into your account and you can see those on there to make sure they have the proper description for the proper version. So it saves that going through and coming back and then having a problem, like having a mislabeled card like you have, right?
So that's the one we're going to do here.
Yeah,
and you got the little tag on the bottom. And the other one that I've seen, they cut off that bottom section with the W. So I've got the full piece intact that I got at the last expo. So we're going to get that one slabbed up here.
I love that.
I think it's a sweet card. I'm a big fan. So I think that should be a fun one to do. Real quick question for Paul, because I know obviously we had that. Because I submitted the cards at the same time, and obviously the vintage one took longer. Obviously, I'm picking it up at the show, so I could have gotten it earlier. But it's just less graders, basically. Is there anything else they've given you as far as that?
Nope, it's 100% that. It's just a lot of the new graders are trained on ultra modern, so vintage just takes a lot longer. And you can think about it. I could grade a Pokemon card in 30 seconds. It's not going to be that difficult. But when you have to get in and dig in to grade vintage cards, it just takes a lot longer and it takes more expertise. So,
yeah, sounds good. Thank you, Paul. I know another real question. Damn, Paul. I don't know. Are you feeling all right? Are you okay?
I'm
man?
very confused. I'm very confused in what's happening right now.
I know. But Brad, we'll definitely chat a little bit here leading into it. Looking forward to hanging out and chatting with you guys. So it'll be fun. Yeah. Let's see how much partying you go, and I might just laugh at you guys if you just party a little too hard. We'll see. I'll watch you guys. I'm gonna keep an eye. I'll check in.
I love it. All right, thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
you
Take
too,
it easy,
Eric.
Brad.
Talk to you. Have a safe trip.
What, were you just nice to me? What the?
Listen, there's a lot of people sick. You
Paul,
got Paul asking legit questions.
I told you, Paul screwed me up, man. I don't feel right. Something's not right.
All right. See you, fellas.
Take it easy. Have a good night, Brad. Take it easy.
Talk to you later. Bye. I'm not going to be nice to that guy, though.
Sounds good.
No, not going to be nice to him.
All right, so let's do something here. Usual thing, guys. We'll start winding her down here, I think, a little bit. Mainly because I do have a couple of things I want to do tomorrow. But if there's anything else you guys want to chat about, I'm willing to refill my beer and have a couple of quick conversations here to wind her down. But let me know. Otherwise, we'll wind her down and call her a day.
So if I got to something just for the sake,
Sure.
unless you have something on the agenda.
No, agenda-wise, like, I want to talk a little bit about Expo, but the thing is, there's not too much to say until we get there. We kind of have to play it by ear and see. I know generally, it's like everything. I don't go in with a fully set out plan. I know generally what I want to do, but I got to walk around and see what the lay of the land is. As soon as I start talking to someone, even Bobby's thing, when he's talking about the chop thing, I had a feeling it would be something like that, but I didn't know for sure. But then when he said it, okay, now I'm going to reach out to some people, be like, hey, what's your plan? What are you doing?
Right.
Okay, we can do this here. Okay, cool. And then I'll do the thing. And that way I know. And then I can be like, yep, Bobby, I'm good. Yep, I'll meet you guys, whatever. I know where my hotel is. I know my general vicinity. I actually have a different hotel this time. So now I got to refigure everything. Oh my God, what am I doing?
Yeah, I know. Your hotel was across the street from Chop, right?
It was so
Exactly.
easy to get to. Mind you, the other one, honestly, is very close by too. Because they're all in the same zone.
Right.
And this one is actually physically closer to the convention center. So if anything, it's like, it'll save me like 2 minutes. It's not like a big deal. It's all pretty close together. It's fine.
I liked my hotel last time, but it was, it was maybe a mile away,
Okay.
but, we had because we had, my car and everything, it was no big deal. Just, no issues.
The biggest thing, I'll be honest, it's not even, I don't really care. At the end of the day, both hotels are nice. Like, there's nothing wrong with either one of the hotels. The biggest issue that I had, the reason why, is that I knew very well with the other one exactly what the Wi-Fi situation was. I knew how to set everything up. I knew exactly what, if I had a question, I knew exactly where everything was. So, and even in the morning, if I wanted to go get breakfast, I know where everything is. With the other one, it's like, okay, it's same vicinity, just down the street there. But okay, what do you guys have? What do I need to do to get what XYZ set up? Like, I had everything down to a science. I could literally walk in on autopilot and get everything that I wanted. With this other one, I might have to plan it out a little bit, which is fine. I'll make an adjustment, but it just threw me off a little bit because I was down to the routine. I had it down.
Right.
I knew exactly where everything was. And I had the restaurant downstairs. So after the show, I could come back. I could sit at the restaurant, watch the game a little bit, grab another bite to eat, have a beer. And with this one, I don't know if they'll have a bar downstairs. Maybe they will, but I assume they'll have something. So what thing did you want? What thing you want to mention?
Oh, well, I was just saying that I would love some advice, people's opinions on something.
All right, go ahead.
So I have an opportunity to get some things signed by Bobby Orr coming up.
Booby Orr?
Yep, and it's going to be cheaper than $700, which is he's going to be doing a show coming up where for $700 you get the VIP package, the picture with him, the something autographed, but it can't be a stick or else that costs extra, and blah blah blah. But
what if it's a stick that was dropped on social media?
I didn't drop it.
It's got provenance.
I didn't drop it.
We have video.
I banged it. I did not drop it. I banged it off a metal rack. I didn't drop it. I banged it off a metal rack.
Whatever you say.
There's
To the
difference.
footage.
I banged it off a metal rack. I did not drop it.
Look, all I'm saying is it's going to be a very exciting 2 weeks. We have some more Booby Orr slander to do. We got the expo coming up this week, and the week after the expo, Eric, the Golden Touch begins.
Oh, I cannot wait.
We're like this right now. It's all coming up beautifully right now. I'm very excited. This is an exciting 2 weeks coming up. That's all I'm saying. So go ahead, ask your advice. I'll be right back.
So I have a few items that I pulled together, and at $125 a piece, I don't have unlimited funds as much as we like to joke. So I'm trying to figure out maybe 4 things to get signed. So one of the things I collect and have lots of is hockey pucks. And when I have the opportunity to get a Hall of Famer to sign a Hall of Fame puck, I try to get, that done. So I'm thinking have him sign a Hall of Fame puck. Now, rarely will he actually put HOF 79 on something, but I'm going to request it. And if for some reason he's in a good mood and writes Bobby Orr number 4 HOF 79, I think that would be a pretty special puck, because I don't think there's too many of those out there. Another one I was thinking about having done is this 8x10. It's one of the clearest 8x10s I've ever seen. It's got a lot of nice white ice down there that a blue Sharpie would really look nice on. So I'm thinking about getting that done. I have this entire set autographed by everybody else in the set. It was like a 20 player set. I even have Ace Bailey. I have the other Hall of Famers like Johnny Busick and Phil Esposito and Jerry Cheevers. This is the only one I do not have signed in the team set. So I think that's like 100% must to complete the set, is to have him sign it. And I'll have him sign it in blue right here on the white part of the jersey, because that's where I had everyone else sign their name. Now I other than Ace Bailey, which I actually had to buy off my current employer, everybody else on the team I've met face to face and had them sign one of these. So I think I need him to sign this to complete that set. This 72 yearbook after they won the cup, this is his page. I have everybody except Ace Bailey, because I never met him. I have had every other player I've met in person sign their picture in the yearbook. I even have Milt Schmidt, who was the GM. I have Bronco Horvath sign the back, where there was a caricature of him like on the back page. So I have every other Bruin signed this yearbook, except for Bobby Orr and Ace Bailey. And obviously Ace died in 9/11, so that's not going to happen. But I think I want to get Bobby to sign that and complete the yearbook the best I can. I love these Upper Deck canvas cards, and I'm thinking about possibly having him sign that in blue Sharpie. I think that would look really nice. That's an option.
For the record, you said Ace Bailey, who passed away in 9/11, you're not going to be able to get him in the book? Well, not with that attitude, Eric. A little studying of the occult.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
Yeah, I shouldn't give up so easy.
Yeah, I was going to say, with that attitude, of course not. No.
Right.
A little studying the occult, a little raising from the dead. What's the worst that could happen?
I've seen some movies. Some really bad stuff could happen.
Just get the Necromanicon. I forget the name.
No, I think you pretty much got it. That's what it is. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Just I get that one.
Dead stuff. Unless Bruce Campbell's going to come here and help me with the aftermath, I'm going to.
Well, the newer one, the villain was Xena. So does that help?
But you still had Bruce Campbell.
He was there, yes. That's right.
So I need some Bruce Campbell help.
I'm assuming in the course of this conversation is asking which item you should get him to sign, basically.
What are people's opinions? This is the 77 Sportscaster. Not a lot of times I've seen this autographed. I have a lot of other Sportscaster cards autographed by hockey players. So I was thinking about that. I was also thinking was getting one of the McFarlane figures, get one of the stands signed. I have a lot of those done. So I think, but we talked earlier about some things that people will and will not sign. And I don't know if he signs the McFarlane bases or not, but I would like to see if get that done. And last but not least, the Toronto, what was it, the Toronto Sun Times, those inserts of players back in, I think, like 72. I have a good set of those of the Bruins team, and I got Phil Esposito in November up in Toronto. So those are some of the things I'm thinking about, and I'm just curious if people had any opinions of what they think the coolest thing out of those would be to get signed. Pick
You know
like
what would be really amazing? If you
4.
got if you got him to sign a gigantic Montreal Canadiens logo.
No,
Or you could get a Bobby Orr in a Chicago Blackhawks uniform. Amazing. Wow. Chef's kiss. Aha! He doesn't like the Boston Bruins confirmed. Knew it.
so I already got that. But I don't know. I just thought for conversation piece, if people, wanted, I see Bobby gave me a yes to the puck and the team issue. I think those are definites too, Bobby. It's kind of like a must. I got to complete this set. And I think the Hall of Fame puck, especially if I can get them to put HOF 79, I think that'd be pretty cool. But I didn't know if anybody else had any other opinions of maybe 2 more things of the things that I mentioned, what they thought would be the coolest, most unique, maybe most valuable in the future.
The next 2 comments kind of touch on this. First one is a question from Bob. How many of these things would you be able to get signed elsewhere of your purchase? And Bobby says, choose unique items.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's a million 8x10 signed. So does the world really need another 8x10 signed? But how many sportscaster cards are out there signed? How many of these canvas cards are signed? How many of these 72 Stanley Cup champion yearbooks are completely signed? That seems like it might be more unique. So that's what I got to figure out. I'm kind of saying I'm going to pay for 4 things, but I got to figure out which 4 things. And I'm leaning towards definitely the puck and the team set. And I'm thinking about a McFarlane base of one of the figures that I have. And I got to figure out what the 4th thing's going to be. I was leaning towards the yearbook.
Let's see.
I don't know.
not quite helpful, but it is a response.
Get him to sign Poopy Pony. That would be awesome.
There you go.
Yeah,
and then that would lead to the conversation explaining Poopy Pony, which frankly would be worth its weight in gold alone.
Yes, and I have to explain to him who Gary V is, and how he was a part of one of the most ridiculous things in hobby history.
Now, what happens though if you start trying to explain Gary V to him? He goes, "Oh yeah, Gary, he's my homie."
And
turns out he hangs out. Turns out, like you claim to be with Marcel. Turns out Gary V is BFFs with Booby Orr.
And then I'd take everything off the table and say, "I don't need your autograph anymore. Thank you. You've ruined it."
I would pay money to see this.
I'd be like, you ruined it. No, thank you.
People, we need to introduce Booby Orr to Gary V. They need to become BFFs to ruin Eric's life. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Yeah. Between that and discontinuing chocolate sticks, there aren't too many things we can do to them that haven't already been done.
So yeah. So Bobby gave me a couple of suggestions. Doesn't look like anyone else is really that interested in guiding me. So
I think Paul was suggesting a Kiss rookie card, which should be unique. That would be the road less traveled.
I will get a 1978 Kiss card, and I'll have him sign it in gold. Ink. That'll look nice. Paint pen.
Mm-hmm. That they bet he'd never sign it. Yeah. The music will start playing, and Eric will be directed away from more. True. Just say it's a bet with a friend. Mm. Facts.
So, anyways, that's what I gotta figure out. I'll keep weighing my options.
So at the end, you're going to use the Ouija board. You're
Yeah,
going to use
well,
random.org.
I'm not really, other than Bobby giving me, some insight. No one else seems to. So the Ouija board's the next best thing.
There you go. Yes. Then he comes by and it's a rumble at your house. I like where Bob's going with this. I appreciate it. There you go. There you go. Bob's giving you an answer.
That big card thing. Okay.
Probably the sportscaster.
Yeah.
There you go. At least he was particular about that.
No
by the way, kind of random tangent. The sending him to your house thing just made me think about it. I was randomly puttering around, and I don't know what it was that specifically got me thinking about it or even looking into it. But I started doing a search. I started doing Google search, and it turns out there's a wrestling company called Impact Wrestling,
I've heard
and they've
of
been around. Yeah, they've been around for a long time. Our Olympic hero Kurt Angle wrestled for Impact Wrestling, and a multi-time champion as well, as did Sting, as did Booker T, and a number of other guys had a cup of coffee with that company. But anyway, the point is that Impact Wrestling is still around, but they offer just peripherally. But for whatever reason, I don't know why, when I was doing the search, it came up. They're having a pay-per-view this weekend called Rebellion. And I was like, okay, great, good for them, whatever. It turns out they're having it in Toronto. And they're having it in a nightclub over in Toronto. And I was just sitting there like, I'm not going to spend money on that. But at the same time, under normal circumstances, I'd be like, I kind of want to. Because I was sitting there going like, okay, you're doing a paper. And I think tickets, you can get tickets like right in the second row for like $100. I just started laughing and I was like thinking about that.
Who is in that company now that would be a known name?
There were several people on there that actually wrestled in the WWE and a couple of other places. I'll pull it up here. I'll pull up who's actually on the card for the show. More than anything for me, it's just the novelty of the fact they were actually.
But if you're the
show.
Brooklyn Brawler of the WWE, and now you're the top headline of Impact because you were, the guy that got beat up every Saturday morning for a decade, does that really make it a great wrestling company?
Well, the problem with the wrestling company isn't whether you have named people or not. The problem with the wrestling company is whether there is enough interest level in the long run to be able to actually get it done. So real quick here, says Bob Jackson. Wow, I'm a new one. He doesn't think too much of you, Bob. Only reason I say no to the canvas because he has a signed card on the set. I think they've got a signed canvas, Bobby. That's true. I heard Kurt had a cup of Vicodin with Impact. Kurt had a lot of things going on with Impact. But he did have a lot of good matches as well. So it's one of those things. Like, Kurt Angle was still very good when he went to Impact. Okay, so here's the card, basically. So the main event, so right now the World Championship is going to be Steve Macklin, who actually wrestled with WWE, and Kushida, who's wrestled a lot in Japan. So actually, and they're going to wrestle for the Impact World Championship. The Women's Championship here, the Knockouts Championship, is going to be Jordan Grace, who's been the champion, with Deanna Purrazzo, who also wrestled in WWE, who's been there. So I'll put it to you this way. You got Bully Ray here, a.k.a. Part of the Dudley Boys, who is going to be there wrestling this hardcore match against Tommy Dreamer. So you're getting some ECW vibes.
Yeah, so those names sound familiar to me.
Yeah, well, he wrestled as part of the Dudley Boys in ECW and WWE, was a multi-time WWE tag team champion with Devon, and also wrestled at WrestleMania in the first TLC matches with Edge and Christian. So like he's been in multiple WrestleManias wrestling matches.
Okay.
And then you got Brian Myers here, who was actually in WWE a long time, actually, as kind of a jobber enhancement talent. A couple of these other guys I'm somewhat familiar with. And over here you've got Frankie Kazarian, who's been in AEW not that long ago. And Tommy Dreamer, obviously, who's a legend in ECW. So a lot of that going on here. You got some remnants of the Bullet Club here taking on the Motor City Machine Guns, who have a long-standing history in this company. So, like, even though I'm not watching the product regularly, I actually know who a good chunk of these people are. And you got over here Santino Marella, of all people, who was in WWE for a very long time as Santino Marella. And then over here you've got Eddie Edwards taking on PCO. PCO actually wrestled a lot of years. I think he's one of the Rougeau brothers. I think I'll look him up, but he actually has
Really?
been. I'll look him up, but you wouldn't recognize him from the image. He's got a complete gimmick change. This is a whole gimmick he's developed for the Indies.
I mean, if he was one of the Rougeau brothers, wouldn't he be in his 60s?
I'll pull it up for you. So the Coven here, this is actually Taylor Wilde, who's actually been around a while. And let me just scroll through here. Champagne Singh and Shira. Oh, and Heath and Rhino. So you got another ECW / WWE thing. That's that Rhino. And then
Yeah.
Heath is Heath Slater, who was in WWE only for 100 years. So let me pull up PCO. I know he's been around a long time. Let's see, PCO Wrestling.
Isn't Rhino related to Hulk Hogan or something?
No, that's Horace Hogan.
Nah, I can't remember.
Let's see, Pierre Carlet, PCO. He wrestled predominantly as. Oh, sorry, not Rougeau, but he was one of the Quebecers.
Okay.
So he wrestled also as a pirate and a bunch of things. He was basically in WWE for years,
Okay.
as part of a tag team and he was part of the Quebecers in the World Wrestling Federation in the early 90s. And then he came back as Jean-Pierre Lafitte. So part of that new generation period in the mid 90s. So there's a lot going on with that. And then he was wrestled in WCW for a while there as well. So like he was in a lot of the main companies, a lot of the main federations, wrestling in ECW as well. And then kind of basically his career was over. And then he kind of made a return doing that PCO gimmick because he came up with that whole thing. And even though he's a lot older, like right now, he is in fact 55. So he had a long run and then came back and then rebuilt himself as this PCO character.
He ran out of money and needs more money.
I think he's having a lot of fun with his PCO character, though. He came up with a whole completely different gimmick. Yeah, Brian Myers, he was in WWE. That's right. Brooklyn Brawler's an absolute legend. It's true. Seeing this card reminds me of why I don't want you back. Yes. Yes.
Something to
He was
that.
part of the Quebecers. That's right. I just like the novelty that they were actually running the show at like a club in Toronto. And I was just laughing. I was like, I kind of want to see this. Not like $100 want to see it.
No,
I'd almost like to order it and like, yeah, I'll sit in my house and watch it.
it's like seeing a car crash. You can't help but turn your head and drive slowly by it. And
Well, look, I'll put it to this way. Let me put an analogy that might make sense here. Let me ask a serious question. Are you telling me that if you sit there and have the opportunity to sit there and watch, you got some time to kill or whatever, that you wouldn't watch a AHL game?
If I had nothing else going on, and maybe if it was Providence Bruins, but yeah, I don't.
But here's the thing though. Impact is effectively that kind of thing. They're
Right.
doing it professionally. Impact's been around a long time, and it's not like Impact is just this company that was made up out of nowhere. It is a pay-per-view. I don't care if it's not. I don't care if 100 people order the damn thing. Someone's going to pay for it, and the reality is that a lot of those folks have been around a while. It's not quote unquote the big leagues, but they're still doing it professionally. They're still doing it for money, and some of them have been at the big company, and some of them may end up going back at the big company if the right circumstances are right. So it's not to say some of those folks on the roster could very well end up in WWE again at some point because they've been there multiple times in some cases. Heath Slater had a long run. He's never been a star. He's never going to be a star. But he's a dude who, under the right circumstances, WWE could bring him back. They could say, hey, would you come and do this thing? Yeah, sure. And then all of a sudden he's back in WWE. Oh, where's Heath Slater? Well, he's wrestling over there. Now he's wrestling over here. Those folks are interchangeable. People don't think about it. Didn't Quebec produce a lot of great wrestlers back in the day? They did. They had a lot. They had a pretty good pipeline of wrestlers. Eric, that card isn't a who's who wrestling. It's a who's that. For a lot of them, yeah. For a lot of them, yeah. But that's the thing is that that's why I use the AHL thing. The AHL thing, there are folks that are in the AHL who will never make it to the NHL.
Right.
There are folks in the AHL who were in the NHL and are trying to work their way back to the NHL. There are folks in the AHL who it's a stepping stone to get to the NHL. So like it's three different groups of people that come out, that end up in that spot. So it's one of those things where a lot of these companies, including Impact, they're indies basically. Well, they exist for a reason because they're able to keep it going. The company that owns them is willing to put them on. The problem is they're like on a fourth-rate television network. At one point, Impact was able to get on primetime, and at one point when they were working with Spike, if they hadn't screwed that up, they were actually running opposite Monday Night Raw, which was a bad idea in the long run.
Yeah.
But for a brief moment in time, one time, They got 2 million viewers for a show.
Which one did Don West join?
TNA, which would become Impact.
Okay.
So he was one of the announcers. Yeah.
Right.
And he had a good run. And
Yeah.
and the thing, there was a moment in time when TNA, prior to being Impact, was probably running, maybe arguably, the best wrestling show on television at that time. Because they had so much talent. If you go back to the old roster of TNA / Impact, you have guys who are in WWE now who ran through that system. You have folks that are in the WWE Hall of Fame that ran through that and were wrestling on that show. And they actually had the talent, but they never could get out of their own way. They always did dumb things like screw it up. And they were able to draw on pay-per-view. They were able to draw on television to a certain degree. And they reached a certain point and then just fell through the floor. And they never recovered. Do I get paid per time I view it? Maybe. Maybe if you hit the like button. Hit the like button hard enough. Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
You don't need to say. There's nothing to like. This show is stupid.
Oh, I say another like. That's all I'm saying.
No. Do not hit the like button. Do not. No, just don't.
They're like the county
encourage
fairs.
nonsense.
Gotta encourage it. But yeah, overall, it's one of those things where like, if it had been, I'm not joking, Eric. If it had been $50, I probably would have bought a ticket and gone. Because I'm like, I kind of like the novelty of it because it's going to be a venue. There's probably going to be a couple hundred people. It would actually be kind of cool to watch. So it's like I do it.
I always
For $50, I do it.
the coolest wrestling venue. This is why he's a jerk. See, he's just a jerk.
He's asking a valid question.
No, he's a jerk and he knows it.
Tonight, you've offered no less than $5,000 for one card.
Only because I wanted to make him cry.
You are a
And then
high
he turned
roller.
the tables on me.
High roller.
He turned the tables on me, and somehow me doing that would benefit him. So I renege.
Mm-hmm. Bob Jackson said they did dumb things like hire Vince Russo. Yes. And Hulk Hogan, yes. The Hulk Hogan thing didn't work out.
The best wrestling venue, in my opinion, was the that small venue with the hardcore wrestling. What was that? ECW.
Oh, the ECW arena?
It was like a hall.
Yeah, it was
And
the infamous quote unquote bingo hall. By the way, that venue still exists.
That
They've actually
was-
updated it, and some other companies have used it.
That was an awesome setup. Now, obviously, you weren't getting, a full, like Boston Garden, Air Canada Center type, fan base or whatever, and making gate on that many people. But on television, that place rocked. They were packed shoulder to shoulder. They were up in like the walkway up top and the balconies and everything. And I mean, it was awesome.
Well, but that goes back to kind of what I said before. So here's the question. Now, obviously, from a financial standpoint, the bigger the arena, the better. From a financial standpoint, the more people you can get, the more people through the turnstiles, the more money you make. But in the long run, if you're running a product and you're trying to show people the product, this is where television is very important. That's one thing Impact never quite figured out. If they had, it would have been a different conversation. Bob Jackson saying Hammerstein Ballroom. I think that's the one. I think they've renamed it though. Now it's actually called something else, but it was the Hammerstein Ballroom. I think that's right. Paul saying the coolest wrestling venue I've been to has been the Rave in Milwaukee, normally a concert venue, but they had some ECW pay-per-views. Yes. And ECW, I believe, actually ran one Canadian show. And I think they did well, if memory serves me. They ran one, and I want to say, let me just see. I'll find it. Canada show. Let's see if I can find it. ECW Hardcore TV. ECW debut at Hershey Center. Yes, they did do one. That's right. So Hershey Center. It's not the Hershey Center anymore, but they did run one out of the Hershey Center. So what was it? I'll see if I can find it here. Wrestle Data. Yeah, it was towards the end of the run. Do you remember the one with the balconies around it? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I found it.
It was so cool.
All right, I found it.
Looked awesome on TV.
They ran a show here in Hershey Center in Mississauga, so my neck of the woods. And they did it for the television show, and they drew 5,000, which is really good. Like, the Hershey Center is not a gigantic venue. It's not this massive place. And it's actually kind of out of the way. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get to. But pretty good, actually.
But that
let me
ballroom, you could probably get 500 people in there, but it looked freaking awesome on TV, and it was loud, and the fans loved it, and you know the wrestlers could really interact with the fan base because it was just packed in there, and they you know there was some people that I think, if I remember right, climbed the walls up to those balconies and jumped off them a couple of times, and I mean it was nuts.
I think that's the key. But the point is that ECW is a good example of, if you're trying to run a wrestling show, at the end of the day, you want to draw as many people as you can. But at the same time, if you're doing a television product, the goal is to make it look and sound good. It's almost more important that it sound, because you could have thousands of people there, but if they're all sitting on their hands and it sounds dead, it's worse than 500 people who are screaming at the top of their lungs and actually responding to what's happening.
Yeah.
From a television perspective, because you can do things with television and camera angles and such that, like, at least it feels like people give a damn. You could have thousands and thousands and thousands of people, but just no one cares. If the crowd is completely indifferent, just because you got a good gate, it won't save you in the long run. It won't work. That's why ECW was never a profitable company. But like I said, they would run these small shows all over the place, but at the same time, the crowd was passionate. But the problem is, financially, eventually, you need to, like I said, they ran this one show in Canada and drew 5,000. ECW drew 5,000 in the year 2000. What does that tell you about Canada? That's why all of a sudden AEW all of a sudden is doing a Canadian swing. They're even going through Saskatoon and like, so you've realized that you can run a wrestling show here, and you can draw, as long as you're at least putting something on the table. And actually, the card here isn't bad. They had Rhino winning the television championship. It's pretty good. That would work. That would have been. Rob Van Dam was on it, and you got a 3-way match for the ECW World Heavyweight Championship. Justin Credible and Jerry Lynn and Steve Corino. That actually be pretty good. Actually, it was a pretty good show. New Jack. That's right.
Yeah. Do you remember, you know, the horrible situation with New Jack cutting open that like 17-year-old kid?
So the best part is, if you hadn't stopped that horrible situation with New Jack, I would have been like, which one?
Yeah.
There was that one. There was the one where he threw the guy off a scaffolding and almost killed him.
Right.
That was another one.
Right.
The one that you're talking about, I think, got them sued.
Yeah, that one happened 15 minutes away from my house. It with no traffic. It happened in Revere. That's
See,
like
I was hoping you were going to say Peabody.
No, it happened in Revere, and yeah, when he, no, the kid, I mean, just
the kid had no business being in the ring.
No business, but he cut that kid up, man. I mean,
he's New Jack. You leave that man alone, and you stay away from him. You stay away from New Jack. That man was crazy.
Everybody should stay away from New Jack.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. Look, Paul is right on this. He's New Jack. If he's like, hey, would you like to come in and wrestle with New Jack? The answer is no. The answer is I would not.
That is the answer.
I would rather not do that.
No,
he's a crazy bastard. You leave that man be. You keep distance between you and New Jack.
New Jack belongs in prison and out of society.
They would have allegedly been profitable if they got paid for the pay-per-views. Yeah, no, but here's the funny thing. The most important thing for a wrestling company. Well, we're going to start winding her down. By the way, thank you all for hanging out. The important thing with these companies today, the real important thing is television. If you can get consistent television and get rights fees, you can actually still be a profitable. If ECW had gotten a legitimate television deal with somebody where they were actually getting paid for television, that company might still be in business today. Despite all their nonsense and all that, they probably would still be. To this day, when people look at WWE and see how profitable they are now, and they sold now to the parent company of UFC, holy crap. Do you know how much money WWE makes in rights fees right now? Like in television rights fees?
Oh, I don't know, $1 billion. I don't know.
So they sold the streaming rights to Peacock for $1 billion.
Yeah.
Fox is paying them $200 million a year for SmackDown, for the one show, and I think USA pays them $250 for Raw. $250 million, $400 million. That is $250 million, $200 million. That is $450 million for the two main shows per year on television, plus another $200 million per year for the streaming rights on Peacock. Plus, the Saudi government pays them $50 million for each one of those shows, and they do 2 shows a year. That's another $100 million. Eric, the arena could be empty.
Right.
They don't need to sell a single ticket. They don't need to sell a single piece of merch.
They did that during COVID, playing in empty stadiums,
And it didn't matter. They didn't give a shit.
No.
And what they did is they still fired people for roster cuts. Budgeting. You make $1 billion no matter what you do now.
Right.
$1 billion for nothing. An empty arena is almost better. You don't even have to worry about the overhead. They'll take your ticket. They'll take your ticket, but they don't even need you. And now they run WrestleMania. WrestleMania is a 2-day show. So when they run the show, now they claimed 80,000 each day. It's more like 70-ish. But that's still 140,000 people. 2 days. Plus merch. Plus all that. Plus $1 billion.
$1 billion.
And their next right fee, they're going to ask for more. And they just sold the company for $9 billion. They're doing fine.
Yeah, I think they're doing right.
There's a time where he stabbed a guy multiple times. Yes. Unless you're 6 feet under, you're staying away from New Jack. That's right.
He's dead now?
I think he is dead, yes.
Oh, well, good.
You're almost safe. Unless you start playing with the Necronomicon.
No, I don't want to do that either. And yeah, I know that the kid, told him to do it and all that. But this guy is so nuts. I mean, when that kid has gouges in his skull. I mean, he didn't just cut him. He went right down to the skull and scratched the skull with the blade.
All I heard is, don't get in the ring with New Jack.
No.
Leave the man be.
No.
Stick to fighting your raccoons. Leave New Jack alone.
I'd rather fight a herd of raccoons than even be in the presence of that piece of crap.
You only say that because he's dead.
Insane.
Because if New Jack can get you, you don't say anything.
That guy the man belonged behind bars forever.
There you
He's
go.
a sick human being.
He is the original gangster. But on that bombshell, so Eric has now agreed to fight a herd of raccoons at Thunderdome. So I think that's very exciting. That should be pretty good. Maybe we can book. There's still time. We could probably book that for Rebellion. I might be able to get and bump up the venue and go to the bigger venue. Might get real exciting. Be really good. Like I said, if those tickets were like $50, I probably would have gone. I just would have loved the novelty of it. It's like, you know what? I like this. Is adorable. I love that Impact still exists. I enjoy it. I'm like, no, good on you, Impact. The little engine that could. They really would have been in a very different place if they had ever gotten the TV thing figured out. And they screwed up their own business. Go to the bathroom with the lights off and say New Jack and Mirror 3 times to see what happens. That's right. New Jack did belong behind bars. The gift's still a moron. Both those things are correct. I agree with that.
Both those are absolute facts. Yeah, that kid was an absolute moron. Never should have been there. He was 17 years old. He had no wrestling experience, and he put himself in the ring with a psychopath.
Yep.
And
it was a mistake. It was a tactical error, if you will. A tactical error.
No, listen, it isn't like I see the kid walking around the North Shore. I wouldn't know him if you follow me, but I assume he's the big fat kid that has horrible scarring on his forehead. That looks like, he got hit by a car doing 90 and almost had his face torn off.
Nice. Good times. All right. Good stuff. All right, folks. So it's been a pleasure, as always, chatting with you. So this was the pre-Expo show. I know we didn't spend too much time talking about the Expo, but I think a lot of it is going to be just depending. We're going to play by ear. I think it's going to be fun. For this upcoming week, I'm not going to be able to say for sure. I normally have the little scrolling ticker thing where I say when this live stream is coming. I don't know yet. I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to take this weekend to think about it. I'll figure out what's going to come next, and then we'll play it. I will leave a little bit of information. If you follow the Instagram, you'll know. If you follow the channel, I'll try to put a little community post or something if you subscribe. So if you're not subscribed, do that.
And remember, PSA Canada is grading on site.
They are.
If you pay enough money, Brad will grade your cards while you watch right in front of you, and you will be guaranteed an 11.
I think he's got enough tape for that. And I think 11. Got it. We're good. We're going to write that down. And if you guys want, you can we can always, like Eric, we can send you Gordie Howe autographs.
I'm starting to be concerned about my autograph collection.
Booby or I'm working on that one. That'll be the next one. I gotta practice that one a little more. It is Booby, right? Not like 3 O's, because that'd be like Ooby. Just 2.
No,
2.
no.
Okay, just checking. Have a good weekend, Dame. Take her easy.
Yeah, he's not. He says guys. He means you and everyone in the chat. He doesn't mean me.
No one means you. If you say secret code Poopy Pony, you get a PSA 10 guaranteed. Allegedly.
That is true. If you use hashtag Poopy Pony, you will get special treatment.
The mass transit incident kid died in 2002, as well as medical issues not related to New Jack.
Well, that's horrible. That's sad.
And on that bombshell, have yourselves a good weekend. Those of you on the West Coast, you still got a little time left. Those of you on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your holiday. We had very nice weather around here. Hopefully, it's either been nice weather or will be nice weather wherever you are. Otherwise, we'll catch you in the next one. There'll be more stuff coming up. We'll do some kind of a live stream next week. I don't know what it's going to be yet. And like I said, I will figure it out. And then we'll go from there. And I'm going to try to have a couple of videos related to the expo. We'll have some fun with that. Have a great weekend, folks. And Eric, have an amazing weekend. Don't let the haters get you down. A positive note to leave on. Have a good weekend, everybody.
What are the haters?
Catch you in the next one.